And I believe, my friend, this fine Saturday night, I think we are now live on the internet.
Good evening, one and all.
Well, quite. I have a screen in front of me, which will confirm it, one way or the other. I think our lovely faces will appear. I can see our lovely faces now, my friend. Obviously, everything's muted, so hopefully all is well. If one of those kind, what have we got out there? 26 people. Sounds good. I can see. Thank you, Darren Warner. We appreciate it. And welcome, one and all, to Battle Streams in Middle-earth on this fine Saturday night. This is, of course, our regular stream where we look at this dear lady, Dixtini's artwork, Battle Games in Middle-earth. But, Michael, one of the things we did when we started this, we actually changed the word games to the word streams.
It's a genius move.
I know. I don't know. A lot of people miss it, but that's what we did. That's why we came out with it. And so we thought it'd be fun to hang out together as a global community and just paint together just for the fun of it and try and help clear our backlogs. I'd love to hold up a mug. I don't know if Michael, do you have the ability to hold up a mug and explain at the point of battle streams in Middle-earth?
I came prepared.
This guy, there you go. So it's so bright. There we go. So the point,
the light shining on it.
This guy knows. So the point of Battle Streams in Middle-earth was to help clear your backlog. You love to see it. You love to see it. But yeah, so we thought we'd kind of do this little live stream where we'd hang out together and you'd paint models just for the fun of it. And we used this magazine as our guide, where we thought we'd look through an issue of this every week. Or every stream, sorry, and kind of see what the hobby was like, and see what the scenery articles were like, and what the gaming articles were like, and we would use this as our guide on what to paint and how to paint, and whatever models came with this magazine, we would hang out and paint them, not because we need them, just because painting is fun, and perhaps in that way we could all chip away at our backlog. And that's the plan. And tonight I am delighted, honoured, humbled to be joined by the wonderful. Oh, he's over there. Wonderful Michael Haskell, give it up.
You're above me.
Oh, on Zoom. Are you looking on Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah, over here. So on Zoom, Michael's down here, but on the internet, Michael's over here.
Oh dear.
Indeed, Michael Haskell has joined us once again. So Michael, I'm sure we'll have a nice big catch up. But is there any way for the people out there to get involved?
There sure is. Yes. So if you're on theme, and we'll talk about the theme in a minute. In fact, no, let's talk about the theme now. So with this issue of Battle Games came a Dwarf captain. So we and ahed. I don't think we made a decision in the last stream quite how we would widen that out sufficiently to make it fun, so everyone can find something in their backlog to pick up. And we threw it out to the patrons, and there was much debate, lots of polls. I think, and this is where David might have to keep me on the straight and narrow here, I believe the end result, that if you're working on any unnamed dwarf hero, you'll be eligible to take part in tonight's draw for something very, very special.
I'll tell you what, Michael, you are right, and I've just realised I don't have my phone. I don't know where my phone is. I am phoneless for a stream, potentially for the first time ever. Who knows? I'm just trying to find our poll because it was super close, and there was a resurgence. Come on, where's the poll? I feel like it'd be pinned or something. There it is. So, in the end, look at this. This is in our patron chat. 17
one or two votes, wasn't it, between it?
17 people voted for unnamed dwarf heroes, and 15 people voted for dwarf heroes. And then a few other votes were scattered around some of the other categories.
Well, there was one for a category called yes, I'm sure.
yeah, there is, and there were surprisingly 3 votes for that. But yeah, so the unnamed dwarf heroes have taken it, and I think that's right, if I'm honest. It came with a dwarf captain. As soon as you allow named dwarf heroes, we get into Thorin's company, that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't feel quite right. Whereas unnamed
and the
dwarf
1,000,001
heroes,
models of Gimli.
Yeah, exactly. Unnamed dwarf heroes does feel more on theme, whilst moving out of the realms of it has to be this dwarf captain. So yeah, the theme is unnamed dwarf heroes. What have we got, Michael? What have we got in there?
So I actually painted quite a few years ago a lot of the dwarves, especially the metal ones, but also some of the plastic ones. And I was struggling to find, had I got an unnamed dwarf captain either in the backlog somewhere or somewhere sitting in a tray that's been undercoated. And I did find I still had left over an Iron Hill
captain.
dwarf captain. And these are lovely models, actually. I've always liked the Iron Hills. But the captain in particular, with his cloak swishing behind him, I think, what was this, 2016 or so? I think they're glorious. So that's, bizarrely, and I'm not quite sure why, I've already put a little sort of tuft on it even before I painted it, which seems a bit odd. So heaven knows why, but that's what I'm going to start working on tonight.
That screams of trying to claim a model's finished for some like test or something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So wonderful. That's what Michael's working on. But what I actually meant, Michael, was what can they do? What is in the drawer?
Oh, what's in the drawer? Ah, right.
What's available?
What's available? Okay. So if you ended up working on an unnamed dwarf hero this evening, and if you put your work up on a Facebook page, which it is there, isn't it, David?
It is there. Definitely there.
On the GBHL Facebook page, there will be a what's the word I'm thinking of? Work in progress.
Whip thread.
Whip thread. That's the word. Whip thread. If you want to post in there what you've been doing, and towards the end of the stream, we will go through the whip thread. We will make a note of all those who qualify, and at the end of that process, we will then have a number of names, and they will be able to compete in a roll-off for a very special, and you can see there are 8 purple BSIME dice there.
Delicious.
But this one is a special black BSIME dice.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. You're
It's better than
evil
usual.
and you have your elf blade. You've won that fight. Perfect. Exactly. That's the Dragon Emperor winning a fight. Specifically because he had his silly halberd thing and you used your BSIME dice. What a gift. This is, of course, a black Battlestreams Middle Earth dice. Oh, look at that. One of you will be rolling away with this. Oh, look, see, now the game's ended when you wanted it to, which is perfect.
There are a few individuals in the community that have 1 or 2 of these dice. There's some, sadly, which haven't managed to win one yet. And there's just the occasional person that's racked up quite a few.
There was a bit of a shift, wasn't there, last time, I believe, because I want to say it was Sam Earnshaw, I think, who joined the 3 dice club. So we of course have Josh Crosby way out ahead on 10 dice. We have Cuthers on 6. We then have Ashley Fisher and Joe Holzman making up the big 4 on 5 dice. No one currently has 4 dice. And there is a chasing pack now of 5 people, if you can believe it, on 3 dice. So perhaps tonight one of those will become the only person in the world to have 4 black dice. Who knows? And then, of course, there's loads and loads of people on 1 or 2 black dice, including the wonderful, the handsome Michael Haskell, who has 1 black dice, I believe.
1, yeah. It was a very special one. I want to say it was 2 years ago. It was a Christmas episode, I think.
I could tell you if you want.
I think it was the Christmas episode because I remember it being. But what I do remember is that Harry, my regular doubles partner, was also in the final.
Of course, yes.
Guilty.
Yes. But he wanted you to get. I remember him being happy for you, or pretending to be happy for you. It was indeed on the 20th of December, 2023.
It was, yes, no, it was. That's right. 2 years ago.
Now, Michael, that was excellent. That was brilliant. Brilliant explaining the prize. But for the second time, that's not what I was after.
Oh dear, I'm not doing well tonight,
well,
am I?
but you're not doing very well, but getting us through other admins, so it swings and roundabouts. It's all good. What I meant was what models are eligible. What's an unnamed dwarf hero? What have we got? What can get you in there? What can people go digging through their collections for now?
You wanted a list. Oh, I'm hoping.
Well, not all of them, but what sort of things are we?
Unnamed dwarf heroes. Well, there's an array of captains, aren't there? So you've got the captain that came with the set itself. You've obviously got the Iron Hills captain, the one I too early showed you. Isn't there a captain that goes with Erebor?
Yeah, well, you got your 3 factions. So you got captains for the 3 big dwarf factions, right? There's a couple. There's a Grimhammer's captain.
Isn't there 2 with the Erebor one? Isn't there one with
Yeah, there's a Grimhammer's captain and a Warriors of Erebor captain.
Yeah. So you've got those. What other unnamed dwarf heroes do we have?
There's a couple of kind of slightly contentious ones, but I don't think they're contentious. But I think we're allowing them. You've also got the I believe
the Shield Bearer.
Yeah, exactly. I believe recently legacied Shield Bearer and King's Champion.
King's Champion, yes. I would
what
say
king?
They're
Which
in,
champion?
Yeah.
So they're in.
Yeah, most certainly.
You could sneak a cheeky siege veteran in there possibly for an Iron Horse Ballista.
And then the Dwarf Kings.
Yeah, Dwarf Kings, absolutely. So quite a lot out there.
Yeah.
Quite a lot, I think.
Yeah, so we got to what you meant eventually.
There we go. And so if they are on theme, or indeed if they're not on theme, Michael, what should they do? How do they get involved?
Well, I said this bit already, didn't I?
Did you? Yes, you did. You did do that bit.
But to recap quickly, there is a whip thread out in the GPHL Facebook community. Even if you're not working on an unnamed dwarf hero, still put up what you're working on, because it's always great to see what people are getting up to. So, and I said we'll look at that later on the stream.
Absolutely, and we've got a lot to get through. We also want to know what you're eating. What is your sustenance to get you through this fine stream?
I have no sustenance this evening. All I've got is some liquid. And I've just opened a rather nice bottle of red.
Oh, so very nice.
That's my that's what I'm going to be quaffing.
So this is a Michael drinks a bottle of red stream.
Well, it won't be the whole bottle.
Could be. The night is young.
Oh dear. Because this afternoon I played 3 hours of real tennis, so I'm a bit knackered. So the idea of a bit of red wine is going down quite nicely.
And no food, no snacks.
No snacks. I just didn't get around to it.
You don't want to undo the real
tennis. I've been so busy. So yeah, I'm afraid I've let the side down this time.
Oh, not at all. I'm in a kind of similar situation. I'm in a similar situation, but also in almost a direct opposite situation. Where Michael will know this, but everything was great here tonight. I was super organised. The stream was set up, loads of time, and we as people may know, as regular streamers will know, I'm not at home at the moment. We decided to order Chinese, and we ordered the Chinese at 6:30, and they said it would take 45 minutes. That's 7:15, and it turned up, as Michael will attest, at 7:50. At which point, and I don't think you know this yet, Michael, they said, we've cooked it fresh. And I said, I would bloody well hope so. I'd hope that if it turned up on time, if I'm honest. But so my current stream snacks are my Chinese, which I'm desperately, that's why we started at 8:10 instead of the regulatory 8:07. I desperately tried to ram Chinese down my throat. But what a twist. Do you know what I've got to wash it down with? I've got the white.
Oh.
So if we chinked, we could make internet rosé.
Am I going the right way here?
You're going to your right.
This way.
Yeah, that way. All right. So hold it in front of yourself now, and then are we on 3? Should we chink?
Mr. Byrne.
Your good health. 1.
Indeed, and
2,
yours too.
1, 2, 3. Oh God, I've gone the wrong way. Chink. I mean, we can watch it. I think what we basically did is shove a glass of wine into each other's head. Why not?
This was so much easier last time around when I was actually sitting next to you.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't help by the fact that I go off the wrong direction after all that. I can only apologise. But yes, maybe it's the fact that I've had a couple of glasses of this already. So whilst I don't have the bottle, I'm kind of about half a bottle of white deep already. So the night is young. But
Indeed.
I am at my parents' house, as people will recognise with the curtains. And sometimes what tends to happen is I get pretty exceptional snack delivery sets. So I think maybe more snacks will come. I haven't got any tea. That's rare for a stream. But I think tea will come.
I was going to say, wasn't your dad brought the tea usually?
Dad often brings the tea, yeah.
Yeah.
He's good. He's good egg. So there we go. That's what we're working on. Oh, I haven't told you what I'm working on.
Oh yeah. I've spilled the beans out of sequence.
I have got, like, literally planned for this, an unnamed dwarf captain conversion. If anyone's watched my hobby vlog, the last one that's published on the channel, I don't know, is 57, 58, I don't know which one it is. Not the one that patrons have got, the one about the skull face guys.
That's 57, I think.
Thank you very much. At least one of us knows what I'm doing.
Well, I might be wrong.
I chopped up another bit off Barlin, and then what I've done is I've turned Barlin, an old fine cast Barlin, into I just had a message pop up from Cal, and he knows what he's doing. He's out there, and he's sent me something I can't repeat on the internet. It's very naughty. It was very naughty. And he's done me now completely. Oh, you bastard! What was I saying? The dwarf captain, and I converted him, and I was always planning to convert him and paint him on this stream, and then I was planning on that all year, and then converted him, sprayed him. I did his base colours on Thursday night, ready for this stream, and then I forgot him when I came here. I forgot. I spent, what are we, 49 weeks of the year getting it right, thinking this dwarf is on this stream, and then screwed it right at the end.
The final hurdle.
Yeah, so I've got a kind of cool. Yeah, he's not kind of cool. I don't care about him in the slightest, but an old fine cast Barlin who's lost both his hands, basically.
I was going to say, is that the one that lost his
that's
left
exactly
arm?
He lost his pointing arm to a hill tribesman, and he lost his axe to a young Barlin conversion.
That's right, because he'd already lost that.
Yeah. And so he's now like a captain, an unnamed captain. I don't have a Khazad-dûm army. I don't have any plans for one, but I started painting him up, and I was going to do him tonight, and I forgot. So it's quite cool though. I was following the paint guide for him, and I was quite enjoying it, and I will get him finished. But alas, he's not here. So instead, what I'm doing, I'm not on theme. Recognise that sprue from afar, Michael? Can I test your sprue knowledge?
Oh dear, my sprue knowledge is awful.
Go a bit closer if it helps.
Well, there's definitely horses.
It is. There's a horse on there.
And there's a cloak, and there looks like a saddly thing.
There is a saddly thing. There is a cloak. This is foot and mounted.
Oh, it must be something. Is this one of the new Rohirrim?
It is very good. I'm going to try and show you the piece that is infamous.
Oh, there's a bow there, so that's got to be Harmer?
Very good, Michael. That is indeed Harmer. I have Harmer foot and mounted, and I also have this beastie.
Ooh.
King of Rohan. So I'm going to be assembling these tonight, is what I'm going to be doing. I need them for my hobby bingo card. Which will be
we're in that season now, aren't we?
Trying to finish hobby bingo.
The last rush, can we tick off all the boxes? And you've always managed to scrape through near the last minute.
Don't always. I've missed it a couple of times.
Often, yes.
I'm trying to do it this year, and there's a vlog about it coming. Yeah, we'll see. So I'm gonna try and convert those. So that's our plan.
Just go back to dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
I know you did the dwarves for Bilbo's. Your display board for Bilbo, isn't it? At Bilbo's house.
Bag end one.
Bag end one. Have you done the other dwarves? Have you done a Khazad-dûm or Iron Hills or something? Is that anything you've dabbled in?
I've got an Erebor army.
Of course, yes, for your Erebor and Dale board.
Yeah, I did it a long time ago. I did it when they first came out, like 2013-ish, I think. I've got, I think it's 36 dwarfs, and they're all Grimhammer models. Some of them were converted to have axes and spears. So I don't actually own a single sprue of Warriors Variable. I've got like 36 Grimhammers, and I've converted. I think I've got 18 Grimhammers and then 18 converted warriors. I think it is, and then all the named heroes. Which taps out quite low. I remember it's quite frustrating. Like, it's only about, the dwarfs is about 300 points of dwarfs, I guess. And then you have to just put all the heroes in. You get to 800 points, and it's rubbish or whatever. Yeah, Erebor's always been my flavour of dwarf. I don't own any Khazad-dûm dwarves as an army, and I've got some Iron Hills that I've gradually been selling off. I've never really painted. I kind of bought into them in the new model excitement of 2017. But yeah, never had much of a hankering really for more dwarfs than that.
So in the conversations with Adam for your Troke and Burn doubles,
Yes,
because Adam's obviously quite keen on dwarves.
he does like dwarfs.
Has it never come up that have you done a dwarf? I mean, have you done dwarves into the doubles? Or?
Well, he loves his Iron Hills.
Yes, that's right.
We did the Dale and Iron Hills alliance. We did that
yes.
one year, so that gave him his dwarf fix, and I just painted my Dale, and they were rubbish. They were absolutely rubbish. Both armies get worse. They're worse. It's worse than playing Iron Hills. It's worse than playing Dale. They're absolutely toilet. We had a nice time. So yeah, I'm that's me. What about you? Are you a dwarf fan?
I am. Yes. I mean, like I said, I got when I first started collecting the Lord of the Rings stuff in around 2007 or so. I got quite a few of what were then the metal dwarves, and I think we might touch upon this when we look at the magazine in a bit. And I painted quite a few of them up. In fact, I painted quite a lot of them up, and then some of the plastic ones, the Rangers and the other warriors that came. And at the Hobbit film, from an aesthetic point of view, I loved the Iron Hills. I thought they looked so good. And that was one of the reasons I rucked up to the first Ardacon as a day pass back in 2016, wasn't it?
Oh, what, to get the models?
Yeah, to get the models.
I didn't know that.
Partly I was curious, and my youngest son Ben came with me just for the day. We were curious as to quite what this thing was, but also it was the fact that GW were going to be there selling the Iron Hills. It was.
Was that the first Ardacon?
Yeah, October 2016, because I came to the second one in August 2017.
And the models were on sale there?
That's my recollection. Others in the chat, please correct me, because I am getting old. My memory is a little bit...
You might be right. I just wonder if... I think you're right, the first Ardacon was 2016, but I think the models might have come out in 2017.
It's quite possible it might be 2017. I'm just conflating the two. The first going to Ardacon, the first attending Ardacon proper.
Yeah, I think
that.
I'm just trying to get my head around it, and I do struggle, but I think the models came out in 2017, which would have been the second Ardacon.
You might well be right.
You're right. The first Ardacon was definitely 2016 because it was just after we got back from Nova. Because the first one was like October or something. It was later.
Yeah.
But I think the GW stall with the Iron Hills Dwarfs exclusive, I think that was 2017. I think.
I mean, certainly, I have a little book that I tend to write my paint schemes of what I've done for my figures. On one of the early entries in here, because I didn't do it straight away religiously, but one of the early entries is... I saw it here earlier. Here we go. Yeah, January. Oh no, I've got here 2017 January Iron Hills Dwarves.
Maybe you're right then.
I'm sure someone in the chat will correct us. Anyway, so yeah, I love the Iron Hills. I thought they were great, and I got a few of them. I painted them. I didn't do the ballista or the chariot, but I just did the troops and a captain and Dane, but they just didn't. I just didn't get to play them very often. I did for one reason or another. So I got lots of dwarves. I did take a Khazad Doom to an Ardacon a few years ago. And I suppose I did do Erebor Reclaimed this year at Ardacon with some of with Thorin, Gloin, Ori, and Bofa at Smile Hills. So they have had an outing, but for the number I've got painted, they haven't had enough outings, shall we say?
Oh, cool. But so that means no Erebor for you.
I've got the Erebor figures, but I painted some Grimhammers because they were easy to paint. They're just basically blinking armored tanks.
Oh, very cool. So we go. Yeah, there's a bit of a dwarf focus tonight then. I think we've got three primary things. We've got a lovely issue of this to go through that we've both read, which is a huge twist on our last stream where we were together and neither of us had read it. So that's cool. We're going to have a little chat about Throne Skulls. A small event on the calendar. Both of us kind of fans. It's all right. It's not great. And hopefully there's no one in who won it or anything. That'd That'd be embarrassing. Can you imagine? You imagine if someone who won it was watching and was like going, "You talk about that event and you talk about it hard."
Well,
that'd be good.
Without too many spoilers, because we haven't gone through the chat yet, I did notice that if we had someone in the chat that had done quite well, they may have mentioned that they're a bit full of man flu. So we might want to think about when we cover the territory.
Oh, well, you think they might be not long for this world?
Well, maybe, but
We can do that. We can do that. And then also,
at least not long for this stream, rather than not long for this one.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't kill him off. Whoever it is. And also, we've actually got news. We've got proper exciting news. This, I think it was the week before Throne of Skulls. So that's cool to talk about. So I think those things will come up as nature takes its course. But I don't know, Michael, do you want to do the traditional guest host thing of jumping in the chat and seeing who we've got?
I will do, yes.
Amazing scenes.
So, and I did put a note into the chat that this time round, I've actually got myself on live chat, not top chat, which was a rookie error that I made last time out. You'd have thought the number of times I've guest hosted now, I'd have got that sussed, but I didn't. Right, okay, so rock and roll, and it's a whole series of good evenings usually. So, top of the tree is the fabulous Thomas Macklem.
Good evening, everyone. What a lad that guy is.
He's fabulous. And then hot on his heels, we've got Joe Holzman. Good evening, everyone. And then then Joe says 11 minutes until stream starts. Can I read the mag in that time?
I don't think you can do it in sort of 11 minutes, can you? I think you need at least half an hour, right?
Yes, you probably do. It depends on when you're just skimming or you want to just try and sort of reflect a little bit.
You really want to breathe it all in, you know.
Yeah, imbibe it. And then we have Calman's in. Good evening, all.
Calman's in. I can't believe it.
He does, but then he goes on to say, "I'm full of man flu since last weekend, so minimal hobby for me this evening. We'll just be building some hill tribes."
I wonder where he was last weekend. I'm glad I didn't go to the same place. Otherwise, I might be ill.
I wonder if the man flu is a result of all the exertions up to and including the weekend.
Emotional and physical.
Indeed. Right, we have Ryan Pickering. Good evening, everyone. Sam's in. Hey, all. Then I've got Fish Ashley, which I guess is Ashley Fisher.
Fisher, you love to see it.
Good evening, all. Darren's in. Evening, all. It's done its proverbial jump malarkey.
Already? God, you hate to see it.
Oh, no, I think it might have been me with my mouse just not being in the right place here. Then we got Callum Rutters in. Yeah.
Callum, what a lad.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was nice to catch up with Callum last weekend.
He's good people.
Rory, welcome one and all. Ricky Drinks Paint. Good evening, everyone. I shall only be around to about 9. So we just caught him at the moment, as I've got to pick up my mate from the ferry terminal and drive them back home. Should be back about 10ish. All right, okay. So we'll probably still be nattering by 10:30. I'm sure. Then Tanya's in. Good evening, or hi all. I've just about finished repainting my Durance folk. Just got to finish the 50 bases. Well, I think if you can find a base amongst your Durance folk that's an unnamed dwarf hero,
absolutely,
you'll be in.
That's the way.
Then we've got Lord Pagey 92.
Lord Pagey.
And now that feels like a new name to me, but then I said that before and then been disabused.
Can you not guess who Lord Pagey might be?
Oh, is it Sam Page?
I presume so. I don't actually know that as his username, but it sounds like the sort of self-monokerizing thing he would do.
Would 92 have been the... No. How young is Sam? Would 92
he could be a 92. He could definitely be a 92.
Yeah, okay. So fess up, please, if that is you, Sam. If it's not...
Did you enjoy monokerizing? You're a historian. To make yourself one of the monarchy, can you monokerize yourself?
No idea. I'm not.
I suspect not. I need Susie Dent to look through the dictionary.
So Sam says, evening all, looking forward to hanging out for hopefully the whole stream.
Oh, yeah, that's the way, mate.
Then we've got One Mad Hammer. Evening, everyone. And again, I want to say that's a new name.
I don't think it's a new name. I'm going to be horribly offensive here and say I don't think I know who that is. I think one mad hammer has been in, but I'm not sure I know who it is. If you're comfortable letting us know, please confirm for us, and then we can be besties forever.
And then we have one person from the top of the dice tree, Josh Crosby,
You love to see it.
going to tune back in after a few minutes of Piano House. And then we have, oh good, we got lots of interesting names tonight. Then we got the Duck Pie.
Is he showing up as the Duck Pie? He doesn't normally show up as that, does he?
Well, no, this is not Josh. No, this is another one, the Duck Pie.
I'm aware of who the Duck Pie is.
I see. But at least they are even later.
The Duck Pie, Michael, is a legend amongst the Battle Streams community. He is an agent of chaos.
There's quite a few candidates for that.
The most chaotic of all of them. I don't know where the Duck Pie comes from, but like you wouldn't want him to cook dinner for you. Let me tell you that much.
I'll keep mulling that one over.
Are you not there yet? You really, really wouldn't want him to cook dinner for you. Mainly because he probably wouldn't cook it. Would be one.
Larry?
It is Larry Miller. It is Larry Miller. But you're right though. Yeah. He normally shows up as Larry on here, I think.
Well, that was it. But actually, what I should be able to see, the Duck Pie makes a reappearance further on. So, and yeah, we'll come to that and says something not that complimentary about you. So therefore, that's another piece of evidence,
isn't it?
Then this is the one I spotted earlier that made me laugh. Tanya, did they start the stream and go for dinner?
Yes. Yes is the answer. That's exactly what happened. I love that's satire, and it's precisely what happened. The Chinese arrived, I went downstairs, served it up, came back, started the stream, went downstairs and ate my dinner. Well, most of it. Well done, Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya, you were spot on. Then Rory, lights, camera, action. I think we must have got the show on the road. Darren says, this is one you said, sounds good, I can see you. As does Tanya. Then I'm going to assume this is Sam. And he's saying, first, oh, it is. Yes, must be. Here's the giveaway. First thing Nick says, oh, Damien is at his mum's house.
Way. And his dad's house. Come on. Equal opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yes. And then we've got someone called myself and a whole bunch of numbers.
Now that I don't know.
Which could be a date of birth since it's 30/11/1987.
That's not one I recognise. Myself,
So
no, I don't know that one. You're right though. You're right. You're a genius, Michael. That's not arbitrary at all. That's a date of birth.
With my professional hat on, I should say, never use your date of birth.
Dangerous username. Dangerous username.
Oh dear. Yes, I work in the financial software, I suppose.
So F myself 3011111987 would just like to send us your mother's maiden name, the name of your first school, your first pet, and the first road you lived on. That would be super. Just for information gathering purposes. It's always good to know.
And then we have Wozalek with a bunch of numbers. I should ask John what those numbers mean. Probably code, but he is very nice because he says handsome devils.
I believe that's Sholek, isn't it?
It probably is actually. Yes, I've never quite mastered John's surname. I
believe that's it.
Yeah, you've done much better than this. Right, Sam, Michael, you won't believe this, but there was a dog at TOS that looked just like you. Yeah, all will be revealed.
Incredible
for those
scenes.
who don't get that in a bit. And then the Duck Pie, I'm going to keep calling him the Duck Pie. I can see Michael's lovely face. Not sure about Damien.
Whee.
There we go. Par for the course.
Classic Miller.
Yeah.
Famously attractive Larry, of course. Right.
Frederick's popped in. He did say on the Patreon stream he wouldn't be able to make it, but he said, hello there, can't make this one. I'll catch up later. Have fun, everyone. Well, it's nice that you popped in, Frederick, and hope you have a good evening. What are you up to?
In terms of catching up later, can I ask the sensible adults of the world out there, since our Glorfindel, I only noticed this today, since our Glorfindel stream, comments have been turned off. So they're not on they're not on, because you never notice it, because I don't really go back to the streams. I get comments on my hobby vlogs, but every now and again, I think you've done it in the past, Michael. You've rewatched a stream and then commented on it. And for the lot since Glorfindel, which is about 5 streams ago, comments are turned off automatically, and I can't see any setting on that video to turn comments on. So, on the off chance there's any YouTubers out there, and I've done a bit of Googling, and it's about the have you ticked, is it the fact it's made for kids? And it's not that. The videos are ticked as not made for kids. So if anyone knows that, if any YouTubers out there know what's happened, and something happened on that stream, because all the comments are on historically, and then they changed on Glorfindel week, and now none of the comments are on for the last 5, and I don't know why, and I spent nearly 3 minutes on it earlier, and I can't change it. So if anyone can help, that'd be super.
You're setting the kiddies some homework.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm very bad at being a content creator, and I'm stuck, is the truth.
So there we go. There's the gauntlet put down for any tech nerds out there in terms of YouTube. Right, Thomas Macklin. Michael can hold up a mug. He's hosting with you, Damien.
Oh, from Macklin. Oh, you hate to see it at this level. I'd expect that from Miller. Oh.
We're going to have a designated stream where it's a be nice to Damien.
Yeah, you think you know someone.
Tanya, currently hunting for some dwarf mirrors and advice. So I think that's out to everyone. So hopefully,
do you think
people
is she asking where they are, or is she asking how to make them? I'm hunting for dwarf mirrors at home. Have you tried your kitchen?
I would surmise she's looking for some advice. I mean, I've seen all sorts of people do different things with the mirrors.
It's because Khazad-dûm are very, very good.
I know we're slightly jumping ahead.
Macklin has just messaged me as well, I can see.
All right.
And his message is substantially nicer than Cal's was.
Part of the slightly looking ahead, and I know we're not going to cover it, but I looked at a quick peek at the Khazad-dûm supplement that came out.
Oh, yeah.
What was it? 2008, something like that.
Yes, the second one, yeah.
And I noticed there were mirrors in there. Yeah. Got mirrors. So, but yes, so I'm surmising Tanya's looking for hints and tips, or anyone want to reach out if you've done mirrors, or you've got some thoughts.
How to make them or how to buy them, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some really good ones. Sam says Savage Mako. And then Sam says Tanya, look at Forge Master Minis. And this is Sam Page, because the other Sam, I made a couple of mirrors gluing 2 by 25mm bases onto bases after wrapping them in foil. Not amazing, but does the job. Oh,
that's pretty cool.
There we go. And then the duck pie, definitely something to reflect on.
Hey.
Nothing gets past Larry, really, does it?
Food hygiene orders, they tend to escape.
If it had been 16-15, I would definitely remove my vote, tie it up, and force the host to make a decision. Oh, Joe, God, you really put the mockers on us.
What was that? I don't think I followed that.
The vote for who what qualifies for tonight.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Joe would have forced it to a tie and thrown the ball back in our direction.
See. Got you. I thought when you said if it was 16-15, I thought this was a reference to something in history, like back in 16-15 with the famous vote, rather than if it was one off.
I'm going to play my history hat then. Who was on the throne of England in 16-15?
Elizabeth.
Oh, that's close. She died in 1603.
Oh, that's not bad.
Do you remember when Guy Fawkes and trying to blow up the House of Parliament? Do you remember when that was?
It's about 16-15, I think.
1605.
Okay. Was it? It wasn't Mary, was it?
No. Oh, Mary, no, Mary, you're a century too
You've
late.
gone the wrong
Mary's
way.
from the mid-16th century.
Who came after Elizabeth? Edward the something.
No, James the First.
James the First.
James the First and James the Sixth of
The
Scotland.
Stuart. He's a Stuart, right?
Indeed, that's the start of
It's
the
the start of the
Stuarts.
Stuarts. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you
I
go.
nearly,
History
I
lesson
nearly
over.
did so well. Just 10 years out, and then disastrous answering. Disastrous after that.
You're in the right book. You're in the right ballpark there.
Do you know what? Do you know what the problem is, Michael? I can probably tell you the stat line of a night goblin from 4th edition Warhammer, and that's probably why I don't know who the King of England that followed Elizabeth is, and I hate myself for it. I really do.
No. Well, you could equally ask me.
What's the stat line of a night
I'll be
goblin from
clueless.
4th edition?
Right. Sam H. This is the best looking Captain Michael not seen enough.
The Iron Hills one he's talking about, the one that you've got.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
It is a very nice model.
Yeah. There were glorious sculpts that captured some really cool design work by the Weta Workshops.
Yeah, for sure.
Joe Holzman and the King's Champions Heralds. Oh yeah, good shout, Joe. Yes,
yeah, they're
yes.
heroes, aren't they?
Yes, I always think of the King's Champion and I sort of by association. It's the trio. They come as a package, as it were. But yes, they do deserve their own shout.
Absolutely.
One Mad Hammer. Would the leader of a dwarf battle company count?
No,
Ooh.
not if he's. We always say if you start from the right model, then he's in. So you can start from a dwarf captain and convert him to be a model for your battle company, but you can't start from a dwarf warrior and convert him into a dwarf captain.
Yeah.
The rules there to control the fun. Do you have a preference on helmeted or unhelmeted for foot and mounted, that sort of thing, Michael?
For captains?
No, I mean I'm doing Harmer, and we often get the choices, don't we?
We do, yes. Not unless it's Theodred.
Quite.
I would probably go. Or I'd probably go unhelmeted.
For both.
Yes, I think I would do because I think you want to see the face. You want to see, especially with Rohan with their flowing locks, as it were. It's like the elves. I prefer the elf captains to be, have no helmets on.
See, I tend to go as a general. I tend to go helmeted for mounted and unhelmeted for foot.
That's a good compromise. Yeah.
Do you want to see something incredibly exciting? I'm about to attempt B7, and B7 is the piece I've heard so much about. Where is it? Where is it, precious? I can see it. I don't know why you can't. There it is. There's B7.
Okay, so everyone who's yet to do Harmer, pay attention.
Now, I've heard horror stories about where you click this. Where you click this. You see there's 3 contact points, right?
So I would do, if it was me,
come on.
I would do the middle contact point first.
I agree.
On the basis you've got firm end, one at each end to hold it.
Yes. Good.
I would then do the end thin one because you then got the firmer, thicker one at the other end.
Yeah.
And then do the last one.
I agree with you, Michael. I'm going to do it. We ready?
I'd also hold it with my thumb, hold the if you can find somewhere with your other hand, just hold it while you're clipping. Just so that it doesn't, it gives it some, what's the word I'm thinking of here? So it doesn't ping, you stop it sort of.
Support.
Yeah. So we're all waiting with bated breath.
That wasn't so hard. It's gone all right.
Gone all right.
Due to the fantastic support of Michael Haskell and the community.
Well, yeah, but that's what you'd have done anyway.
It has bent a bit, but it hasn't snapped. That's crucial.
I can't remember where it glues on, but presumably where it glues on, you can then unbend it, as it were.
I agree. I reckon it'll cross the bow, won't it? And then you can do that.
There'll be some sort of little notch or something, because they're so clever these days.
Yeah. It's super thin, but then it is an arrow, so
yeah,
it probably should be. Wonderful. On you go.
Okay, Tanya, some have more than one captain. Khazad-dûm current unnamed captain is different.
Khazad-dûm.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. There's a few
Yeah,
dwarf captains,
yeah,
aren't there? There's
yeah.
at least 2 Khazad-dûm captains I can think of.
And then we have the US joining us, Joe Achille.
Whee.
Good afternoon from the States. Hope everyone is doing well. And the groovy curtains are back.
Absolutely. I mean, they never go away. They're always here.
And I say, I hope, Joe, you had a good Thanksgiving as well last week.
Absolutely.
I'm currently doing some work for a US client. So last Thursday and Friday were extremely quiet.
Gotta watch the big game.
Mm-mm.
Need all the big food.
And then we have the duck pie. Interesting that you both have glasses with no stem and base.
That's a good point.
Nothing gets past them, does it?
What's your reasoning on stemless glasses, Mike?
We've got both.
Hmm.
We sort of fall into the fact that we use our these sort of dumpy glasses for red, and we use the stem ones for white. But you don't have to. There's no reason.
See, mine, and this is a really weird thing to say because we at home I think we've got 4 of these at home, but we don't really use them. Me and Emma don't drink a lot of wine together. Normally when we drink together, it's normally gin, but we don't drink a lot of wine. We tend to drink wine when we come to my folks, and Mum always chooses these. And it's not her choice because she doesn't do this bit of the job stuff. But for me, it's like they go better in the dishwasher. I know that's a terrible thing to say, but stemless glasses are a lot easier to stack in your dishwasher. So I don't know if there's a logic in that. Also, they're far more practical.
I don't know. There is something aesthetically pleasing holding a wine glass that's got a stem. There is something about that, rather than having to hold a more dumpy thing. But ultimately, it's what's in the contents that's more interesting than the receptacle itself.
Absolutely.
We've I'm trying to think. I mean, we've always drunk wine on and off, but we weren't big wine drinkers until the boys got into probably their late teens. And I think we wanted to explore it a bit more. We found this in Cheshire, or in Chester, there's a chap that runs effectively a wine school, and does all sorts of events because he's quite keen on helping you understand what it is you like and trying to sort of guide you into what's good wine, but without having to spend a fortune. Being able to find a good bottle at a reasonable price.
That's cool.
And he does all sorts of events. We've been on sort of really long sort of 5-course lunches with him at a restaurant on the race course, and we have different wines for different courses and so on. And he's really keen on sort of educating you, raising your level of understanding, and trying to work out, like I said, what it is you like. And so I think ever since then we've been trying exploring different wines. Penny's much better than I am. She's got a much better palate than I have. She can guess. Not guess, but she's got more educative palate. That's the word.
Very cool.
Right, Joshua. Oh, missed that a patron vlog is up. What a treat for tomorrow. Great. Yeah. No, they're coming thick and fast at the moment. You've got to be on the board to keep up.
Yeah, you're always one ahead. If you're a patron, you're always one ahead. That's the plan. So the published one is my skull-faced Hill Tribesman, and the patron one is my Rohirrim Harad Traitors. Was that Josh Crosby saying that?
It was indeed, yeah.
Josh Crosby gets about 1 billion shout-outs in that video because he's a huge inspiration for that entire video, so you'll enjoy that one.
Yeah.
I mentioned the hobby vlogs because you said they were coming thick and fast. I've got such a good stat for you. Right, I've been so far behind all this year. I think it's something like in August I was like 11 vlogs behind, and you were still waiting for vlogs from December, right? And I ran, desperately trying to catch up. And I published that traitor vlog for patrons on the Thursday before Throwing Skulls. And at that point, I was completely caught up. So I had nothing else, because I hadn't finished anything. There was no way I could get you another vlog. So I had suddenly, in the course between August and late November, I'd caught up entirely. And I suddenly was like, even if I sat and edited, I couldn't give you another vlog because there is nothing more done. That was Thursday afternoon, and then of course Thursday evening, I finished the Throne of Skulls vlog, and I became 5 vlogs behind. Like it was, or if you include the review, so there's like 4 vlogs behind. So on Thursday afternoon, I was caught up, and then I basically finished this, and 5 hours later, I was 4 vlogs behind. it was like, oh, there was a blissful 4 hours there where everything was great. So yeah, I'm working on the Mumuk one, and then I think there'll be 2 display board ones, and then I think there'll be an extras one, which is new this year, and then the review. So plenty more Throne of Skulls content to come.
Yeah. So anyone that's out there that's not a patron, it's worth having a look and possibly joining us. There's all sorts of goodies that come with being a patron. You saw those purple dice earlier. That's part of becoming a patron. There are things like early access to Damien's blogs. There's a wonderful patron chat that can sometimes get out of hand.
And actually,
it's a joy to be part of.
I haven't not to try and to commercialize it. Who likes commercializing Christmas? I'm pretty confident in saying that our next stream, the BSIME Christmas Spectacular, will be Friday the 19th. So nearly 2 weeks from now will be our Christmas special, and on that one we have historically given away prizes and presents to our patron community. So even more reason to be a patron. But yeah, thank you to all of you out there, including Michael. You are a huge support, and you're the only reason this channel can keep going. Really,
what do you reckon the duck pie is going to suggest? Why the 19th? Why not the 24th?
Yeah, he'll probably say something boringly predictable like that, I imagine.
There we go. Well, we might have headed him off at the pass by then.
He'll say something like, "Oh, that's interesting. You're doing the Christmas stream on the 19th. I wonder what the stream on the 24th will be instead." Then it'll be along that line.
He's going to flat-foot us. I'm sure he'll find a way of doing so. Then we've got Gary George. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. So I'm guessing by the virtue of the fact that Gary's saying good morning, he's probably from maybe down under.
He's in Australia, and the good news is there is no sport currently going on between England and Australia. So there's nothing to talk about there whatsoever.
Indeed. Let's just move on. Funnily enough, I talked to my sister lives in Australia. So I talked to her our morning, her evening, earlier today. So Gary says, good morning, gentlemen. I hope your young wine appreciators are having a lovely evening.
Did you say young what appreciator?
Wine appreciators.
Oh, wine appreciators.
Yeah. And then, Sam's dipped in, Sam H with Harmer. Yep, you're spot on.
Oh, this is Guess the Screw, is it?
All right, we have to hit the pause button because Penny's coming because she wants some of that bottle of red wine I showed you earlier.
I didn't know you were sharing.
Oh, I do well, yes, I have to share, really.
I'd love to see it.
I mean, she could put her face and say hello, but it's not her scene.
That's a unknown partner, I believe. I don't think we haven't had a guest spot from Penny before.
And at least you didn't do the Emma attempt to make me jump out my skin.
This is it.
All right. There's a little drop on the far side. Yes, we she did flag up the fact that I'd opened a new bottle and she would want some at some point.
Run off with it.
No, she left it here. She just wanted a glass. She's much better at how much she consumes, which probably explains why her palate's better than mine.
Maybe she paints less. Does that work?
Right. Okay. Larry says those are the princes. Yeah, but you need to choose which one.
It's also technically.
Are they both on the same screen?
Is it incorrect because it's only one of the princes, but then there are 2 of the one prince? So does that make it princes again? I just like to think he's incorrect. You know.
Are they on the same?
They are. Yeah, it's one sprue. So Harmer was in all these gaps.
All right.
No,
okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Harleth was in all these gaps.
You fell at the hurdle. One mad hammer. Oh, here we go. Also, out of interest, Damien.
Yeah.
What's your go-to Chinese order? Oh, this could be the beaver or Hera's thigh boots for the evening.
My go-to Chinese order. I'm a big chicken fan. I like chicken in most of my food more than other things. I like lemon chicken, which I'll normally have with rice of some sort, and then I really like my one dish is chicken chow mein. I love chicken chow mein. I used to, whenever I was a student, or not even just a student, but when I was living on my own, I always used to get that as my takeaway. I'd be drunk walking home through Twickenham with just a chicken chow mein and a fork, and I used to love that. So if there's a Chinese and it's got lemon chicken and chicken chow mein in, I'm a very happy bunny. And after that, I think sweet and sour chicken balls, I think, would be my third. All of which I've eaten tonight. Michael, do you want to jump in yourself?
So with Chinese, we from a Team Diva perspective, Callum particularly organises occasional get-togethers at a Chinese in Bromborough. Bromborough? Yes, Bromborough. And it's quite nice Chinese. But it sort of cemented what I've always felt about Chinese. I'm not that bothered about the mains. It's all the starters I know. So I love the prawn toast. I love the soups. I love the crisps. Oh, come on.
Prawn crackers?
Prawn crackers, that's the one. Prawn crackers. I love I just love all that. I would quite happily have all the starters over and over and over again and just skip the mains.
Do you know what is great on a Chinese? And I bet you Paige is pounding his keyboard as I say this. The Sunday night Chinese at Ardacon is just one of the hobby highlights of my year, because the tournament's over and we all go out for this meal. And you're right, because there's about 3 courses of starters there. You get like the kind of the prawn toast and the ribs and stuff. Then you get the chicken and sweet corn soup, and then you get the duck pancakes. And that's all amazing. And then the mains arrive, and I'm kind of like, this is fine, but I'd kind of almost rather that again. But I never order that stuff when we get a takeaway. It's really interesting.
Yeah. We had a nice Chinese when we used to live in Connors Quay. It was in Shod-na-Neck, sort of Malaysia Long sort of thing. And that had is it teppanyaki, where you could actually choose your food and they cook it fresh for you.
Oh yeah.
That was really nice as a main to have. So and quite nice, like prawns and some noodles and something that worked. But outside of that, most of them they say. I mean, I like lemon chicken. I mean, the things are fine, but it's the array of starters. Like I said, the 3-course array of starters is what really works for me from a Chinese perspective.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm just gluing the 2 halves of Hammer's head together, which is a totally necessary part of the assembly of any model.
And then one Mad Hammer followed up, says he likes chow mein and salt and pepper beef.
I love chow mein.
Yeah, mine. And then Joe says, pretty sure it wasn't the first Ardacon they were on sale at. So yeah, you might well be right, Joe.
I didn't think it was.
Then we've got Jakey5979. My stream snacks just arrived in the shape of chicken tikka madras, rice chapatis. Then it'll be time for painting.
Fantastic.
I have to say we have some very nice Indian food cooked by your lovely wife.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
And it's not jumped. It just, if you hit your cursor at the wrong thing, it just wants to go to the bottom. I think if you hit that blue arrow or something like that. Right. Calman, Yasmin bought me Dane for Christmas 2016. It's what got me back in the hobby after a year's break.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they came out Ardacon 2016.
That means you're right.
Yeah. I mean, it's around that time. That's it. That's the key thing.
Maybe it was then. Maybe it was.
So it's interesting that Yasmin got something for Cal that drew him back in the way that wasn't it Emma just walking past GW and said, "Oh, isn't that the game you used to play?"
Oh, it was a Hobbycraft. Yeah, we were in Hobbycraft, and it was the blue rulebook, and it was in the bargain bin. It was on sale, and this is in 2011, I think, and she said, "Isn't that the game you used to play?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Would you like to play it again?" And I went, "Maybe." And she bought it for me, and the poor fool has regretted that ever since.
Look where it's got you.
Yeah, everything that happens, everything is her fault. She can never be angry. Could have just not bought me the book. But thank you, Emma. I know you're not watching this, but thank you.
Joe Holzman, it was definitely a year there was a seminar because Trokey talked about watching YouTube videos of dwarf attacks, inspiring him to make the knockdown rule for the goat riders.
It's not dwarf attacks, it's goat attacks.
And I don't believe there was a seminar the first year because the games didn't finish until about 2 a.m. Yeah, that first year Ardicon, I've heard horror stories of the Saturday night just, effectively moving into Sunday morning.
Yeah, the game started at about 11 p.m. or something. It was absolutely ludicrous. That can't be in the right place. Oh, I'm struggling with Hammer's head. Is that? Oh, no.
You ask the kiddies for some.
No, I'm going to take this off.
Proof of nice.
It's poly cement that's melting. None of those positions seem to look good. Oof.
There's a number of occasions with these new way of organising the miniatures or breaking them up, where you've got this piece and you keep moving it and it just looks wrong, and then all of a sudden it just slips in the right place and it just looks perfect. You go from everything looking wrong to suddenly being so right. And then when you start to put the glue on and go back to wanting to do it, you can't quite remember which way you approached it.
I also think recently I've found like the legs and the body snap together so well, but the arms and the heads can feel like it's almost impossible. Like I did it with Wolf, trying to put his head on both foot and mounted. I was like, is that right? I never found that kind of, the groove. And the same with the hands of the Warriors of Rohan when I was assembling them. The arms going onto the elbow bits. I was just like, is that right? Is that right? I could never find that magic moment with those.
I did Wolf. I started Wolf when we were in Lincoln or at Harry's Imps on the BSIME. Do I remember Wolf being tricky? You're right though. Generally speaking, the heads are ones you think, is that really quite there?
I mean, it's literally happening live now as well. I've got Harmer's arms at the elbow, and I've got his head left, and he's been absolutely seamless to this point. And now I'm like, there's just nothing. This is just arbitrarily. I don't have a clue where this is going to go.
I think there is scope for the head to put where you think it looks natural and it will hold. It's more of a sort of a bowl shape, as it were, rather than being a specific. It'll only go in one position.
God knows.
I'll keep rattling through. So we have Destro the Dexterous, 2 Stonian greetings all. So our second attendee from across the pond who's declared their identity or declared themselves. Right, the duck pie. You ready? Similar to Damien, I did the converted Grimhammers. I gave them shields and spears from Warriors of Erebor, so I did get some warriors, but they're quite heavily cut up. Joe says, I did it in 17. I'm guessing that's 2017?
Guess so.
Going back to our conversation about Iron Hills. Had 4 pages left when you finally... Oh, here we go. No, he's talking about his quick read through issue 83. Had 4 pages left when you finally appeared on screen. Notice that...
Oh, it's the minutes. I did it in 17 minutes. Got you.
Had to read the end of the hobby guide while half listening to you. Well, the first few minutes are just. I mean, you should know it off the back of your like the back of your hand by now, Joe. I clearly didn't because Damien had to prompt me at least twice to do the right bit.
Oh, I'm not sure that's fair.
Sam H. Any new hot takes, Michael? You'd have to wait. You'd have to wait for the Throne of Skulls review.
Ooh. That sounds big.
And then Joe says I stand corrected on the Iron Hills. There is an unboxing video on the GBHL from October the 29th, 2016.
There you go then.
There you go.
October 2016. So there you go. So you're completely right there, Michael.
That's actually Penny's birthday as well that day.
Is that what you got for?
But I won't say what year.
Yeah, I got your Iron Hills this year. They're not even available yet.
One Mad Hammer. It's me, Mr. Wilson. As
James
in
Wilson.
James, I'm guessing.
Do you know what's interesting about this? I don't know if it's us or YouTube or something, but if you think about it, that means that Larry, Sam, and James Wilson are all showing up with their usernames. Why is that? They're not normally. That's normally Larry Miller, Sam Page, and James Wilson. There must be some different setting or some change or something. Do you see what I mean? That's interesting.
Right. Patrons out there. No, we're not patrons. Anyone listening out there? If you can shed some light on this conundrum.
It's unlikely to be me because there's a button that just says reuse last setting, so it's just the same as it was last time.
Then we get Freaky891.
It's happening again. I don't know who that is, but so I suspect that's probably someone who's normally in.
So you might have right. We'll get a clue in a bit. So it says evening all, yay, parent curtains and Michael Haskell. Yeah. And then Sam H says Larry. So that's shedding light on who Duck Pie was. Duck Pie. I think a lot of people are showing up as their usernames this week. There we go.
There you
go. And then Sam P. I was confused when Lord Page popped up instead of me. One Mad Hammer. YouTube appears to be using usernames rather than actual names. Freaky, weird username. Don't like that. Stephen Ryan reporting in with the username picked 20 odd years ago.
Well, that's the freaky one, Stephen Ryan.
Yes.
Oh, you love to see it.
So, is that something to do, Stephen, with, I don't know, is there a film called Freaky Fridays or something like that?
There is a film called Freaky Fridays.
Yeah, what was the freaky that caused you to alight upon it as a username? Joe, the date on the unboxing video has seemingly unlocked a memory. Warriors, Ballista, and Dane went on sale with inbox rules.
Yes.
Then I think the second article, we got a sneak peek at there and back again. Yep, I think it's all beginning to come together.
Would it have been that far between them, do you think? Maybe it's right. Maybe that's what I was getting confused with. That I remember the sneak peek at the book being an Ardacon, and it was in a cabinet. Then you had to. Yeah, I've got the phone back. Thanks. Thank you. First delivery of the night was my phone, so it did come back. I remember that, and I was thinking, how could that book possibly be out in 2016? But I guess I've conflated that with the release of the models, and it's possible that those models were out far earlier than the book than I thought. And obviously there was a gap between because it was like October for the first Ardacon and August for the second. So does that work? Or would maybe There and Back Again was in the cabinet the first year? I just don't think the Iron Hills Dwarfs were available for that long before the book, were they? So you know what? I wrote about this. Where was the last mag? Is it in this one? My good old dad keeps the magazines because he's a lovely bloke. Was it in that? Yeah, here we go. All right. Good old past Damien in SBG. Here we go. And this is whatever says here is right because I fact checked the hell out of this. Then
you can always rely on past Damien.
Good old past Damien. He never lets me down. Are you ready for a dramatic reading? But then something happened that no one could have foreseen. Just 1 week after James and Jamie released their video, Games Work, which was in November 2015. I think I'm just a year behind. That's the problem. So this is late November 2015. Games Workshop announced 3 new job roles for Middle-earth, a decision that took the community entirely by surprise and heralded an unexpectedly joyous turn of events. We started to see the fruits of the new team's efforts in late 2016 when the wonderful There and Back Again supplement was released, accompanied by the brand new Iron Hills range. And the GBHL podcast exploded with preview videos, unboxings, rules, reviews, and anything else we could think of. So yeah, 2016 article in October, the Dwarfs were on sale and the book was in the cabinet. And you could flick through the book he got it out and you could flick through it a bit, but it was normally locked up. And then I reckon that book went on sale in November or December. So it's all late 2016. So Michael, you're absolutely right about the article and where you got the dwarfs. I think I always just move it a year. So I thought the team formed in 2016 and the stuff started releasing in 2017, but the team formed in 2015 and the stuff started coming out in 2016.
But I do remember it being a glorious time because it was
Sure.
It was clear there was going to be a future for our game, and that was what was wonderful. Okay, so right in a strange twist, James Wilson is now coming up as James Wilson.
Right, that is weird.
Did the chat want anonymity for some reason? So James, I don't know why you initially came up as whatever it was you were before. Now you're coming up as James, but not everyone's that's not happening to everyone. So did you do something to your end? Anyway, Sam H, using your birthday as your username is a big security risk. That's why I use my PIN number instead, so nobody knows. Right, James says, was Glorfindle's stream the Beaver chat?
We say that's what got us shut down.
I think so. I'm not sure. I can't quite remember.
Too much hot beaver content for YouTube.
Oh dear. And then Sam P, I'm sure Larry will be along with tech advice shortly. Oh dear. Brace. Right, myself with the November 1987 birthday, and my goodness, I was I'd already been married a year by 1987. But anyway, I can't share mother's maiden name, etc., but I can share detailed stats of dice draws. Oh,
is Jack. It's Jack.
That is it Jack that's doing all the sterling service in terms of
what's going on with the usernames? It's crazy. It's so weird.
Then the duck pie, Sam, you use your personal PIN number. That's going to annoy Damien.
It's because it does annoy me. It's because it's PIN number. He's saying personal identification number.
Then Sam H, well, I'd use someone else's, but I don't know them. Sam P, Damien, Nick says you have to go into dashboard, click edit, click customization, make sure live chat replay is ticked.
No, it's not that. We've got the comments from, so you can see that you're right about that. You can see the chat. You can see, so we'll be able, if you go back to Glorfindle stream, you'll be able to see all these comments. You'll be able to see the comments from you, but no one will be able to comment on the video after the fact, and it will have the comments are disabled thing. So yeah, it's not that one.
All right, but yeah, thanks for offering something up, Nick. The duck pie. These are cruel, baseless accusations, Damien. After I've been nothing but kind to you.
It's true. I'm sorry.
Then Darren says Beaver chat. Destro, I have memory issues, so when you two flex your historian skills, I just marvel.
I don't think my historian skills were particularly good.
Then Richard Clammer, which I'm assuming is Richard Clammer because it's at Clammer. Joining late, watching at 2 times speed. Yeah, I do that sometimes, Richard. If when I'm watching the stream, if I need to, pop and go and get something, you can just hit the pause button. Then when you come back, you just hide the speed to play catch up effectively.
That's quite clever.
Right, and Richard says, hope everyone is doing well. Yep. Well, it's Saturday night. We've got BSIME stream. What else could you want?
Quite.
Sam P, I like helmeted on horse and unhelmeted for foot. Is that the combination you were doing, or would you?
Yeah. I like the idea that they wear their helmets when they're charging in, and then sometimes the helmet gets knocked off, which is literally exactly what happens in War of the Rohirrim, by the way.
Yeah, and Cal's added his penny's worth very sensibly. Helmeted whilst mounted, safety first.
Absolutely.
Right, Josh Crosby. I strongly object to that conversion ruling. Making your own dwarf captain just rewards hobbing effort. TOS would allow it, and so was 7 Stones. What say you, Mr. O'Byrne?
What does he mean? He's converting a model into a dwarf captain?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think philosophically I agree with you, but the rules are there to control the fun, right?
Right, that's it. Said and done. Move on.
Otherwise, you can just start with a goblin and convert it into a dwarf captain, couldn't you? It'll be chaos.
You mean it'll be even more chaos? Sam P, hold the arrow when you clip it too. Oh, that's what I said.
Done it. No, he's fine. He's golden.
Joe's got another good thought.
Gonna be glowing. Look at that.
Joe's got another good thought for anyone else that's a bit nervous about this. Cut the sprue around it first. Yeah, I've done that before.
Shouldn't have to.
Have the whole big sprue, just cut the bit off.
Couldn't be bothered.
Was there a little what's the word I'm thinking of? A little sort of shape in the bow itself to guide the arrow.
Not that I could see, but frankly, I just slathered poly cement over the whole model and stuck it all together and hope for the best.
It doesn't look. I mean, it didn't look terribly bent when you showed it earlier.
You know me, Michael. You watched me assembling. I would say this to Mark when he came over. When Michael was visiting for his hopefully now annual hobby hangout pre-throwing skulls, I think it's fair to say there was a lot of moments where you would say something like, well, don't you just want to measure that first? As I went, no! Don't you just want to test that? Well, too late, I'm just going in. We'll practice live or whatever.
I mean, that's one of the things that's fun about hobbing with a friend, because everyone has their own way of doing things. And some of the things you can learn from and think, oh, that's better than I do, So it's always just great, and it's great spending time, but also great because you can learn things.
And some you can watch and go, God, that's a lot worse than I do. I will not learn from that.
Okay, we have the duck pie. Technically, he is helmeted while mounted, then on foot, then loses his helmet and mounts again before being on foot, helmetless.
I think that's Harmer.
Yeah. Oh, Larry. Do I read this one out? Right, I'm going to read this one out, and apologies to everyone. Larry, the duck pie, says firmly grip the shaft.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, and Sampy says quite Larry.
You hate to see it.
James Wilson, they're all piling in. Nothing worse than bending your shaft. The duck pie, I didn't snap it, clipping it the first time. It was when I was trying to sand the flash.
Oh, that sounds terrible, Larry. I'm sorry. I hope you saw a doctor about
that. The second I snapped when clipping it.
Oh, you shouldn't clip it.
You've been unlucky, Larry.
Yeah.
Ryan Pickering, I was waiting for someone to make that joke, Larry. Sam H, snapping the shaft is infinitely worse and more expensive. And Larry says third time went fine. Sam P, my shaft broke while gaming. What were you doing, Sam, with your hammer? Sam H, sounds rough, my lord. The duck pie, I broke my wildman's shaft while painting him.
It's the same joke.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry about Sam. How did you break your shaft when you were gaming? That's terrible.
Yes. Mind you, sometimes when you get a huge scrummage in the middle of the board, it is easy for figures to get caught up with each other and whatnot. James Wilson, Mrs. Wildman will be upset. Rory Campbell, the chat has taken a strange and dark turn. And Sam H says, it always does. The duck pie, it re-broke during our adventures at Twickenham. Being repaired again, though. Ashley Fisher, I once went to a wine tasting evening where one part the host was demonstrating how a different shaped glass made the wine taste different. The wine tasted the same. Yes. The only thing I remember picking up is that things like your bubblies, traditionally with your Proseccos and Champagnes, we have these sort of long, thin glasses that actually optimally you probably want glasses that are a bit wider. You don't want the long thin ones.
So
I
that's
can't
what you
remember
can-
why,
that's
but
what
I
you can
just remember
drink
that
quicker.
being mentioned.
So was he saying then that someone was telling him that it tastes different out of different glasses, but it tasted the same out of different
Yeah,
glasses? Is that
yeah,
what he's
I
saying?
did. Yeah,
It's the Emperor's New Clothes, isn't it?
yeah, I think so. Yes. Ashley, were they trying to sell you some glasses?
I mean,
Um,
it can't, can it? I mean, it can't taste different out of different glasses, can it?
no. What one of the fun wine events we did, because you can get some wines which are blends of different grapes. And so what Richard had done for us one time is he actually had us with about half a dozen different grape varieties, and we had these little pipettes, and we were doing different combinations of the different wines using these pipettes. It was like being back in a chemistry lesson, into the glasses to get different percentages, different blends, if you like. And it really was a revelation in terms of which which were strong
Hmm.
tastes, and which ones would work well together. And it was a real art involved in blending different combinations of wines to have a really good a good outcome.
I guess what you might be getting, not with that, because that's different, because you're blending the food, aren't you? You're blending actual ingredients. But with the like Coke will taste different from a can than a glass. The same Coke will taste different, but it's the kind of taste of the material that's changing, isn't it? It's not
Yes.
the content. So you could see maybe they made which glasses were they trying to sell you? Like maybe they made the thin ones taste of like heaven, and they made the other ones taste of poo or something. And then they were like, can you see how it tastes? It tastes better out of this glass. You know, I don't think it can. It can't change the actual. The container can't change the flavour of the liquid. That must be in
Not
your
in that
brain.
situation. I think your Coke observation is where it can.
Yeah. There's the fascinating thing. I don't know if you've dealt with it. Have you used an air up bottle?
No.
So the kids were massively into these before Stanley Cups came in. So it is genuinely incredible. It's a bloody expensive fad, but it's a water bottle that you just put normal water in, and then there's a capsule that slots on top of it that lets out a scent. So the capsule is flavored, right? And so it's like a bit like potpourri. If you smell it, you'll smell strawberry, or if you smell it, you'll smell blackcurrant. And then what happens is, as you drink the water, your brain thinks you're drinking strawberry water, and
Oh.
it never flavors the water. You're just drinking normal water, but because your smell and your taste are so closely aligned, and so Charlotte's got one, so she just drinks water, and if you drink it, it tastes like flavored water, but it's there's nothing in the water. If you then just poured it out into a cup and drank it, it would just taste like water.
Are you
Uh,
fooling your brain?
And so
I've
yeah,
not
yeah,
come.
it's
I know I've not
tricking
heard
your
about
brain. And it was one of those things where like, oh, this won't work. And you drank that, and you're like, bloody hell, that's incredible. So she drinks like cola water, but she doesn't. She just smells cola as she drinks water.
that. I do remember back at university, a friend of ours did a meal where he dyed the rice blue, and we all found that really difficult. It's still rice, still tasted like rice, but because of the different colour, we all struggled
Yeah.
with trying to eat it because they said that the brain was saying this isn't rice.
It's like when you eat one of those mint flavored Terry's chocolate oranges, and it's still orange segments.
I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole.
Don't like the mint.
No, I'm not a mint person.
I must say thank you to Julian Hammond, who, as well as an advent calendar, gave me a mint chocolate orange at Thorne Skulls as part of his care package. What an absolute legend.
Callum, I think stems are for keeping the heat of your hand away from the liquid more of an issue with white, I suppose.
Oh,
And maybe that's why
that's
we've
interesting.
gravitated to, we'll use stems for the whites, but reds will be used, the glasses, because the whites are in the fridge.
That's a really
a good thought,
cultured
Callum.
answer as well, isn't it?
Yeah. That's an analytical brain in action there.
Was that Rutter?
Indeed.
Oh, he knows. He's a fancy lad, isn't he?
Yeah. He's a lovely lad as well.
Fancy glass for a fancy lad.
Joe Holzman, I finally caught up with the peasants on the hobby vlogs this week and watched the first half of the current Patreon exclusive last night.
Good lad.
Yeah. Right, Duck Pie, I watched a bit more of 44 while getting my dwarf assembled.
44, you're miles behind. You're further behind than I am.
Come on, Larry, get your finger out. Come on. Yeah, and Joe's corrected himself. Sorry, of course, I meant vlogs. Joshua, 19th, my birthday. Amazing treat. Right.
What's that? Street?
That means the die is cast. Boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
And then Sam H says the 19th will be a wonderful warm-up for Christmas Eve. Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Joe, I'd have loved a jump scare in the Haskell household. Oh dear. Yes. No. Penny's not up
like
on the
that.
The law of BSIME
It's not
stream.
like that. Not like some wives.
I mean, she's got a handle on certain of my BSIME friends in terms of who they are and so on, but it's not as in depth as Emma's. The duck pie, I could only see half of the sprue, so I thought 'twas both of them.
Oh, I showed you all the sprue, so yeah, come on.
And then right. So I think Sam Pagey is his normal name has come up, although I don't remember. Was it Sam Pagey before? Anyway, just pick the page favourites there, Damien. I don't quite get that.
Is that my favourite pages? Like Sam Page, Nicola Page.
Oh, could be. Yeah.
No,
could be.
no, it's not. I reckon those are the Chinese dishes he likes. I reckon it's that.
Rory Cranbrook. Yes, Michael. Starters are where the action is. Oh, there we go. Man after my own heart. Then Sam says chicken and sweet corn soup from Pinwee.
That's the Ardacon place.
I quite like chicken and sweet corn, although I do like is it the crab and oh come on, crab and something soup. That's quite good as well.
Goose.
Goose. Yeah. Sam says right on time. Yeah. I suppose I ought to try and join an Ardacon one at some point since I'm not actually that far away. Yeah. Here we go. Sam says if anyone hasn't come to the Ardacon Chinese on Sunday, you need to. Yeah, I've made a mental note, Sam, that I really ought to because because I can easily drive back afterwards. So,
nice.
Yeah.
So
nice. Cal's spilling the beans here on me. Michael's face when the waitress brings out the prawn crackers. It's pure joy. It is. I will eat a whole bag of prawn crackers in one night. They are one they're one of my many weaknesses. Rory says, sign me up for next year, Mr. Page. Well, if you're coming to Ardacon, it will be advertised more than once. Nick or Sam or James will say, look, there is a Chinese on the Sunday night. Just let Nick know. It's usually Nick. And it's usually, as Damien said, it's usually a great fun. Joe Holzman, I went to Zaza's in Bristol a while back and they had some fried fish starter on the Asian section. It might be the best thing I've ever tasted.
Oh, wow.
Right, there you go. Anyone in the Bristol vicinity? Zaza's is the place to go.
Best thing I've ever tasted.
Did I say Dwarf Attacks? I meant go to tax. Yeah, there we go. Dwarf Attack videos sound like something that would get banned. Sam H, I suppose I could dabble back into my old hobby 12, 13 years later. Emma, I need to have the kitchen through November for my Throne of Skulls project. I'll keep the circular saw time before 1 a.m. though. Cheers. Rich, catching up with comments. Microforge Minis have a great dwarf mirror STL.
That's cool.
I got a friend to paint. I can name all the kings and queens of England since Richard III, thanks to my history teacher. I could probably do them from Edward the Confessor, but I might some of the Georgians I get a little bit unstuck, but I probably could do it from them.
So that's modern England then, isn't it? If you're going from the Confessor, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it depends on what you define by modern England, I suppose. But yes, from the point of the conquest onwards, I'm in terms of Dark Age history, I know bits and bobs, but it's not what ticks my box. It's from when the Normans took over and started to build those wonderful castles, which is something I really enjoy.
And that's why
Ryan
we have
Pickering.
croissants.
Well, yes, but it's also why we have lots of different words for things like pig and lamb. You know, we've got mutton, and sheep, and um, um, is it pork? I can't remember, but there's different. There's old Anglo-Saxon words and Norman words that comes with a lot of our meat. Yeah, Shakespeare should be grateful for the fact the Normans invaded. Ryan Pickering, I know my mum regrets buying me the first. Oh, we'll talk about it. The first BGIME magazine back when it came out in 2002.
Is that BSIME? BSIME? Do we use BSIME? Is that a thing?
Now, funny enough, Ryan, because I just make a little note of things to mention at some point. I find now, going back to the think piece at the top of this live stream, if I'm typing in that I want to find a Battle of Games in Middle Earth magazine, I get through and I start typing battle streams, and then realize I have to go backwards and remove the streams and put games in. Battle streams has now become if like the normal turn of phrase.
You love to see it. Incredible scenes.
Right, Richard. The knowledge is only useful for quizzes.
Well, you've upset the historian.
You're right, Richard. We'll have to have a long conversation. I do think it's important for school kids to have some sort of framework. I know you've got all the information, you could just find it at the tip of your fingers on the internet, but to have some sort of framework of the key events and the sequence and the importance of them throughout our history. It doesn't mean I don't expect people to have all the kings and queens, but to know the key ones and why they're important. So I think within my historian's hat on, I think that is important for people to understand how we've got to where we've got to.
Same as a stat line of a night goblin,
really. The duck pie. Pretty sure the head goes between and above the shoulders.
Oh, he is funny, isn't he?
Hope that helps.
Yeah. He is both funny and helpful.
Oh dear.
That's what they always say. I don't know if you notice that. Whenever people talk about Larry, they go, "Oh, he is funny and he is helpful."
Then Richard, isn't the point of a stem on a wine glass is to stop you warming the wine up with your whole hand? Yes, that's the point that Callum made earlier. Yeah, I think you're quite right. Right, Goldilocks, the Great Bear.
Is that a username? We're learning a lot about people tonight, aren't we?
So whoever is Goldilocks, the Great Bear, if you're still on,
the Great Bear.
Reveal yourself.
What
Chicken
does that
chow
even mean? What does that mean? What Goldilocks wasn't the bear? Like what?
Goldilocks the Great Bear. No, but it's funny how people, when you think about your username, what it is what sort of connections, if you like, of something that you will then remember easily. Yeah, so for Goldilocks, it's chicken chow mein, a man of culture, I see. There you go. There's someone being nice to you, Damien. Robbo, 2099. Well, that's clearly not the date you were born. Good evening, guys. Nice to meet you at Throne of Skulls, Michael, in the exhibition. Damien was a bit intimidating in his costume.
Right, what? Is that Rob? Is that Rob Keane?
I think so. Yes.
Was? Did you meet Robbo? Did you meet Rob Keane in the exhibition?
Well, I did meet. Yeah, I did. I'm not sure I knew the surname, but yes, I did meet a Rob in the exhibition. Yes.
Nothing intimidating about a house on fire, isn't it?
Well, yes. I mean, we might come on to this, but yes, we certainly had all the way from Mount Sunday, New Zealand, a certain visitation of a certain great hall
And a wolf.
And it was a very considerate Great Hall because it recognised that we were in the depths of winter or on the way to the depths of winter, so it decided to give us a fire.
Oh, quite, yeah.
So, but I'll let Damien talk more about that when we get to Throne of Skulls.
Gotta keep your friends warm.
Sam, I wouldn't be surprised if Larry convinced everyone to use their usernames just to mess with Damien.
Yeah, to be fair, that's probably the best explanation I've heard all night.
Joe says the book is copyrighted 2016.
Yeah, I think we've smashed that one now. I think we've got it right.
The Duck Pie. There was a month or so of the Iron Hills having in-box rules,
Yeah.
which was the only point during the game you could take Iron Hills led by Bilbo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Joe, it was December 2016, apparently.
Yeah.
Rory, imagine not believing Michael. Shocking Damien behaviour.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Damien is quite right to keep me on the straight and narrow because, as I say, my memory is beginning to show signs of wear and tear. Joe, was it 2017 then when I ended up on the same table as you in Chaos and Arda, Damien? I had my Iron Hills Ballista and you had Gunda Monsters.
I haven't got a clue. I'm pretty sure 2017 is the year that we won, the Wanderers won gold, and I'm pretty sure that year I won Chaos and Arda. So did I do well in that Chaos and Arda? If so, then possibly. I remember playing Joe in Chaos and Arda. I couldn't for the life of me tell you what year it was.
The first few Ardacons, I really enjoyed Chaos and Arda. I've not participated in the last couple of years, partly because of where it is.
Yeah.
In the schedule, and I'm just thinking it's poor form on me. But I've just, but for various reasons, it's just not something that I've sort of signed up for.
Yeah, I completely agree. I haven't done it for last years because it's it's the evening of Friday, isn't it, or is it the morning of Friday?
And now it's also the Sunday afternoon, isn't it? I don't know if it's a continuation of or a second instalment of, but
I think it's a different one. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? I think it's just two separate ones, and there's a winner, isn't there? Whoever gets the most VPs on either. When is it? Is it Friday morning? No, it's Friday evening. It's Friday evening.
Friday evening, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's just a kind of no. I'm going to sit in the bar with my friends and chat and make new friends and catch up with people and all that sort of stuff.
Well, it's also isn't it before the SBG seminar?
Yeah, you're right. You've stumbled across. I think what's actually happening is I'm probably writing the presentation at that time. That's probably what's going on.
Well, it never comes across as being a last-minute rush job.
Oh, you don't ask me about it. That's why. If you come and see me the hour before, it will absolutely come across as a last-minute rush job.
I say, presumably, this is a lecturer having lots of practice at putting things together.
I don't know what you're implying, Michael.
At short notice? Well, I'm sure it happens from time to time.
No, of course not. On the off chance either a student or a colleague watches this, my lectures are always done.
It would be by exception, not by the rule.
For sure.
So, James Wilson, I changed my username so people would know who I am. I, of course, know my name is Monty Johnson. Right, here we go. Cal, more memories coming back to me about that time. We had There and Back Again with new rules for the DG race. Only 6 came out first, and these were first available at the Warhammer World Open Day 2018.
What's the DG race?
Dol Guldur?
Sure. Read that again for me.
So we had There and Back Again with new rules for the DG race.
Yeah. Sure.
Only 6 came out first, and these were the first available at the Warhammer World Open Day in 2018.
6 came out first. Oh, did it say wraiths? Did it say wraiths?
Race, yes, race.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said race. Oh, I see, like the Nazgul.
Yeah.
Oh, 6 came out first, did they?
The Dol Guldur ones, yeah.
Right.
Is that right? Because didn't Matt Davis for you guys do all?
Yeah, he sculpted them all.
9 sculpted before, didn't he?
Sort of 2015, I think that was. He sculpted all 9 from scratch. Incredible stuff. I've still got those. I take those to Ardacon every year, put them in the cabinet. And some people say that they think they're better than the GW ones.
Well, they were very good.
He did an incredible job on those. Incredible. I've had a delivery. Regular watchers will be pleased to see we now have our bell mug embossed in all the right places with our fabulous line of "Someday My Beast Will Come."
Now, as I remember from being with you, you like your tea quite strong, don't you?
I do like strong tea, yeah.
Yeah.
And I also got a whisper delivered. So.
Oh, I had one of those during the week. I must admit, at the beginning of the week, I succumbed when I filled up with petrol to getting a whisper.
King of chocolate bars.
Yeah, they are good. I do love a whisper. I love the whisper golds as well. I think they're pretty cool.
They are pretty
cool. Right, and then Cal says, heroic channel chilled soul back then was a small atomic bomb.
Oh, it had splash damage, didn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, that was great.
I've forgotten that. I think the first time I played the Dol Guldur ones with Andy Hamlin.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to think where it was. Was it maybe a Warhammer Award tournament or whatever? And I just remember my Gondor just kept whirring away the whole game. And I think, did I get a minor win or something? I can't remember. It was one of those scenarios where you could just about, if you managed to hang in there, scrape a win of some sort. But I can't remember. But yes. Then Joe Holzman, BSIME is not TOS or Seven Stones, though.
I don't know what that means.
No. You might have to come back to us on that one, Joe. Right, the duck pie. Right, here we go. Strap in. I think Harmer should be helmetless on foot, as the iconic scene of him taking several hours to take a shot has him helmetless.
Such a good scene. There's a nice chat with his horse about how he hasn't got any time to shoot anyone.
And then we have, now I'm pretty certain this could be a new username. Jack Brown - random letters here.
That's obviously Jack Brown.
Yeah, you're probably right, yes. Goblin into Dwarf Captain is the bonus entry, I assume.
Well, yeah, Michael, it's your choice, obviously. It's guest host prerogative if there's a bonus entry, isn't it?
But according to your rules to keep the fun, that would I don't think we do bonus entry today.
Okay.
Because I'm too tired.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh dear. And Joshua, to be clear, I am converting within the rules using a Dwarf Captain as a base model. I was defending someone else's efforts. That was noble of you, Josh. Yes. But the decree has come down from he who must be obeyed.
Thanks, babe.
Oh, I've just hit the wrong button. The duck pie was next. Where are we? Oh, come on. Here we go. Yeah, duck pie. What? I was trying to give helpful advice. Right, we have Matt Hudson. Evening all. Good to see I enter while Larry is discussing his shaft. You picked your moment there, Matt. Sam H. Lord Sam plays with some steep forfeits.
I think that's about breaking his shaft during the game.
Yes. Right, the duck pie. Emperor's new clothes annoys me. What is that? What the fairy tale? I think it's a great fairy tale.
Well, I mentioned it, didn't I? So I think he's now going to say it annoys him, and he's going to have some slightly pedantic reason why.
I think it was apt when it was written, and I think it is certainly apt in our current climate. But that's not a subject we want to go into, because this is a fun channel.
Yeah, we are with fun.
Joe Holzman, is the reason the wine tasted different from different glasses because he was pouring different wines into each glass.
Did you
Oh.
notice? It tastes better out of this one, doesn't it? Do you notice the first time he poured it out of a box, yeah, and the second time? This is the same wine, I promise.
Oh. Right. Richard, and I'm caught up to live after 40 minutes. My goodness, you guys are talking slowly now. Yeah. I must admit, so many of my podcasts I listen to on 1.5 or 1.75, just because there's quite a few I follow, and if I did it normal speed, I just wouldn't, I'd never catch up.
Not enough time in the world, is there?
Then Joe, yeah, they were a fad sometime last year. So is that talking about your
Air up bottles?
Yeah. What do they call them again?
Air up.
Air up bottles. Okay. I wonder if they sell them in the Entertainer.
I'm not sure.
I'll ask Penny. Right, duck pie. He's told these clothes can only be seen by
Here
the
it
wine.
comes. I told you he was going to do this. This is what I said would happen. I said he was going to have some ridiculous pedantic reason about his issue with it.
Okay.
He stumbles over the horizon, does Larry?
Okay, everyone on the stream chat, listen in and see where you agree with Mr. Duck Pie. He's told these clothes can only be seen by the wise, and he believes them, and can see that he appears naked to himself. Why would someone wear such clothes in front of the public? I'd have to go back and reread, but I'm not sure that he does see himself as naked. I think he sees he might do at one level, Larry, but I think at the other level he overrides that because of what people are saying about what they can see, and I think that's the part of the point of the story.
Is this a story? This is interesting, Michael.
Or
Is this a
no,
story
yeah.
about a man who, despite what everyone tells them about how he actually is, his own personal belief overrides that, and he doesn't?
It's the other way around. His own personal belief is subsumed by what everyone else is telling him.
Yeah, so Larry's like the inverse of this story, then. Well, like the more people tell him he's crazy, the less likely he is to believe it.
There's lots of moral meanderings we could go down here. And then Larry goes on, you're going to be seen, but at least one by well, I presume he means at least by one not wise person. Yeah, but the point is he's surrounded himself by sycophants. That's the whole point. It's this groupthink type theory. And it's only when you get to meet a real person that says, hang on a minute. I also dislike mint. You're in good company.
So dislike mint. It's a lovely coda on his comment, that, isn't
it? James says he can tolerate mint chocolate, but it's not my favourite. Unless it's ice cream. Good. Yeah, that's cool. I don't mind mint ice cream. You are right there, James, actually. That is a good coda.
You people be crazy. Mint's so good.
I like after-eight mints, having said that. So yes, no, it's not. So it's not universal. I don't like mints. It's more selective. Right. So Joe Holzman. So what I'm hearing is Crosby is busy on the 19th.
Oh, it's his birthday. Crosby enjoys a birthday stream.
Well, yeah. So something to look forward to, guys. And if anyone thinks that Josh might be otherwise engaged, that could be your chance.
No, you won't be otherwise engaged.
Gary George, wine changes flavour as it breathes after opening. It does, true, yes. Glass shape could speed up or slow down how the wine oxygenates.
Sounds like he's trying to sell some glasses.
He's right in a sense. I'm just not sure.
Not that quick, though. Not that quick.
Yeah, so it's the speed in which it changes. I think that's where that maybe if you left it for a day or two and then drink it between those two gaps, it might. But yes, but it's a relevant point. You're quite right. As it breathes, we are pretty good on the whole when we open a red to let it breathe for an hour or so. Certainly a really nice bottle if we splash out a little bit, because it does make a difference.
Well, you shouldn't let it splash. That's wasteful.
Right, Sons of Gondor 1.
I know that one. That's isn't. Oh God, hang on. Am I going double deep here? Isn't that that's TMAT Tiberius, isn't that? I think, which of course is in itself a username. I think. I feel like Sons of Gondor suddenly pops up as a YouTube comment name for some reason. I think.
Well, if I read the comment, you might be able to get it from the context. Right, evening all, wrapping up a scouts event with my son, hoping to get some paint on some dwarves later. Also some wild men and Rohirrim traitors. Right, Jakey93, boring fact, sorry, is because of the olfactory bulb that controls creates taste in your brain. That's why if you pinch your nose when eating food, the taste is reduced. Olfactory, yes, olfactory, isn't it? Yes, olfactory. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Aren't human bodies amazing things?
Yeah.
The duck pie. When I made me guess, you had just shown a close-up of the saddle bit.
Oh, he's upset, isn't he? He's upset.
Excuses are coming out here. Joe Holzman, a bonus fun fact: the loss on your sense of smell is called anosmia.
Yes, that's true. Anosmia.
I don't think I knew that, actually. There you go. Another reason to listen to these live streams, you learn something.
You do. They are educational. That's the main. Yep. That's their main goal.
You now know who the King of England was in the early 17th
1615. I'll have you know, 1615, Michael.
Yeah, and you also now know what anosmia means.
And we know about Sam's shaft. So.
A couple of those facts might come up in a quiz.
Same quiz round.
And then Joe says, which is just a fun word to say, anosmia. Yeah. There are some words in English language which are just great to get your tongue around, as it were.
I like razzle.
Razzle.
Mm.
Isn't the BBC culture reporter Katie Razzle?
Possibly.
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah. Right, the duck pie. I've eaten a lot more Japanese and Korean than Chinese food personally. I did. This is a long time ago. Where are we? 2011. I did 3 trips to Singapore for work. And every lunchtime they'd take me to this wonderful, in effectively a food hall, like you get in one of our, Blue Waters or Metro Centres or something like that. But they would have an array of 20 or 30 different stalls with all sorts of different foods, including things like Korean and Japanese. And there was so many different Southeast Asian delicacies and dishes available. And it was just fantastic. But the bit I always remember is that I always use chopsticks. And I think...
No! Oh, God.
Do we need an emergency pause moment?
I've dropped Harmer's face.
Have you got a bin near you?
Oh my God, I've literally reached down on the ground and picked it up without even... Oh, that was nearly... Oh, okay. That was nearly... Well, it's nearly disastrous for me, but brilliant for content, as it is.
I was going to say...
Sorry,
so we don't have
chopsticks.
We don't have 5 minutes of Damien rifling through a bin.
Alas, no.
But yes, so I use chopsticks, and in part because I play the piano, so I was adept up to a point, and they were sort of reasonably impressed that I was adept up to a point. It still wasn't as good as they were using them, but I didn't disgrace myself.
I don't think you ever have.
I've had my moments. James Wilson, I've tried Thai a few times, but didn't really like it. Too much coconut. I like coconut things, James, but with Thai, it's a slightly tangy, spicy hotness that I can cope with, but it's not something that ticks my box.
Love Thai.
Okay, right. So, Kings of England, the duck pie. I can name all Kings of England. So, Larry, does that go right back? How far back does that go? Does that go back into pre-King Alfred?
I think it probably
Although
means with
technically he
Larry.
wasn't King of England, I suppose.
I think he's just going to give them names. I think he's going to go, that one's Dave, that one's Stephen, that one's Michael. You know.
Well, Larry does go on and say, but not in order. There are some which are easy. There's when you go from the later part of the 13th century to almost the later part of the 14th century, it's just simply Edwards 1, 2, and 3. You know, there are some which just make life easy. Right, Calvin, any horrible histories fans in? I can name all the kings and queens from 1066 through a song. Haha. Yeah.
Horrible Histories is a bit after my time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, a song is the peg on which you hang certain sort of key bits of information. Yeah.
Absolutely. Michael, I've assembled Harmer Foot and Mounted, and you've sat there reading comments for over an hour. So I'm gonna jump in and demand that you do some hobby.
Okay.
Because it's not fair. And
I'm not too far away from the end, but I know we've been going at a sedate pace.
Well, even more reason for me to swoop in and claim the glory, then I suppose. But try and
not that you've done that before, Damien.
No,
of course.
God forbid. God forbid. But yeah, you should get some painting done. I have my Harmer Foot and Mounted done.
I am sure I would have been told to chivvy on if I needed to.
No, absolutely not. There is no pressure, my friend. And right underneath that, Ashley Fisher has said, Horrible Histories have a song of every king and queen in England, which I've learned. So that's handy. And not to say Larry is predictable. I'm doing very well on my Larry content tonight, I think. You know how I said what he would do? And he said that he could do all of them, but not in order. He's then added to that, or necessarily with the right number or name.
Larry, that doesn't pass muster.
Matt Hudson, Michael's doing my bit I do with students about peasant animals and noble food I love. Is that about the Norman conquest and the French names, I'm guessing?
I think it could be, yes.
Fishley agrees. Fishley, that's when you combine fish with Ashley. He agrees with Cal about the song. Jack Brown says lots of animal names. The food comes from the French, whereas the animal comes from the Anglo-Saxon due to poshness of those doing each thing. That's very cool.
My addled brain couldn't quite remember but yes, yeah.
Joe Holdman has recently learnt the etymology of reindeer, and I'm going to jump down to find out what it is. I was unsurprised.
Why?
'Tis the season. I was unsurprised to learn that it's of Norse origin, but rain comes from the Norse for reindeer. The rain in reindeer can't come from the Norse for reindeer, can it? You can't. Half a word can't come from the word, can it? The rain in reindeer comes from rain in reindeer, and the deer in reindeer actually comes from the deer in reindeer. It comes from rain, which is pronounced potentially rain, and deer comes from the Norse for animal, deer. Very cool. And he then goes on to say the English word deer also comes from the Norse for animal, so reindeer pretty much means reindeer deer. Ryan Pickering also loved the song. Rury says the importance of history. If we don't learn lessons from the past, Michael, we will make the same mistakes in the future. And thank goodness we've all learned that, and no recent election results show that we're not learning from that in any way, shape or form. Rury is laughing. Larry's noticed something. And Teen Spirit says Goldilocks the Great Bear, I'm sure, will be Campbell. Can you believe we've got Campbell in tonight as well? Another of my fabulous opponents from Phone and Skulls. Jack Brown says, this reminds me of a joke I enjoyed. A Russian couple were looking out the window of their house and arguing whether it was raining or snowing. In the end, they went out with the husband correct. Is that the end?
The moral is?
Is that the joke? Oh, hang on. He responded triumphantly with Rudolph the Red... Mother of God. Rudolph the Red... Is that a communist joke? What? Alright, you're going to have to help me break this down, Michael. It says, I get the pun at the end. A Russian couple were looking out the window of their house, arguing whether it was raining or snowing. In the end, they went out with the husband correct. He responded triumphantly. It feels like it's missing a bit. He responded triumphantly with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So you get the red-nosed reindeer, yeah? The red-nosed reindeer. Is the red a communist thing?
I'd guess so, but
Don't you have to
yeah.
set up that his name's Rudolph first? Is there a...
Rudolph is a Russian name as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. It's good. It's good. Joe Holzman says, I don't recall how well you did, Damien. But this is Karasnala. But turn one, your entire monster army came on the board behind my ballista. Oh yeah, I remember this. This ends well. This is a good story for me. And you said, if you promise not to shoot me, I will let you play with your toys. And we stuck to the agreement for the whole game. Andreas was also on the table with Azog and Bolg, and I believe the other army was Lake Town Militia. It was a very themey game. I want to say Ben Pearson had Lake Town. It was 9 years ago, and I've slept since then, so the memory is a bit fuzzy, as evidenced by the Iron Hills there and back again confusion. I also inhaled the entire bar of Pistachio Big Daddy. That is a massive chocolate bar he's got there. Cal says, is there a hill in the south that has the Celtic, Roman, Saxon, Norse, and Norman name for hill? Basically translates to hill, 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 hill. Don't know.
That's very Larry-like.
Oh, Jack Brown has suggested Torpenhow Hill. So does Tor and Pen and Howl perhaps all mean hill? Tor means hill, doesn't it?
I think so, yes.
Just don't do what George might... I had to stop that one halfway through, but I can complete it. James also says, just don't do what George Michael did and drop it. You could say he was careless with his whisper. Yeah, so Larry took the race, the GT, after they released the 6. Still haven't played the last room. That's really interesting. I've completely blocked that out, that they released 6 first.
I had too.
Not sure why Joe says conversion eligibility. Brewery, bonus entry night, surely Dwelling Grudgebane Wildman Chief, or are we saving that for another day? So that's one of our patrons, Dwelling, has sculpted himself as a Wildman Chief and is sending them out to patrons, which is super cool.
But I mean, it was something he did as an extra in was it a TV series or something like that?
Yeah.
Yes, it wasn't just something that's of his own volition.
I think I might have missed that link. I don't think I twigged that.
I'm sure he was an extra on something, and he dressed up like that, and thought it was really cool.
You're gonna like this one. Joe Achilles says, can't decide what's more relaxing: Michael's calm voice reading the comments, or looking at his sky blue chair. BSIME is good for anxiety. That's good. And he says he was away for a bit. Can anyone else already commented on Damien's beauty in the Beast mug? Question is it a one-off or is the whole Disney mug collection? Do you mean available or do you mean in my house? Available, I would presume so. Although this is, I think 15 years old, maybe 20 years old. It's either 2006 or 2010.
So that's pre-children.
You what?
Pre-children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
She's been my favourite for years, Michael. But it's the only one we've got. But that's what's the word? Not authentic. Authorized, whatever. Official. Official Floridian import.
Is she pre-Terrier?
Belle, yeah, she is pre-Terrier. I loved Belle before I loved Terrier. Yeah. She's French as well. I think it's the Norman invasion that first drew me to her. Yeah, it's the only one of those mugs we've got. And yeah, Joe Holzman said, if there is a collection of them, are they all borderline inappropriate? Oh, Larry's still going. The public are notoriously not wise, so why were clothes that can only be seen by the wise in front of them? You know, Cinderella, when the pumpkin turns into a carriage, right? Spend some time on that one, Larry. And then Joe says, it does. It's the tannins.
Oh, yeah, the tannins in the wine, yes.
Ah. And Joe Holzman is replying to Larry saying he's clearly an idiot, which does explain absolutely everything about it. Josh Crosby, I was going to drive to Cumbria to see my family, but happy to not bother with them. That's for his birthday stream. Richard Clammer had a slice of salted caramel Viennetta. Normal Viennetta is great, however. I too dislike mint flavoured chocolate. Also hate fruit flavoured chocolate. Just eat fruit. What fruit flavoured chocolate do we get?
Fruit flavored chocolate.
What, cherry maybe? Cherry chocolate?
You get those but no you get those sort of
Scum banana.
well, you get scum and that, but no, Christmas time quite often you get the bits of lemon and lime and oranges that were sort of they've got sort of sugar around them, sort of but they're not really lemon and lime, but they're sort of crystallized pieces that look like fruit. I'm not describing it very well, but
I don't think I know what you mean.
I'll have to find a picture at some
Do you
point.
think you might mean fruit, like fruit and nut, like chocolate with fruit in it, like raisins and stuff?
Oh, I see. So you're thinking about that. So
know.
what do you get that's actually got proper fruit in it?
It's not like you get pineapple flavoured chocolate, is it?
Yeah, you get lots of flavouring ones, but actually to actually have proper fruit in it.
Well, I mean, orange is the big one, I suppose.
But again, it's all flavourings. But what do you actually get that's got orange proper in it? I suppose you get things like Jaffa cakes because isn't it got sort of like the marmalade type thing, and that's oranges in essence, isn't it?
Love a Jaffa cake.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I would eat Jaffa cakes, big time if I could.
Sam Page says, does that include bacon, Joe? Who knows? Joe says, they never taste like real bacon or chocolate. It's like eating lies. That's the fruit flavoured chocolate. You might be right, but the flavour's still nice, I think. It doesn't have to taste like real orange to be a nice flavour, for example, I think. Ashley can confirm there was no trickery of different wines in different glasses because the wines tasted the same. Oh, I see. This is about his example. I thought he'd been spying on you. So there was no trickery of different wines in different glasses because the wines tasted the same. I can't remember if he was selling glasses. If he was, I did not buy any. And Joe Holzman says, I reckon Damien knows the anosmia fact because of the same reason I do. I might do, but I don't know what the reason is. Rory, Michael likes Katie Razzle. She must have Hera boots.
I don't actually know what she looks like because I only hear her voice on things like newscasts.
It's because you're always looking at her boots. It doesn't include bacon from Joe. I love bacon. Bacon flavouring does not taste like bacon. Sam says Damien's terrified by chopsticks. Not that I know of, but sure. Joe Achille, lucky you found that before it fell in the bin. Joe's favourite word is scurryfunge, largely because it sounds dirty, but it isn't. Oh, I see what's happened. I think we were talking about chopsticks, and then I said, oh, shit, or something like that. I think that's what's happening. Apologies for swearing. My favourite, because Larry says, I thought Damien was very anti-chopsticks for a moment. Freaky891, that Stephen Ryan said, would it be Scrubs related? Oh, I do like Scrubs. Like Snosmia. And then Joe says, when is it not Scrubs related? So it must be in Scrubs. I don't remember that being in Scrubs, but maybe that is where I know it from. Ryan says, at least it didn't fall in your Chinese. The Chinese is long gone. Jack Brown says, can you name them correctly or just give them names? Beating me to it. Oh, that's about Larry. Larry taking an Eric Morecambe approach to Kings and Queens. There he knows all the right kings, but not necessarily in the right order. Joe Holzman, over an hour. You went live 2 hours ago, Damien. Don't sell Michael short. Ryan Pickering says it was still quicker than the World Cup draw. Duck Pie was amazed when he discovered that all of Santa's reindeer were female. Joe is stunned that anyone wouldn't know that. Oh, here's a history one for you. You might like this. James says, fun fact, Edward I should actually be Edward IV because there were 3 King Edwards before him. Edward the Elder, Edward the Martyr, and Edward the Confessor. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, there is some there, but we started naming our kings and giving them numbers after them from the conquest onwards. So it's William I, or William the Conqueror, William the Bastard.
Whoa! That last one was just Harold. Don't bring your Harold propaganda in here.
It was definitely William the Conqueror. So, but what I don't know is in medieval manuscripts. So when I did my my research on Edward I, one of his Scottish campaigns, at the time he was not called Edward I. It was, I'm trying to think how would they when they reference him, it would just be Edward the King. No, they didn't have the numbers, so I think that must have been a later thing. But yes, it was definitely something that was done from the conquest onwards, and so yeah, there is something in the fact that it wasn't the first Edward that was. But then you've got to argue, well, Edward the Confessor was clearly king of England, but some of the previous ones weren't necessarily king of the whole of England. It was a much more messy affair in the Dark Ages. But yeah, there is something in what he's saying.
Because they couldn't see anything. It's hard to keep it tidy.
Yeah.
I like the idea as well that William the Conqueror wouldn't, of course, be William the Conqueror before the Battle of Hastings. And so, I like the idea that Harold's just called him, they're like, oh, like Duke William is more like William the Bastard. It was that kind of thing. The kind of just some anti-William propaganda that then became the Conqueror.
But there's things like, I mentioned James I of England came to the throne in 1603, succeeding Elizabeth I. He was James VI of Scotland. So, you had these different, at that point, until the union of Scotland and England in 1707, you did have, for a period, a monarch that ruled two kingdoms that were still separate entities, effectively.
You'd also have, I suppose, if Harold had some sort of time travel and went forward a few years, and he was like, well, that's William the Conqueror over there. And he was like, hang on. Why is he called that? Isn't there there's some show or some book or anything about someone who time travels at some point from, I want to say, like the 1920s, and they hear it described as World War One. And there's this really kind of melancholic take on it where they say, what do you mean one? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Once that war ends, but before the Second World War, there's something like that where a person's horrified to hear it referred to as World War One because of the implication that there is a World War Two.
Yeah, it was called the Great War. If so, quick plug here, but one of the best museums I ever went to was in Caen in France, and it set out the narrative of how, from the end of the First World War, the war to end all wars, the Great War, that we, in the space of 20 years, less than 20 years, Europe descended into what we now know as the Second World War. And what was so good about it was one of these sort of fairly modern museums, but it was the core of the story was told in this sort of huge cylinder, if you like, that went down to the ground. And you started at the top, and you walked around this sort of balcony, going round and round. And as you went down and down and down, it set out the narrative of how we ended up from 1918 to 1939. So you weren't just having the story, you were physically feeling it as you went down this sort of down this deck, as it were. Yeah, and it was this wonderful marriage of images, of the narrative, of the words, and the physical experience of descending downwards into what felt like the gloom. How could Europe have done this in the space of 20 years after what it had gone through? But yes, it goes on to the Cold War as well. If you're ever in that neck of the woods, it's not. Caen's not far from Bayeux, for example, where the tapestry is. But if you're ever in that neck of the woods, it's highly recommended.
There you go. Larry thinks it was the Vikings. Who knows? Well, we are losing context here. Joe says, I think children existed before 2006, Michael. And then someone else has written the same, because he says, I think children did exist before then.
What did I say?
I don't know. Joe says, in Damien's dream matchup, could Tariel defeat the entire roster of Disney princesses? Oh, no, probably not all of them. You'd have to list them. It depends who you mean by princess as well. Because is Elsa a princess? Because she's got some pretty tasty ice powers in there. There's
quite a few of them, aren't there?
Yeah, well, there's some of them that've got magic. Tariel could kind of, I think, beat the crap out of most of them, but some of them have got a bit of a sorceress edge, right? She's going to beat, she's going to beat Cinderella in a fight. But who else? Depends what, Mirabelle hasn't got a gift, but she can make her house like yell at them or something. I don't know. Good question. James Wilson, if anyone's curious, the King Edward potato is named after Edward VII because it was first grown in 1902, the year he was crowned. That is interesting. Yeah, Joe says Terry's chocolate orange. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people saying orange, you muppets, but I think we'd accepted orange. We talked about orange. I think we were after other ones, weren't we? I don't think we were stumped on orange flavoured chocolate.
No.
I think we were trying to. There's quite a few people saying, "What about chocolate orange?" It's like, well, yes, but we'd discussed chocolate orange. I think we were talking about. If you're going to say fruit flavoured chocolate, you're going to, after a discussion about Terry's chocolate orange, you're looking for other ones, aren't you? I don't know. Jack Brown. I really like making chocolate oranges and grapes where they are half dipped in melted chocolate. The grapes look like acorns. That's pretty cool. Joe thinks I skipped a comment that would help him understand bacon. Great apologies. Richard Clammer, dislike the flavoured variety more. Also do dislike fruit in the chocolate too, like raisins. Fruit cake is horrid. Agree. That's because it's dried fruit, which is pointless. Joe Holzman, did they ever call anyone the first? No, of course not. Sure, they just call them king. Then they give them a number if they were. Although he's Charles the First, isn't he?
Yeah.
But
like I said, I can't remember if they designated that at the time or whether that's something that's been given to them afterwards.
Don't know. What about the popes? Was there a John Paul I?
Yeah, probably because there's John Paul II wasn't there.
Yeah, well, yeah, but is he at the time? Is he Pope John Paul I?
Oh, I see. I don't know. I don't know how
I think they probably are. I think they probably are.
It could well be, yeah, because they often would give themselves a name when they became Pope. So I could then, so that might well be that I'm going to choose myself Alexander or something, and then I'm the third of the Alexanders. I could see that possibly, but I wouldn't put hand on heart. But yeah.
King Harold has taken over Richard Clammer's account, saying he was illegitimate though, right?
Harold?
No, I presume he means William, but I don't know if he means was he born out of wedlock or was his claim illegitimate. I don't know.
No, he was born out of wedlock. He generally was. They bastarded in a sense, but he was. His father was Robert. Oh, come on, Robert the something or other. But anyway, but Robert got William recognized. But William was very young when his father died. His father died on his way back. Was either his way back from Crusade? I think it was. And his youth was quite a fraught affair with attempts to try and kill him. It was a miracle that he actually became Duke of Normandy in its own right. But I think that experience gave him the grounding to then be the sort of character he was, to think he could then invade England the way that he did.
Joe thinks the Conqueror was just Norman propaganda, probably trying to get rid of the bastard, as he was known before that. The Conqueror must be historical. That must be something we've added to him much later. I doubt he was the Conqueror in 1067, was he?
There is a story that while William was still Duke of Normandy, one of his nobles rebelled, and he besieged the castle, and they teased his bastardry by actually putting skins hanging from the castle walls, because his mother was a tanner's daughter, so they were sort of alluding to his bastardry. And when he took the castle, he then had several of the people have their hands cut off or something like that. So he didn't like being told that he was a bastard. He was a hard character.
Now I'll teach him. You won't do it again, will you? Larry says it was an episode of Doctor Who. I think that's about the World War I time travelling thing. Which is probably why I've heard it but didn't know it, because I don't watch Doctor Who. Joe Holzman says propaganda is another fun word. I tell children at school when we cover World War II in Year 6, it means getting a real good look at something. It's a propaganda. Sam says in Darren Shan's The Demonata, there's a moment where a soldier is rescued and asks who won the World War, and she says when asked which one, responds there was another, probably inspired by what you refer to. Yeah, that might be it. Ryan Pickering. Names and numbers are usually added much later in time. The Plantagenet dynasty wasn't called that until the War of the Roses. I see. Right. So, here you go. Thanks, Joe. You asked me if my mug was pre-children, which is why everyone hilariously replied, pretty sure there were children before that. It does sound like a historical time, doesn't it? Pre-children. They were called Angevins during their reign. That's obviously the Plantagenet dynasty. Charles is the third. Yeah, well, Charles the third's the third, but Charles the first was the first.
Yeah.
I meant the first one.
But Charles I's son was also called Charles.
That's a bit arrogant, isn't it? Sam Pagey, what you thought on berry flavoured chocolates?
I don't.
Straw?
Okay, I suppose. Orange is my favourite by a long distance.
Would agree. There were two other Charles in the 17th century, either side of the English Civil War.
Yeah. Yeah, father and son.
I think you may have mistaken what we said. Larry said, that's right, we never say Victoria the First, for example. Queen Anne was just Queen Anne. We called Queen Lizzie Elizabeth II throughout. But yeah, he is right there. It's not Victoria the First, is it?
No.
It's just Victoria. But I think in some sort of official sense, she would be Victoria the First. Some sort of honorific title or something. Don't know. Joe Kelly, Tariel versus Merida, Mulan, Elsa, and Moana. Remember, Tariel gets extra attacks if she's outnumbered. Well, if Elsa's in there, the Disney princesses win. Easy. Also, is it... it'd be interesting if they put it on sea, because if they put it on sea, Moana would like wafer around them, but Elsa would be able to freeze the water. So that could take away one of Moana's biggest advantages. Merida would be able to shoot her from a distance, but then Tariel could shoot Merida from a distance, of course. Mulan, great warrior.
I quite like the Mulan Disney film, I have to say, the animated one. It was one of Adam's favourites.
Good movie.
And when we went to Disneyland Paris, they actually had a show about Mulan as sort of on the stagey bit.
Joe admitted Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White as they'd just be cannon fodder. One attack and unarmed, likely fight two at best. Joe was referring to during their reign, as Michael was referring to manuscripts she studied that I assumed were contemporary manuscripts. Dare I say he was a bit of a bastard? Ashley says, funniest thing with Pope numbering, John the 20th was skipped because one of the popes made an admin error and accidentally miscounted. That's an interesting one. Calvin says, William the Conqueror's auntie was Emma of Normandy, who was the mother of Edward Confessor. She was also married to Knut the Great. He has a pretty good claim via blood. That's about it. Well, he was legit and whatnot. Jokingly, I wonder if Snow White's dwarfs would be the equivalent of Farmer Maggot's hands and make her a sneaky good opponent. Snow White doesn't get the dwarfs. They're just her mates. Otherwise, like Arda and Elsa could probably bring the entire kingdom of Arendelle, can they? They're not. The dwarfs aren't Snow White's war gear. They're just part of the same army list, I think. They'd all be individual profile. Larry says, I feel if Henry I was called the first in his reign, Victoria would have been called the first in hers and probably still would. Joe Achille, I should probably stop. I'm way down the rabbit hole with this. That's what Alice would say. Sam says, William was also played by Nicholas Costa Wilder, aka Jamie Lannister, famous for losing his hand. Reckon this was on purpose? I do not. I feel that would Larry thinks they would also be minor Thorin's company members. Joe, I mean, they wouldn't be called the first until there was a second. Your reply was, but he's called to Charles first. Yeah, but I meant Charles the First. I know what I said, but when I was saying he was Charles the First, I meant Charles the First. I think that's the bit where you've lost us, if that makes sense. I meant Charles the First was Charles the First. Joe says, when there are of course now 3 Charles. Yeah, I think so. Jack says James I might be an exception because of the 6 of Scotland thing might have been called the first at the time. Mark Stone is in. All right, dudes. Wonder who the King of Guernsey is. Ryan Pickering says, I think the official title would be Victoria First of her name instead of Victoria the First. Similarly, the number of the devil should be 616, not 666. Don't actually know why that is. Don't know that one. Calvin says there was a James II. There was a James II, 1685 to 1688. Who knew we were going down this rabbit hole tonight?
Yeah, well, I suppose we ought to apologise to our Antipodes and our.
I think we should also just tell everyone to shut the
cousins.
hell up about kings at this point.
We've gone a bit parochial.
At least we have another Victoria. I think Ellen Ripley would kick all their asses. Would Ripley be? It depends. Ripley would need weapons though. I think. You can calculate it from the Bible. That's the devil number. Maybe didn't miscount, and it was a papal dispute. It was it's good. It's good from Larry. Maybe he didn't miscount, and it was just a PayPal dispute. Joe says back when Bibles were always handwritten, a monk who was copying it saw 616 and decided it should be 666, and has been printed so ever since. Fact check it. Sounds good though. Richard Clammer talking about numbering heads of state. It makes me laugh how non-contiguous US president terms get a new number. What does that mean? As in, Donald Trump will be two different presidents? Is that what you're saying? He'll be like the 30th president and the 32nd president. Is that what you're saying? Possibly. Larry finds it weird there's been multiple Pope John Pauls, but no Pope George Ringos. It is strange. Nick here, Anna and Elsa aren't official Disney princess because the princess lineup is actually a marketing campaign to sell merch. Tariel wouldn't be Rapunzel and her frying pan. Yeah, Rapunzel's hair's a bit like a special rule, isn't it? Is there an official princess lineup then? Are there like authorised princesses who make the cut? Are there?
I don't know. Going back to Rapunzel, isn't there? And you're more steeped in the Tolkien lore than I am, but isn't there a story about one of
Yeah, it's Lucian.
one of the women that uses hair to escape in the same sort of fashion?
Yeah, it's Lucian, isn't it? It's Lucian gets trapped in.
Yeah.
And she gets put in a treehouse by Thingol, I think.
That was that. That's very recollection there was.
It's a very, very Rapunzel story.
Yeah.
Then Larry thinks it's 611. Now we're debating Ripley or Sarah Connor. Sam says the new viewer, wait, this isn't Middle Earth? These guys tricked me into a history lesson. At least that's what I heard it was. Maybe it was just in America. Joe says, who would win in a frying pan off Samwise or Rapunzel? I'm giving that to Rapunzel. She's a badass. Sam says, sorry. Enough of the royalty. Back to the Beavers. Yes. So Trump is number 45 and 47. Yeah, that's what I thought. And Joe's demanding it's 616. Royal Streams of Middle Earth. Huge fan. The Platypus Stream is a close second. Toy-wise, Anna and Elsa are always in Frozen packaging while others get Disney Princess. That's interesting. We're forgetting the other Disney Princess, Leia. Oh, yeah, but she's kind of married in. She's not, she's married into the family, I think. She's got the whole Rebel Alliance behind her. Snow White, Cinderella, Aurora, Ariel, Belle, Jasmine, Pocahontas, Mulan, Tiana, Rapunzel, Merida, Moana, and Raya are the official ones. There's an official Disney Princess lineup. Yes.
I suppose at this point I want to say, Joe, did you know that off the top of your head?
Well, he did say I just typed this into a popular search engine.
Oh, right.
And Joe learned that from QI, as well as there being a Route 666 in America, which changed its name to avoid association with the devil. Finally, they changed the number to 616. Enough! No more kings, no more royalty, no more of those things. We need to talk about some Middle-earth things.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault,
It's
Damien.
not your fault, Michael Haskell. It's no one's fault. It's our wonderful community chatting away on this fine Saturday night as they hubby. It's no one's fault. But I will be reading no more Disney Princess or King of England comments because we have some stuff to talk about. So there you go. Welcome to this episode of Battle Streams of Middle Earth.
That was just the entree.
Shall we talk about this? I know that Michael has to wait 20 seconds to see what this is, but I think we should talk about this.
I hadn't got the Zoom bit on, so I was looking at the YouTube bit. So,
I think we should talk about this. We have some news.
So this was the weekend before Thrones, wasn't it? That this was
yeah, I think so. I think it came out on a Monday.
Yeah,
it was the Monday before. I will read that. Callum Rutter has just said the stream continues on disc 2. That's very humorous. Her ladyship is arriving. We have the great foot map of where the game is going next. We have, what's it called, the treachery of Gollum, I believe.
think so. I've got the page up here.
Do you want a dramatic read to us? And in the comments now, let us know what you think about these new releases that we're going to get, while Michael uses his beautiful ASMR voice to tell us all about them.
Oh my goodness! You want me to read from the page?
Sure, why not?
Go on then. So this is play hide and seek was how Warhammer community decided to herald these new releases. In the perilous mountain passes of Cirith Ungol, worse things than orcs and goblins lurk, and one of them in particular has lots of legs.
Whee.
If you're squeamish or arachnophobic, you might want to look away rather than witness the fearsome form of Shelob. And then we get the nice picture of the glorious spider herself.
Do you want to tell us about Shelob, and we can chat about the model?
Shelob is a giant, bloated spider who hunts prey in the winding tunnels and passes of Cirith Ungol, the route into Mordor braved by Frodo, Samwise, and Gollum. I'm not quite sure it's braved. I think Frodo and Samwise were lulled by Gollum. But there we go. The spawn of Ungoliant, an ancient evil spirit in the earliest days of Middle-earth, Shelob is afflicted with a ceaseless hunger and will paralyze her prey and web them up so she can feast on them later.
She's just an animal, right? That's just what animals do.
And then it just talks about the practicality that, yeah. So we've got lots of lovely pictures. It's a lovely paint job we've got here. So the model itself, I think it's. I'm guessing everyone concurs that it's supposed that she's just about to skewer Frodo, because they've got her on two rocks either side. You know, just when she's going to do a sort of swivel act, as it were. And then the new box set comes not just with Shelob, but also. Sorry?
Do you think it's her above him, about to stab him?
That's how I see it.
See, I thought this was, you know, you get the webbed up Frodo, which isn't proof either way because that's just a counter. I thought this is meant to be webbed up Frodo beneath her as Sam's about to step into the picture.
It could be, yes, but I'm trying to think of go back to the film. Doesn't she? You know, because she straddles two rocks when she's above Frodo, and that's why I didn't notice her.
I know exactly the bit you mean.
She has to come down to then wrap him up.
Yeah. That's why I thought her being.
So that's why I think
ground level was closer. But I mean, who cares, right? It could be either. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's glorious either way. So the box set itself comes not just with Shelob, but we've got Frodo himself all wrapped up. In Manges, which I think is the second one of Frodo.
Yeah, well, I just did mine. I did mine for Halloween.
And then it comes with Gollum, and we've got another Gollum clambering over rocks. But this one actually I think is, I mean, as with all the modern sculpts though, it's just another step forward, and I think it looks rather glorious.
Yeah, he didn't get, we don't need to talk about reactions yet, but he didn't get as glowing a review, but I genuinely, I haven't got Gollum here, I genuinely think that might be the angle. I think it's one of those very dynamic models, you know, where the limbs are going out at different angles, and when you take it from one angle, it looks a bit odd. But I think when you get it in your hand, everyone's going to go, oh, that's really cool, actually.
I must admit, I hadn't picked up that there wasn't quite a positive vibe for Gollum. I just think he looks great. And I think when I get the set, this would be Gollum would be one of the ones I'd want to be doing, because I think it's one of the better Gollum models.
That's cool then. Do you have a Shelob?
I do. I did make metal Shelob. I just a lot of people find it a struggle with, you know, being a metal model with the metal legs and everything. I don't remember. I remember it being tricky to do, but not overly so. You just had to take it, you know, once it worked out which are the pairs of legs, because they were never numbered or anything. You had to work out which are the ones that go backwards and forwards in the middle, as it were. Once you worked that out, it was then just a question of doing them one by one, and just making sure that you've got them in the reasonable position and let the super glue dry in time. So I was quite pleased with my one, and I actually found a base off eBay to put her on, and the base has been started. She hasn't been, but she's been undercoated, and she's been on sort of on the list to do at some point. So the metal version, will be definitely getting bumped for this rather glorious update.
And does that mean the metal one will then never see the light of day, do you think?
Well, when I retire, possibly might get to see the light of day, because I was quite pleased with the way I'd done the legs and everything. So quite possibly, I think, because it wouldn't take too long to paint, to be perfectly honest. I mean, she's mostly black with lots of sort of dry brushing and so on, and sort of some red, some strategic places.
Could be an
So it wouldn't
alternate
be too long
Spider
to do.
Queen model, perhaps.
Say again, sorry.
Could be an alternate Spider Queen model, the old one.
Could be, yeah. Oh, she'd definitely be a candidate for that.
I'm in a very similar boat to you, but just a bit behind in that I've had her in my. I've got a massive box of models in the loft, a huge, really useful thing that is like everything I've got, and then downstairs I've got a box of things that I try and paint, and Shelob's been in that box for years and years. I've always wanted to do her, and now I'm looking at this going, well, she's never getting painted because this is stunning, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, had you actually assembled the metal one, or is it still?
No,
still in the box?
that's why I read them behind you. I didn't even get
Yeah,
that far.
yeah.
But I think even if you're right, and it's not as bad as people make out, I think if you ask people to vote on the metal model that they'd like to be turned into plastic the most, I think Sheila would be quite high up.
Yeah, she'd have been up there. Yes.
And it
without
is
a doubt.
just gorgeous. And I like the metal one a lot. I think the metal one's a great pose that has aged really well, even if it's hard to assemble. I think it looks awesome. But I didn't realise how much better they could make it, if that makes sense. And it's just gorgeous, just stunning.
Yeah.
Base size.
Well, I was just thinking that as well.
There's a bit of chatter about it when she's next to Gollum and stuff. Looks big.
Well, what the rulebook has? I mean, the rulebook's still the same base size as she was before.
Yeah, but didn't they? They've changed bulk, right? Or did they change bulk in the rulebook?
They changed bulk in the rulebook. I'm pretty certain, and we just had to wait for the new model.
Have we changed the base size? Maybe I was thinking of bulk and getting confused. I think that looks big to me.
Yeah, it does. But is that because going back to the way our brains can be diverted, deceived? Is it because she looks big, we know she's big, and therefore we're assuming that's a big base, but the reality is she's I don't know what it'd be, 60, 70 or something. I don't know.
You might be right, but I just think that the model isn't going to be smaller than the old one, right? The model is we're seeing is when you look at things like Treebeard and stuff, not necessarily true scale, but they're getting bigger, which means she's bigger than the model that barely fits on a 60mm base. So I think she might be going up.
I mean, has anyone actually looked in the rule book?
No, she's definitely 60mm in the current edition.
Oh, she is she?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this might be a case where they do. What did they do? They did the shade, right? They put the shade in Rise of Angmar and changed its rules. I just wonder if they've made a super cool Shelob model and they're going to go, you know what? Let's put her on the base that makes sense now.
Maybe, but that might dissuade some people because we especially in tournaments where you got lots of terrain. Oh, mind you, with Spider, it doesn't matter, does it?
Look at the size of those rocks. Like, you've got to imagine that pathway is wide enough for a model to walk through, right?
Yeah. Well, I think the idea is you can put the Frodo on there as if you wanted to.
And then picture that on a 60mm base. Rocks that size. I think that's big. I think that might be an 80. But yeah, it's the pictures next to Gollum. There's a photo. I don't think it was on the article. I think it was like the Warhammer community post or something. There was a photo that had them together. I'm not sure. Warhammer. Let's just have a look.
I mean, if she is bigger, does that suggest that, does that indicate that she might get released about the same time as the FAQs in February, for example?
Could be. Yeah, there it goes. So basically, if you go onto the Warhammer page and search Shelob, the link to it comes up, and Gollum and Shelob are on the same. They're on the same picture. And if you look there, I think that's got to be a bigger base. There's no way that's a 60 she's on. Because, you know, Gollum's 25mm base is right next to her. I think. Who knows? So, yeah, I mean, amazing model. Like, gorgeous model. Hooray. No idea why we're getting Shelob, but awesome, right?
Well, on the Warcom article, it comes with the fact that we're getting the next supplement.
Would you like to tell us about that, or do you want a hobby and I can tell us about that?
No, that's right. I've just done some wash, so I'm just letting the wash go.
Oh, good.
So,
the horn's a separate piece, is it? That seems sensible. I can't wait to lose that. Who would make the horn a separate piece? That's rancid.
So before we leave the model,
yeah,
I think there's been some sort of chatter about the fact, you know, we've got this glorious Shelob, we've got Frodo all wrapped up, and then we've got sort of Gollum, if you like, sort of on looking. The obvious question mark is, why have we not got a Sam that's just about to challenge Shelob?
Where's Sam?
Carrying Sting and the Light of Elendil. Just about to say "Oi you" sort of thing, which I think he says in the film, doesn't he? You know,
put her down, you filth. You will not touch him again.
And you think in the way that we've got, you know, because we do have Sam. I think we've got at least one Sam in a separate post holding a carrot, for example, for Bill. You know, we've got, you know, it's not always Frodo and Sam. There is some Sams that are separate, and that feels like a good opportunity to have had a separate Sam as part of the set.
Must be sprue room, right?
Yeah, it could well be. There's some practical reason why. But yes,
I do know that. I know the answer for that actually, Michael. I have the correct answer because someone cracked it on the internet for me. I can't remember when I was chatting about this. It must have been Throne of Skulls because we haven't had a stream, so I can't have done it on here. But someone who I won't say said the reason there's no Sam in it is so that you have to buy both kits. It's Games Workshop making you buy both kits to get the Sam, which is one of the more hysterical anti-GW claims I've heard. You know, that, like, the idea that can you imagine that the metal Shelob is still on sale when this is on sale? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I was like, oh yeah, well now they'll both be on sale, and now you have to buy both. It's like just sit down, love. All right, that the metal Shelob is about to go out of production incredibly soon, if it's not already gone, and they will not both be on sale. Have a day off. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So you don't. Everything doesn't have to be a conspiracy.
Perish the thought the internet is full of wild and weird.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That one made me laugh out loud. You know, like you say it's crap, say it should be there, say it's expensive, whatever you want, but please don't say the reason there's not a Sam on it is because GW have made the conscious decision to make you buy both sets.
Yeah, I think you could be right about simple sprue room.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, they've got Gollum on there, and they've obviously decided Gollum's the thing they want, I guess. We don't have any plastic Sam yet, do we? Like, you know, I know we've got the old Fellowship one. I mean, like Middle Earth team. We haven't had Frodo and Sam, I think.
No.
So, like, you can see the need for it for sure. But I think they've obviously gone. When we get onto the supplement, you know, if they're planning this release for that book, I guess they're going, well, who goes with who's in this? We need Gollum to be in this supplement. So we need a new Gollum. We can't make a sprue. I'd love the idea that they decided to make a plastic Gollum and had all this room. And we're like, what can we put on that? And a Shelob. As opposed to going, we've made a Shelob and we've got a little bit of room. Let's put a Gollum on
it. We shall wait and see what rocks up.
Yeah.
So with these wonderful 3 new figures, we've got the Warcom article talked about our next supplement, because we've had one so far, haven't we, with the Rohan.
We've had one, yes. What about second supplement?
Yeah, so the second supplement, 48-page softback supplement. So it features 9 new narrative scenarios covering the Hobbit's journey through Cirith and their encounters with Shelob and Gollum. Each can be played as a standalone scenario or as part of a longer campaign with rules that change depending on whether the good or evil forces win. So I think it's, this is a fairly familiar pattern now. In terms of some of these supplements that are coming out, that they're narrative orientated. There is some hobby in there as well. It talks about complete guides for painting Gollum and Shelob.
Very handy, I think, both of those. Like, I think Gollum, I think Shelob, I know you said it'd be quite quick to paint. I actually think something all black like that is a bit of a challenge, like to do well. And I think Gollum is a lot of kind of pale flesh, and I think having some guidance on that is quite useful.
Yeah, and there's Frodo as well. It's included in terms of the paint guides. And then it talks. This is the one that I find not intriguing, but appealing. That's the word. It's got hints and tips for creating gaming tiles representing the lair of Shelob.
Tiles.
And there's when BSIME gets round to doing the White Dwarves in a few years' time, I remember one of the White Dwarves did this wonderful board of Shelob's lair.
Yeah, I remember
with all the webs in there and everything. And now I don't think it was modular.
Discs, didn't it? It had like web discs that you slid down to block tunnels. Yeah, it was brilliant.
And it was really good. Now this one's obviously taking it a step forward by because they're talking about gaming tiles, so I'm assuming I'm inferring from that the degree of modularity.
Yeah, for sure.
But that one I think I would find quite interesting to try and contemplate doing. I know it's a bit sort of niche, as it were, but I think that could be quite good fun.
Well, later in the stream, when we look at the magazine, we might see some gaming tiles that might give us some inspiration potentially.
Yeah. And then the other thing they talk about is guides for creating sort of marsh pools, brackish water pools, and they talked about things like the stuff you come across in dead marshes and so on.
That's cool.
And talk about using your Gondor Mansion and Gondor Ruins kits for Osgiliath sewers. So it's again, the supplement's not just confining itself to a particular segment of the story or the film and so on. It's also trying to reach beyond that and give you other thoughts. It's this the alternative ideas.
What's the name of the supplement? Is it?
It was the Treachery of Gollum, and Gollum's on the front cover.
Yeah, so there's a Gollum focus, so we get the dead marshes as well. So it looks like it's not. I think everyone's looking at the spider going Shelob, but it seems like it might be Gollum centric almost.
Yeah.
Which could be quite cool. So, what do you think then about this? Because we're now like this second supplement, right? And it's like new models, narrative scenarios, scenery guide. Is this exciting you, or are you getting in any way twitchy about what's not there?
Twitchy is not the word. I think I said before that I've enjoyed the narrative scenarios when we've done them, and they've probably been a neglected part of the hobby that I really should be doing more of. So that's why I think I'm quite keen. I need to find a set of narrative scenarios, and this one might be it. That really that I find really intriguing and interesting, and want to go deeper in. Because I do think a lot of the narrative scenarios have a lot of potential for fun. So I want to explore that. In terms of what it means, I don't know. I think I'm reasonably relaxed in terms of letting the Middle Earth team do what they take the game in the direction they feel it should be taken, or it's not that they're allowed to, as it were, but within the constraints of which they have in terms of the license, in terms of GW's model they have to work within certain operating factors, if you like.
Yeah.
But I'm prepared to trust them to then do the right thing by us in terms of taking the game forward. So I am reasonably relaxed. It's seemingly different so far, and this is early days. We just don't know. It's only the second thing we've had in terms of an additional material on top of the core set of stuff for the new edition. It's seemingly that the narrative scenarios will have the focus.
Yeah.
But let's just wait and see.
It was interesting that I remember, and I've actually praised, the community as a wider for the War of the Rohirrim one, where there was no. I just remember the reaction to that seemed to be super good. There was very, very little moaning about lack of profiles, lack of army lists and stuff. And again, I did see a bit more in this. Oh, it's another supplement without any match play stuff. Do you see what I mean? It was a bit more of kind of okay, you can have one, not two though. And again, there's no guarantees yet, but it's exactly the same as last time, where you feel like if there was that stuff in there, we'd know about it from the preview. Contains X new profiles or X new arm lists or anything. So I don't know. For me, it really doesn't matter. Just like it didn't last time. I like this stuff. It's probably what I'd rather, I guess. But I don't know. For me, if you give me loads of new narrative scenarios, loads of brand new hobby content, and new kits like this for old models, I'm kind of like, yeah, I think that's all right. I like that. That's a good focus for me, I think. But I totally understand why people wouldn't think that.
I guess so. I think the challenge they have, I guess, with the Middle Earth team is unlike 40k or Old World or Age of Sigmar or something. They can't just go off and make up something that's in their own IP. They are constrained within the films and books of Tolkien's world. So things like the Shelob release, for example, what more could they do that was new or different? It's there aren't any new characters you could add within that we haven't already had sort of scenarios. So I'm not sure there's much could be done. So, but there could be in the narrative scenarios, and as you say, having wonderful new models to enjoy.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah. So I am reasonably relaxed at the moment, and I still think, all right, the release of the Armies of Middle Earth and the match play was a bit. Get my words out. A little bit longer than we'd have liked after the original 3 books came out. But nonetheless, there is still so much to explore in the new edition out that I don't think we would necessarily need new stuff right now.
Yeah, potentially. Let's see what the nerds think, because that might spark further conversation.
Do you want me to dive in, or are you happy to keep going?
I don't mind. I'm happy to dive for a bit if you want. If your wash is dry. Sam said needs a scare warning next time. There's someone, I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, it's probably the spider appearing. GR Hobbies. I have a friend who wants to start listening to BSIME and isn't sure which stream to start on. Probably not this one. I told him the Glorfindel stream is the best place to start. Wow, it's nice to know that. So 128 episodes in, episode 123ish could be the best. That isn't for me to say.
Who was guest host with Glorfindel? Was that Mark?
I'm going to offend everyone. I can't remember who did which one. I'll tell you. I'll tell you who it was. I think it was Macklin. I want to say Macklin for Glorfindel.
It could have been.
And now when it's going to be Mark, I'm going to be in so much trouble. Whereas Glorfindel was... It was Macklin! Oh, Macklin Matt! I don't know. I don't know what the best stream is, because I don't get to consume it in the same way other people do. But by all means, if anyone's got a favourite stream or one, I have no idea. I wouldn't know. Yeah, no idea. Any from you, Michael? Is there any sort of standout one that makes more sense than some others?
Depends how far back you go. The one you did with Steve with the sewers, where you actually played the game
with the battle report, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good actually. I remember that was one that lingers long in the memory.
I thought recently, I mean, I liked the Bombadil one, and I'm saying that mainly because I think the Middle Earth content was quite strong. I think there was quite a good Oh, it was a twofer, wasn't it? We did 2 on Bombadil. Oh, I don't know which one was a good one, but I thought there was quite good Middle Earth content in that. Whereas I think people have to be on board for a while before the beaver content starts to become enjoyable.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
maybe not. Maybe show them the beaver one and get them in fast. Who knows? But good luck, and just say if the one you watch is rubbish, just watch one of the other. Just watch the other 126, and eventually you'll find one you like. Huddy says that was a cheeky DVD reference. You must love them. There's talk about previous topics, which I'm ignoring as per the rules. Rory thinks it's an enormous base that's different from the current profile. Ryan's new plastic Shelob, yes. And Larry says, Damien, on a scale of 1 to chopsticks, how scary is that Shelob? It's pretty scary. I would give that 9 chopsticks on the scary. It's a pretty scary looking model, right?
I suppose the ultimate would have been to ask Jay how he felt about it.
I do believe, as I know Jay's a friend, I think he was on paternity leave when this was done, and I'm not saying that that's why he planned to have a child, but I think he avoided the worst of it. Cal thinks it's a gorgeous model, very similar to the Weta statue. What is happening here? I told you the service here was good. This is incredible. Thank you. Oh, this is next level. Thank you very much. Mother O'Burn this time. Can of Coke, sausage roll, 2 cheese straws.
Oh.
This place. That's Mother O'Burn hand.
Hello.
It's just there. It's that camera.
Royally looked after.
So looked after for 43 years now.
How many?
43.
Oh, just checking.
I didn't do you out of early years or anything. No, is everyone good? Thank you. Well, it's just incredible here. Just incredible here. Well, what are we on? Spiders, Larry, chopsticks.
Do you want to make a bid
Cal.
here, Damien? That next time if there is a next time I come down and do Thriller Girls Hobby for you, that I say we have to do it at your mum and
We'll do
dad's.
it here. We'll have to ship a lot of stuff in, and we'll do it in the garage, which doesn't have the heating that the summer house heat. Oh, it's tricky.
Oh
It's tricky.
God! You get lots of thumbs up for that from the community.
Yeah, although they're actually talking of doing up the garage here, so we might lose the garage space. So who knows? It could be a hell of a hobby vlog. So yeah, cheese straws. These are again a regular BSIMers will know these from the Tring Friday Bakery. So good. Yeah, Cal thinks it's a gorgeous model, very similar to the Weta statue. And then there's another one. Where did jump scares from Emma rate on a scale of 1 to chopsticks?
That first one was just, yeah. That was
Emma, chopsticks, Shelob, I think. Joe Achille thinks it's a crazy good model. I feel obliged to ask once more, will there ever be a Last Alliance supplement? A new Gil-galad, an Aryan, new plastic High Elves, new Numenorians, new plastic Sauron. Michael Haskell.
Wrong person to ask.
You were the only one I had. I'll shout out to my mum.
You've got to say at some point, surely that's part of the story that they will revisit, because there's still lots of scope, because they were some of the earliest miniatures they did. Surely that's somewhere to go and have a look at. I guess the challenge might be to think about narrative scenarios. It's a bit limited because it was just a big battle that effectively we saw from a film perspective. I know there's more within the books and so on.
They have the license of the book though, right? So they could go down the book route and split it up, I think.
They could do, that's true. And of course there is the story that there is the story that's laid out in terms of Isildur and so on.
Well, they could also do the build up.
Yeah.
I remember I think it was was it in Gondor at War where they had both versions. They had like the 1 hill version, them all in a circle, and then over the page they had the 2 hill version, so you could play it film or book.
Oh right, I don't think I noticed that.
It might have been the Return of the King Journey book I'm thinking of. They've definitely done in one published book. They had like a book scenario and a film scenario. I do want
So
to say
there
it
are
was more
things they
recent,
could
though.
do. Yeah. I think, Joe, I'm sure it must be on the list of things they'd like to do. It's more of a question of when they can turn, when they get a chance to turn to it.
I mean, if the game keeps going, then the answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah. So everyone keep investing in the game so that GW keep wanting to do stuff for it, even if it's at the pace we might not like, but they still keep doing new stuff for us.
I think it's interesting when you look at this, because this isn't New Warriors, right? This is the next plastic kit. I'm not recounting War of the Rohirrim stuff because part of me sort of assumes a lot of that was sculpted at the same time and was held back because of, I don't know, production releases, I don't know. This feels to me like the first new plastic we've had since War of the Rohirrim. Is that fair? I know we had a bunch of really weird releases in the middle where we had Beachbone and we had Theodred and we had
Bolg.
the Ballista. Oh, Bolg, yeah, Bolg's a good one. So we've got Bolg and then we've got Shelob. So Riders of Rohan must be the next warriors. They must be. And then after that, you've done up your Rohan, right? Do you then make new Minorians and elves, or do you make new Uruk-hai to fight your Rohan? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I wonder if they do the things that they might have focused on 2 years ago when they were just releasing resin models, resin heroes, or whether they try and sort of thematically refresh the warriors. And I don't know.
It's one of those situations where you want to be a fly on the wall in those conversations they're having in terms of, like you said, weighing up which direction they take.
A fly screaming, make new Minorians. Molemend says, with some Uhu glue and a hobbit in her legs, she'll make some amazing conversion. Yeah. And Joe says that sounds dirtier than you intended. Jack Brown, have been trying to work out how many of the scenarios are likely new. Looking at Quest of the Ringbearer, likely duplicates of Taming of Smeagol, Dead Marshes, Shelob's Lair, and Cirith Ungol. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Maybe also Gollum's Treachery card game, a few more potential, but that's likely. Do we get a total of? Did it say 9 scenarios?
I think it said 9. Yes, I'm just going back to double check on the page, but I think you're right. I think it said 9.
Ricky also asked if there's any bonus entries.
Yep, 9.
No. So 9 scenarios. I think Jack's done well here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that sounds like there's 4 scenarios we don't know about, potentially. Quite cool. Joe Holzman says, pretty sure we're getting an update of the Battle Games Middle-earth Sewers scenario, given the hobby guys they mentioned being in the book. Yeah, that'd be cool. Just rewatch the same. I think Damien is right. Oh, I like these comments. The pose is when she's about to attack Sam after dropping Frodo. Yeah, but I don't think I'm right. I think it looks like that to me, but it also absolutely looks like the bit Michael's talking about as well. But cool. Well, credit to the sculptor because, and it's Keith. I know that Keith did this.
She's lovely.
Yeah.
Well,
so
she's
nice.
lovely in a
Horrific,
nasty, evilly, scary way.
Wow. Joe says paint both Shelobs at the same time. Larry's going to get 2 new Shelobs to base 1 to use as a Spider Queen. Joe's built the old one twice, never found it near as difficult as everyone makes out. Not an easy model, certainly from the most difficult model I've built.
Yeah.
They changed Bolg in the rulebook. Yes, that's what we said, isn't it? I think. Yeah. And I think he's now changing rulebook to FAQ. They changed Bolg in the FAQ. Did they?
Yeah, so that's why. Because the Walcom article says in the months to come.
So he has been changed since the book. So the book's wrong. So that's good for this Shelob thing.
Yeah. So it might be right then. Yes. So that will be available to pre-order in the coming months.
I think Joe is confirming kind of what we thought they did change it, but has then accidentally typed the wrong word.
Yeah.
So it's put like they changed it in the rulebook, and then I think no, not the rulebook, the FAQ. I think.
Yeah.
And James Wilson says, I see a Shelob stream in the future. Yeah, I think so. I think when the supplements are out, I think that's a big enough release. It'll probably be a few months, won't it? But is it enough to do? It's certainly Spider Week, I reckon.
Oh yeah, surely.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely
you're the
Spider
boss,
Week.
sir, but
Definitely Spider Week. Maybe Shelob Week. I think she deserves it. Incredible stuff. Sam Huddy thinks it's 100 mil. Someone was suggesting 100 mil. That's pretty big. And Larry thinks, yeah, it's either a bigger base or a smaller Shelob. And it's not going to be a smaller Shelob. Richard Clammer thinks it's 80. And yeah, this is what I mean. Larry says the old one's got her legs bent to fit on a 60. This one fits comfortably. Joe Holzman, surely there's a Sam and Frodo set coming separately. And Sam says, Sam is here in his lounge. Do you think we're getting a Sam and Frodo set? I suppose that would make sense, wouldn't it? That's why neither of them are on there, because you're going to get both of them.
unless they're going to do some sort of pack with Sam and Frodo in different guises in the latter part of their journey. So, Sam and Frodo facing Shelob in different ways, or Sam and Frodo in all armor. And something like that, or Sam and Frodo resting in Italy, and something like that. Different combinations of them, but then I suppose that might be wasteful. I don't know, but yeah, surely.
Do you think that'd be a big seller? Like, that's
that's
quite cool.
what
Like
I'm
Sam and
doubting
Frodo
myself.
in the second two films, almost.
Yeah.
Here's them, like all those sculpts we've got, but updated to plastic. Here's them in orc armor. Here's them at Mount Doom. You buy them all in one.
You make a good point.
No, my good point might well be that it would be a big seller. It would be pretty cool.
Mm.
It would be quite cheap, I think, wouldn't it? Because the Hobbits are little.
Well, I suppose I'm thinking the fact that they did those 3 pairs of Rohirrim heroes in a box set, didn't they? Rather than do them as separate standalones.
Super cheap.
Yeah, and yeah.
Larry also thinks they didn't have space. He just had space to fit Gollum and Frodo. Joe, perhaps considering how much they can cram onto a sprue these days, Gorbag and Shagrat will come in the same set.
Mm-hmm.
That must mean their own set. Oh, or maybe means a set with Sam and Frodo. I would have expected them to be a Forger release. Oh my goodness, it's jumped and there's loads. People care about Shelob.
Slightly off topic, just as part of my looking at issue 83 and looking at some of the books around it, I looked at the One Ring, the big blue book, because that came out around the time of issue 83 or just a bit before. And I don't think I'd noted or remembered that it wasn't good armies and evil armies. It was all mixed up.
Yeah. Like the order of the army list.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure. Was it even? Was it for the journey? I don't know.
Thematically, weren't
they? Yeah. Yeah.
I think you had like Rohan next to Isengard, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right. So it was done a different way. Anyway, so that was off to one side. Sorry.
Larry says the thing that interested Larry is potentially we might end up with 4 different Golems being on sale all at once. You'll have to lose one, won't you? I'm sure you. So we've got Riddles in the Dark. You've got the Mordor set. And is it a Dead Marshes set? Is that the other one we've got available at the moment? The Emin Mule set, I think.
I think so, yes.
I could see Riddles in the Dark going. That's a bit extraneous. Nice model though. Joe Holzman. Oh, he's got loads. That statement's also silly. No one would buy both. Yes, sorry. This is the lunatic on the internet. No one would buy both Shelobs to get a Sam. They'd buy one of the other sets that comes with a Sam model. One that would also come with a Frodo that's not webbed. The Shelob's lair tie sounds not dissimilar to the Moria tiles in this issue's gaming hobby sections, and he says feel free to use that amazing segue, Damon, which is presumably when I said that amazing segue. I thought that's just good. Is perhaps the assumed restrictions regarding movie and book stuff in the new edition is restricting supplements? Maybe. If they've been forced to. You alright? Alright, that's the last year.
And your mum's already gone.
Alright, love you.
Take care.
See you in the morning.
Oh, I left one item downstairs.
All right.
Right.
Cheers. Take care. Love you.
Is that Dad?
That is Dad. If they've been forced to split... Oh, she's talking about the books, the way they had to split the books for the Armies Middle-earth, that sort of thing. They've been forced to split the books the way they have. Perhaps they can't mix book stuff and movie aesthetics in the supplements. And he says, personally, I think the peak was the Rivendell stream. Was that the one recently again? Was that like the Elf special one? Was that called a Rivendell stream? I mean, if people are choosing a couple of the most recent ones as the best one after 6 years, I'm pleased with that. I'm looking forward to Larry's comment that says the best one was the first one or something like
I was going to say, no, it means after 6 years you're finally getting it right.
that. It took us a while to figure it out. Joe Achilles says, episode 14. I hold my knife in my right hand when I'm cutting my food, but... Yeah, the good old food cutting. Sons of Gondor, my favourite BSIME stream was the Christmas one where Damien read from the letters from Father Christmas book. Was Michael the guest on that one?
No, that's a good shout.
Were you the guest on that?
No.
I think that was pre-guest host, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yes.
Yeah, Christmas stream always good. Same as Halloween stream, but I think it feels like cheating. So
I always prefer the Christmas ones. Just because it's the Christmas vibe, everyone's feeling, we're going to get a few days off. It's time spent with family, and everyone's feeling in a good place. Or most people are.
And of course, the Halloween stream is traditionally very scary because of the fancy dress. It's quite an upsetting stream sometimes.
Yeah, risque stream.
Oh no, I didn't mean no. Stop it. There was no risque stream. But yeah, Christmas is fun, and yeah, hopefully Friday the 19th for our Christmas stream, which will be quite close to Christmas, a bit closer to Christmas, I think, than recent ones. That'd be cool. Joe Achilles says episode 28 is another good one. It has SBG profiles for Damien and Steve. I can't believe people remember that. Ricky Strixbanks just says Beaver is my favourite one. Sons of Gondor, any BSIME episode with an Emma surprise scare. Larry says the best one to start with would be Gurrett's Week or Armies of Middle-earth or maybe this year's Battle Screams for reasons. Oh, I suspect. Do you want to crack that one?
Well, wasn't Armies of Middle-earth Dale?
Oh, if it was, that's uncracked then.
I know, because I know he did a couple of the books, didn't he? Because they were mega long 7-hour jobs.
It's not Dale.
Yeah.
It's not Dale.
Yeah. Not
Dale did like the Armies of Middle-earth. Sorry, he did Armies of Lord of the Rings, Armies of the Hobbit, and the new one. But I think you might have cracked it the same way I've cracked it. Why do we think Larry thinks those are the best ones?
Because he was on them.
I think Larry's hosted those streams.
Ah.
Unbelievable. Joe Kelly, I would probably vote for episode 7 as the John Travolta Adina Menzel bit will make you fall off your chair laughing. How do people remember this? It's incredible. Obviously in episode 7 we discussed what's the name? What is it?
This is 5 years ago. This is 2020, isn't it? Must be.
What does he say? Does Adele Dazeem, is that it? Adele Dazeem?
Oh, yes.
And now the wonderfully wicked Adele Dazeem.
Yeah, that does ring bells.
So good, so good. Ricky Drinks Paint, special mention to AMA episode with Steve's breakdown. Was it AMA Steve? I thought AMA was much early. Did we have a second AMA stream?
We might have done, because wasn't Emma the one where you lost a bit?
Yeah, AMA's well early.
In.
Whereas I think Steve's breakdown was the bit where he had his existential crisis about how he didn't want to do it anymore. And then kind of, dealt with the crisis for about a year and then ran away.
Yeah, I just remember the existential one. You having to have a serious hard talk with him.
Larry, how do we know the model is going to be drier than the statue? Whoa, what the hell does that mean? How do you know the model is going to be drier than the statue? Oh, wetter. It's a wetter. It's like the wetter statue. Got it.
You're on Larry's wavelength.
Yeah, it's an awful place to be. Joe says episode 31 as the first Emma scare. Callum is a big fan of the return of hobby content to the books. And then people saying, yeah, it was Gondor at War that had those double supplements. Larry thinks they're not allowed to do it anymore. That's why they didn't. He suspects they didn't give you an option to take Glorfindel and Road to Rivendell instead of Arwen. Well, maybe. Possibly.
Yeah.
Richard Clement, I don't think you will see anything Last Alliance until after Ring of Power has done it first. Not even because of collab, just because they want to keep the visuals clear and usable. I've shifted my stance on that. And, you know, there's no point denying this because I would have said it on here on the internet many times. I was always like, I don't think they'll touch the Last Alliance. Like, I was basically saying that. Why the hell would they do it now Rings of Power's out? But I reckon now they ain't getting Rings of Power. Do you know what I mean? It's been a couple of years now. And I think not only have we not seen anything, you know, they could be working on it right now. Of course, Amazon have done no marketing for it. Sorry, not no marketing, no merch for it. And I think we'd know by now. I think they would have done it, maybe not by season 1, but by season 2 if it was happening. And so, I think potentially they might have been about to do a Last Alliance supplement and gone, oh, hang on, let's wait for Rings of Power. But by now, I think that decision has probably been made that they're going, we're not doing Rings of Power. At which point, Rings of Power just has no impact on their plans anymore. That's my current take on it. So I think it would have impacted them for a couple of years, but I don't think it would anymore. That's my take.
I mean, the Rings of Power, they've not even done any makings of books or anything at all like that.
There's nothing at all. I don't think they can. I don't know this. I think that like Amazon don't have merchandising rights or something. So they've got the rights to make TV shows, but not the rights to make merchandise of them because there's nothing at all. There's no swords. There's no books. There's no toys. There's nothing at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just going to shut the door.
Surely they'd have had the rights to explain how they made it and so on.
Yeah, the lack of books is odd, but yeah.
I mean, just on that quickly, is season 3 in production?
Yeah.
I don't follow this sort of thing, so I don't.
Yep.
I was
kind of feeling it might have even wrapped. I might be making it up. It's definitely in production. They've released some little trailers from it, like not the trailers you want to see, but like, you know, kind of shots from the movie. Shots. There's a big shot of Andrew, that sort of stuff. So they're making it now.
So that'll be next year. It'll be next autumn, maybe.
2054 or something. I don't know. Joe Holzman, yeah, Gondor at War has a movie Blackgate scenario. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. The right hill and the left hill, then the Blackgate, the left hill with designer's notes playing both at the same time. Josh Crosby says loads of BSIME has clearly seen the sewer tiles. Does this mean Ashley, our wonderful Ashley Hamster Reed, who has done a load of awesome White Dwarf content, he built some of these things ages ago, and he brought them to the BSIME meetup, and people could play a scenario. I don't know if you played on them. So
no, I didn't. Not there. No.
He had made, and I wonder if Josh there is saying loads of BSIMers have seen the sewer tiles, because he might be connecting Ashley's White Dwarf content with sewer tiles. And maybe it's Ashley's. That'd be cool. Tanya says maybe we are getting Sam. It's just being kept secret. If it was a separate release, maybe. If it's on the sprue, I think you'd know.
Just going back to the sewer tiles. Do you reckon Steve still got them?
That's a great question.
I mean, is it something we could loan off him, as it were?
I don't know. Is the answer to that. I don't know how much he's still got. I might message him.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. He sure as hell ain't playing with them.
No. Well, I mean, it's great that all those boards he did that are still being used in scouring of Cheshire, for example, and things like Dublin and so on. So all that lovely work he did is still getting usage. It'd be a shame for those sewer tiles not to...
that was incredible. He knocked them out in like a week.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's why I said that's one of the reasons that they were memorable because it was a BSIME stream. I think it was the first time you'd done something in terms of trying to do a remote game between the two of you and trying to make it work, but also the work that Steve had done, like you said, knocking out quite quickly.
Yeah, he did a banging job on that. Joe says they changed Bolg in the rule book, but there was an FAQ. Oh, I see. So Joe's saying that in the rule book it said he's on a 40mm base, but the FAQ said you didn't have to rip him off your thing. Basically, you can use the old one. I think he's saying. Because people were complaining about having to rebase him when they clearly wouldn't fit on the new base size because of the stretch. Well, yes, that's correct. Larry said, I would wager High Elves after Rowan, as like Bolg and Theodred, they are one of the few things that kept modelless options. I know Larry likes this as a line of inquiry, the modelless options thing. And you see Bolg as a new Bolg, you see Theodred as a new Theodred, so I can see it. Larry says, I think it's 25mm. Shelob is now very small. Epic scale Shelob. I did suggest Frodo and Sam with Gorb and Shaggers.
Are you on live chat or are you in top chat?
I think I'm on live chat.
Because Joe has just had a comment there because people were complaining about having to rebase him when he clearly wouldn't fit on the new base because of the stretch forward.
What I cunningly did, I put that together with his other comment before I read Larry's about High Elf.
My bad. Right, I think I'll probably finish doing what I'm going to do with my Iron Hills captain. So if you wanted me to take over so you could do a bit more hobby.
Absolutely. Please jump in. I need to create Helm ahead.
Okay. So Sam Page, epic scale Shelob, ? Well, I think all the evidence points to the fact that she's bigger than 60, surely.
Yeah. That's a response to the 25mm base thing.
Oh yeah. Larry, I'll use Larry rather than Duckbite. I did suggest Frodo and Sam with Gorb and Shaggers. Yeah.
I don't think you get that.
Sam H. Samwise spotted a spider. Frodo got bitten and hallucinated, so Sam did the smart thing and exaggerated the whole ordeal.
There you go.
Larry, the obvious places to put them are with Shelob or Faramir, but obviously neither of those happened. Sam H. Frodo Sam versus Shagrat Gorbag in a game of Shaft Snap. Who wins? Joe Holzman, Riddles in the Dark, Mount Doom and Emin Buell.
Yeah, you called it.
I think it's likely we'll lose Mount Doom and Riddles in the Dark. Sam P. also back to Bob. Fairly certain the FAQ said you can use your Oval base until the new one's released. Yeah.
That's it. Joe's got that.
Oh, Larry. Larry, though technically Riddles is the only set with Hobbit era pre-scarred Gollum.
It's true.
Scarred?
He's got scars on his back from where he's been like whipped and tortured by Sauron.
Oh, I see. Yes, when he got which I'm guessing might get covered to a degree in the new film, maybe.
No, very good point.
Sam P, as the rulebook has wargs on a 40mm and bulk profile states 25. Yeah. Well, I think doesn't the rulebook works on the basis if you're infantry, that's what it gives you in the rulebook. But then if you've got a mounted option,
that was just a typo, wasn't it? If he's talking about the warg thing, the wargs were given the wrong base size.
Then Larry says good night. Sam P, so I'll be surprised if they change Shelob base size. It's going to be interesting because I am persuaded by the observations that that's a lot of plastic to squeeze into 60, but we'll have to see. Larry, I would also be surprised by that, Sam, but she definitely is on a bigger base. Joe, the host of the Rivendell stream might shed light on why I
see.
That the best one.
Oh, I expected it from Larry, but not from Joe. Of course.
And then Joe says, I think there were 2 Irma Mags. Yes, I mean, I think Damien thought that was the case, yeah. Joe, but there may also have been a bonus Irma stream when his new model came out. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, good point. Larry, did he get a foot version later?
I don't know who we're talking about or if it's
that's why I was pausing and
it's hard to tell with Larry if it's hilarious or if it's factual.
For some reason, Amazon doesn't seem very big on doing merch for their stuff. Yeah, going back to Rings of Power. But yes, it may not be that they may be constrained. That's the word. Ryan, Amazon only has TV rights, merchandising rights, so with Embracer Group. Well, there you go. I must admit, I've lost track of who has rights to what. Yeah, there we go. And Carl's made a good point with Netflix looking to buy Warner Brothers. I'm not sure it's a done deal yet. Soon they'll have the rights. Yeah, it just gets murkier and murkier, really. Sam, most of Steve's stuff is in the TGG studio. Sam, does that include?
That includes the sewers. Go and nick the sewers.
Cal, the Netflix have apparently come out and said they will keep the current cinema release schedule, so hopefully won't impact Hunt for Gollum. Yeah, when is Hunt for Gollum? Is it slated for, I want to say 2027 was the last I heard?
It's Christmas 2027.
Yeah. All right, okay, all right. I mean, that would be lovely. Joshua, I reckon Steve plays with the most nights. I asked Ashley about the tiles this year, and he said we would see them soon.
There you go.
At the meetup, we need another one of those, by the way.
I believe it's happening.
And then Larry says this was addressed to Mr. O'Byrne. Oh, that was addressed. Oh, yeah. Good night to your dad. And then I said that's awfully self-said to Joe. And then Joe says the bulb coming relatively quickly after the rule book might explain that. The Shelob might not have been far in development when the book was being printed. Yeah. Yes. There's and then Joe says Irma, he had a mounted mag early on, then a foot panel version later on. Ah, right. Okay. Larry, I was correct then. Sam, I'll have a look next time I'm in the studio. Oh, well done, Sam. Cal says the Netflix deal went through today. Okay, so it's actually done and dusted then. Something like 87 billion.
Yeah.
The one thought that occurred to me, we like Game of Thrones, and we quite like the subsequent House of Dragon, but we don't have HBO or anything else that streams it. So we've always relied on buying the Blu-ray box set when it comes out. Sometimes with Game of Thrones it was a year after, but House of Dragon it seemed to be just a few months after before Christmas. So we bought the Blu-ray and then sort of watched it in the spring or something like that.
Yep.
Now Netflix don't seem to release as much on Blu-ray or DVD, so we might have to have a bit of a rethink if we want to keep following Game of Thrones stuff. But that's
you were going. Have you not got Netflix?
No,
That's really interesting because I went the other way with that. That we don't have HBO Max. We were with Sky, which had Game of Thrones, and we've recently switched to Virgin, and so literally that's pretty much the only thing we cared about that we would lose. And so, God knows what other impact it'll have on our lives. But when I saw that news yesterday, I was like, that means Netflix, which we do pay for, is going to get Game of Thrones. And so I was actually quite pleased about that. I think it's going to catapult Netflix back into the discussion. Netflix has been tailing off for years now, and it's been losing a lot of stuff. But this is going to catapult Netflix back into maybe not Disney Plus, maybe the second biggest again. I think. When
we still get the Radio Times. So those of us not in the UK, the Radio Times used to be a BBC organised or sourced magazine that had all the listings for the week coming ahead and sort of showcase programs, but it would show other terrestrial channels as well. It's now an independent. I think it's spun off, so it covers all terrestrial channels. So we still get that, and it covers streaming. And when you look at the streaming channels, it's Netflix and Apple are the two that seem to be producing new stuff week in, week out. Things like Disney and Paramount, there's a couple of things each week, but very little compared to what Netflix and Apple are doing at the moment. But yes, we got Amazon Prime, but only because it came with the fact that it came with the Amazon Prime delivery bit, which is the bit that Penny really wanted. So it was a bonus, and we did actually subscribe to Disney Plus as COVID progressed in 2020. because they were doing Marvel shows and there's some Star Wars stuff, and we stuck with that because there's enough content coming out that makes the price that we pay feel like you're getting value.
You get a lot of stuff there.
But yeah, the boys dabbled in Netflix for a short while, but we never have. Penny did Apple for a 3 months burst and just box binged loads of stuff, but we didn't stay with it.
One of the hidden treats on Disney Plus is the documentaries. The Disney documentaries are astonishingly good. Like just reams and reams and reams of documentaries about the history of the company, and particularly the theme parks and stuff.
All right.
Just absolutely stunning. I think it's like a 5-part documentary about the making of Frozen 2, which is just wonderful. But yeah, just all the stuff about the theme parks, the Imagineering story is just incredible. And then there's a series which they're about an hour long each, and they just look at the history of a ride. So it's like an hour long documentary about Big Thunder Mountain and stuff. They're brilliant.
I've not explored that. I mean,
they're buried deep.
Shows. But yeah, there's probably more to explore. But yeah, I mean, things like, Andor has been has been one of the highlights for the last 3 years and so on. I think that was just a standout show. Yeah. Right, I had almost caught up with the chat, but then so quickly. Sam Pagey, 87 billion. That's a lot of Freddos.
A lot of Freddos.
Cal says Christopher Nolan apparently tried to stop the deal. Netflix, famous for not putting things in cinema or on DVD, and now they own the rights to almost everything, basically rivaling Disney, which I think is what you're sort of indicating there, David.
He's a big
Larry says, does it mention battle streams? Ryan, I'm going to have to get Netflix to watch the Harry Potter show now, aren't I?
You would think so.
This is the new one they're doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
Joshua, wait, did you say there was going to be a BSIME meetup?
That is the, I don't know what I'd say, very, very strong, likely hope plan, I would say.
Pieces are moving.
Yes.
Rich Clamor, Netflix still have way more subs than Disney. Over 300 million, followed by Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah, they've lost a huge number.
Yeah.
They had a huge drop off, but I don't know when it started, about 5 years ago or something, when they felt like they were the only one. They've lost ground effectively.
Yeah. And Disney 330 million. Yeah. Yeah. Nick. Sam says Nick and I love those Disney documentaries. Yeah. Cal, not on about subs. Google the franchises Netflix now own, none of which need to come back to cinema ever again if Netflix decided to continue to stream it all. I mean, at least some of the films Netflix do will get a limited cinema release. There was one recently, and I'm trying to remember what the name of it was.
They did it for Only Murders in the Building. They did it for that. They gave that a cinematic release.
There was one that had it's to do with oh come on.
It's not the new Knives Out film, is it?
No. It was to do with a nuclear attack on America, and it's a space of a few hours. It was the lady that did the Hurt Locker, the film with Catherine Bigelow.
Yeah.
One of her films. It had a short cinema release, and now you can only watch it on Netflix. And I really want to watch it because it's meant to be very good, even if it's very dark.
They're doing that this week, aren't they? With the new Knives Out one, the new Benoit Blanc one is getting a cinematic release first.
Yeah. Adam, my eldest, went with a couple of friends. So yes. So Rich says, I think Netflix buying Warner is about hitting that cinema market. Right. Sam says, Michael, bad time to drop out of Westeros. I think the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms series will be big. Yeah, I think that could be a lot of fun, just because it'd be a bit of light relief in terms of those shows. If it follows the way the books were written, or the book singular rather. Sam says the source material is very popular. Yeah. Joshua, please don't use Eventbrite for meetup tickets.
I will not.
Joe says Frankenstein.
That's presumably the new Frankenstein. Is that a Netflix film, I'm guessing?
Yeah, there was one recently, wasn't there?
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro.
Was that the Guillermo del Toro one, wasn't it?
Oscar Isaac.
Sam H. I listened to the audiobooks read by Harry Lloyd. They were great. Harry Lloyd being the guy who played Viserys Targaryen in Game of Thrones. I've read them. I haven't listened to any of the audiobooks. I actually have read them all. Joe, the second they removed the cinematic release restrictions for Oscar eligibility is the second Netflix stopped doing the token cinema releases. Larry, isn't he also related to Dickens or something?
Don't know. I don't even know who you're talking about, but let's say yes.
And then Rich, Disney Plus has lost subs too, though. They peaked in 2022 with 265 million. Yeah.
I think King Harold hacked Richard's account earlier in the night, and I think that Netflix have hacked it now. There's a horse belly piece on this kit. Helm Hammerhand's kit has a piece that is belly of horse. I've never seen that.
Belly of horse?
Yeah, belly of horse. You ever seen that as a single piece?
No, but then quite often wasn't the mould line right through the belly of the horse, although it didn't matter because you never saw it.
That's a good point. But don't forget the models here, they're not engineered to avoid mould lines. They are engineered to, avoid you converting them with other companies' models. One of the other hysterical ones.
Right, I'm nearly there. I'm going to quickly rattle through because Richard's just said streamer services main competition is actually YouTube, and he says, he just corrected the earlier figure. Disney is 165 million or something like that. Anyway, I think I'm there. I think I'm done.
Wonderful.
Cash in while we're there.
We've covered one of our 3 topics for the evening. One of them is a magazine. I feel it would be remiss not to talk about Throne of Skulls. If you feel you've got life in you yet, Michael.
I have, yes.
How would everyone shut up about streaming, shut up about Kings, and if anyone's got anything they want, any Throne of Skulls goers, let us know your thoughts on the weekend. I'm going to do a Throne of Skulls review, so I'm certainly not doing a blow by blow. But Michael, you were on the last stream before Throne of Skulls, preparing. How was your Throne of Skulls weekend? Let's talk about that wonderful event.
Throne of Skulls never disappoints. It's a lot of fun. It's because you come up against armies that you wouldn't normally come up against in sort of a more competitive environment. So that's one aspect. The big aspect, though, is the boards that people do and the costumes that some people turn up in. They are absolutely fantastic. And it's always a delight to wander around and just see what other people have done with the boards, with their armies. And it's just the vibe of the 2 days, plus there's usually sort of a meal before and on the Friday night and so on. And for you guys, there was a bit extra on the Friday, and we'll come to that in a bit. Yeah. So everything about it just works for me. There were, from a personal perspective, there were a couple of things going on in my own life that just took the edge off it slightly. But that still doesn't mean I had a fantastic time. There was, obviously I wanted to see, having done a little bit with you a couple of weekends before on your board, I wanted to see how your board was going to come out at the end. So there was like a sort of personal interest in there as well. So for me, it would I think Seven Stones would still be the #1 tournament if I had to choose one, and I could only go to one. But it would probably be #2. I think Throne of Skulls. It would probably be below Articon for me in terms of if I could only choose 2 tournaments, that would be the second one.
Well, that's incredibly humbling to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. So I just think it's just a wonderful 2 days, and you can just lose yourself in the fun, the entertainment. I mean, we had the quiz again on the Saturday night and Jay took the helm with that, even if the microphone gave out towards the very end. It's just the whole package. It's just wonderful. So if those who haven't been, if you get a chance to go, highly recommend it, because you'll have a fabulous time. And as I say, it's just a visual treat for the eyes with what so many of the hobbyists around the patch do. I'll go through I mean, unless you want to add to that, I was going
No,
to go
what
through
about your
quickly.
weekend? You were on the last stream saying you were taking the wolf pack of Angmar.
Yeah, yeah. So,
How'd you get on?
Should I go through my games quickly?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, as I said, like an overview, I think would be
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
But
I'm not going to go into detail.
don't
So,
do a
so
James Long on us.
I took. I think a year ago, I thought what would be a fun army to do, and I quite like the idea of the Wolfpack of Ammo. I didn't feel like it would be, a horrible army to come up against. I had an idea of what I thought might be a fun board to do. And probably one of the things I wanted to do was I had a sort of a sort of rock, as it were. What I wanted to try and do was have a couple of werewolves hidden, not hidden rock, but coming out of caves in the rock. And I wanted to try and see if I could do some red eyes in them and get that Scooby Doo vibe. So I knew what I wanted to do, and I was quite pleased with my board and with the army. In the end, I'd furred all the werewolf chieftains and the werewolves and the wargs themselves. I had 5 different war bands in different color schemes, and I was very happy with the way they turned out. In terms of the games, I had 5 really good games, really enjoyable games. And it was a nice mix of people I'd played before and new people, so new friends to add, as it were. So the game one opened spectacularly with playing Dale, which was really nice. Dale unfortunately couldn't make day 2 because I think he ate something dodgily on the Saturday night, which laid him low somewhat. Which is a bit unfortunate, but yes. So Dale brought a load of eagles. My wolves are not. My doggies, going back to Sam. So this is probably the hot take that Sam was asking for. The hot take is doggies whine when they're faced with something that's terrifying, and you go back to thinking about the Nazgul in Hobbiton, and there was the dog whining and going back indoors, wasn't it? Where one of the Hobbit houses.
I think we should say in
yes,
Dale's favour, he brought Radagast Alliance before he gets slaughtered online for bringing eagles to Throne of Skulls. It was the slightly friendlier eagle list.
What was interesting, and Damien will probably touch upon this when he does his vlog, that out of the 5 games we played all from the 6 new scenarios that have been added to the match play guide.
It's incredible how that got rolled up like that.
Oh well, indeed, yes, indeed. So we had stake a claim, which was good. So yes, I lost the first one against Dale. But it was a good game. We then wanted to play a new chap called Tony Truant, who had the Shadow of Angmar, and we played Treasure Hoard. It was a close game. It was 8-6. I lost on that one, but it was a lot of fun. But I did again. The wolves, the wargs, just didn't like something that spooked them to that extent. But that was a very good game, very close. And then the last of day 1, I played a lovely chap called Joshua Barnes, who's I think he's I think he's Peterborough way, somewhere around there, and he had the Assault of Helm's Deep, but because the scenario was Sites of Power, which came with the nighttime rule, it meant his ballistas was somewhat neutered. Which gave me a chance to scrape a win, and I managed to get an 11-8 win just by keeping him penned into one side and claiming the other sides of power. But yeah, all 3 really nice opponents, really nice games. And then day 2, day 2 is much more relaxed because you only end up playing 2 games. And I started off, and actually I ended up playing my game 4 and 5 were against 2 people who ended up with army nominations. So game 4 was Robert Burton, and I played Richard, his brother, a couple of Throne of Skulls ago in a very good game. And Robert took the 3 trolls, but he'd done them beautifully.
Play that.
Yeah, he'd done them beautifully with their and he'd remodeled them all. I think it was Tom, I think, was the nearest, but and he'd done, the trolls have got rules about, if they can get near a marker, they can regain a wound, and he'd done ponies for them to eat and so on. His whole envisaging of the 3 trolls and their environment and so on was absolutely fantastic. It was lovely.
So did you get you had the one with not the ones where they're turning to stone?
No, not the ones with turning stone. No,
because there were 2 completely separate, brilliant dioramas. You had the one with the little badges in the front, right?
The badges. There were certainly horses, little horses.
I think in the rim of the base there was like a little burrow that had badges in it. I think
it probably is.
I thought about that. That was always in the back of my head. Like when they over the last year, once you saw the armor list, I was like 1,000 points, or maybe the 3 trolls. But now it's like, well, 2 people did it this year better than anyone could. So I was like, right, that's that idea gone.
I mean, the Roberts were lovely, and again, it was escort the wounded, so I was able to get my 3 wounded off, and it was just a case of could I stop the trolls from getting their wounded off, and I wasn't able to. So again, it was a close loss, but again, it's that wargs don't like something that's a bit scary, and then probably it was the matchup that I really wanted in terms of game 5. I came up against Tom Thorpe and his his all lizard reptiles. Is it Wardrakes?
Yeah, Wardrakes of Rune.
Wardrake, yeah. And I think some of you might know, listening on the stream, that Tom had a campaign to try and to get as many of these as possible. And there were plenty of people around the patch that sort of lent him models because they weren't available in GW at the time. So he managed to get the numbers he needed. So essentially, I think what I'm saying, it was 36 Wardrakes. Yeah. It was a Dragon Emperor and 2 captains. So and we were playing Convergence, which is the one where you've got 4 objectives. Now, with Tom's army, only the Dragon Emperor and the captains could pick up the objectives, and the Dragon Emperor would have had to have dismounted from his palanquin to do so. So that, and plus the fact that they're all 6-inch moves, so that gave me a chance to pick all 4 of them up, get in the middle, and just hunker down and hope that the game ends by the time that they start chewing through me, because the drakes were enjoying plenty of warg flesh, shall we say. And at the first time of asking, the game ended, and I came out with a win. But it was a really good game, and it was another glorious army. They were beautifully painted. They were a lovely array of colours and a stunning to see on the tabletop. So that was my Game of Thrones. 2 wins, 3 losses. I think the wolf pack, probably as I expected. Struggled, even though they got numbers, but they were good fun. The werewolves in particular are good. So it was just the wargs that were sometimes problematic. Although the fell sight was quite nifty. I did the Howl of the Wolf Pack, my one once a game rule. I did use a few times, but it never quite worked in the way that perhaps I hoped it could have done. But it was still good fun. So 5 good games.
I've been lucky enough to play Tom Thorpe at the end of the last 2 Throne of Skulls. So Throne of Skulls doubles and Throne of Skulls single. So I know that's a joyous way to end the Throne of Skulls event.
And it was lovely because Stacey, his wife, was there as well.
Yeah.
And so again, it was just someone else to take snaps and so on, just generally help out and just generally join the chat and just have fun with.
Yeah, for sure. And do you know he finished?
I don't know, 60 something, I think, something like that.
Oh. So.
But yes, I expected to be somewhere around there.
Very cool, but a good weekend all round, and hopefully some chicken soup.
I did dress up as, go back to some of the comment earlier. I did dress up as a wolf.
Very authentic.
I was in a. Sorry?
A very authentic, and if I may say so, quite sexy wolf, I thought.
Well, last year I dressed up as a fox because of the board, and this year the same company did a wolf costume, so I went with that. Although there was a downside, that the claws, because they were quite furry, sometimes they catch the wargs, and a warg will come straight off the table. But yeah.
Yeah, I did see that and thought that throughout the weekend. I saw that and thought, God, he must be suffering in that costume.
No, it was all right in the end. Yeah, Nick says something much the same, Nick Bainton, but no, it wasn't too bad. One of the things I thought was really good this year, I worried because my board was quite big. I worried there wouldn't be enough space between the tables, but was it this year? It was 4x4.
Yeah, you're right. They changed the table size. Yeah.
Yeah, and also we got the new tables. They were higher. We got the stools, so there was enough room to put your even sort of fairly big boards either side. So were the tables too high? They were fine. I was quite happy with the tables and the stools. It didn't seem to present any great problems, and you had the space underneath for storage and stuff. So
yeah,
no, from that side of it worked really well. So yeah, it was just a great 5 games.
Do you know what I'd
Lovely
honestly say
opponents.
about the tables? I didn't think about it for the entire weekend, and I've never thought about it in the past. So I was like, are they too high? Are they too low? I have no idea. I was like, I thought the extra storage space underneath was really nice, but I wasn't at any point going, oh my God, these are so much better than they used to be. It never
Yeah.
even crossed my mind, if I'm brutally honest.
Well, I suppose that's the good thing. You know, they were. I thought they were better than what they had before, but you know, you didn't obviously think they were worse. So, did you actually use the stool? Did you ever sit down at any point? Because I know I did quite a bit sit down.
A little bit. But again, I didn't. I know the stalls are higher, but I just didn't really think about it, to be honest. I had a building on my head, Michael. I wasn't really worried about the size of the stalls, if I'm honest.
So that was my Throne of Skulls. Do we want to talk? I know without giving too many spoilers away for an upcoming review.
I'll happily do a sort of overview thing. That I won't go through the games because I will do that. But yeah, the big thing for me that will, I don't know, probably disappoint people that watch the channel is that I had to finish on Thursday because we were going up the night before, and so whilst the one caveat was we were meant to be going to Tom's on the Thursday night, and we finished at about, I think we finished about midnight or something, or maybe about 11. It wasn't crazy late, but then we had to pack everything up. And obviously at about 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, I can't remember what it was, we realised that in this instance being Mark Stone, we realised that there was just no way we were going to get there. So we made the call to just get up super, super early and drive to Tom's, which we did. So everything was finished on the Thursday and then drove to Tom's. And we got up, we made it. It made no sense that we would be able to wake up and make it at that kind of crazy early time, but we did, and got to Warhammer World around noon and just played this awesome mega battle, which is going to be the battle report at the heart of the next issue of SBG magazine. So we had like 8 of us there. We had 500 models on a table at Warhammer World, which was just amazing, and we just had an absolute blast. It was brilliant fun. And
I was really disappointed to miss that. There was just no way I could get away from work for that, but it was a real shame because it would have been a lovely thing to have taken part in.
Yeah, it was great, and obviously no spoilers, and I will put some more photos up on Facebook, but we'll keep the results secret. But the game was brilliant. The game was absolutely brilliant, and it's the whole Battle of Edoras. We had 3 Mumuks, we had about 150 riders, we had about 400 Hill Tribesmen and Variags, and then about 100 Warriors of Rohan defending Edoras, and the Mumuks had to smash down the wall and get into Edoras. It was brilliant. It was a great game, some really interesting big moments that we were able to play through in about 6 hours or something. So we had a lovely time, and went for dinner and stuff, and it all just went incredibly well. So thanks. I know a lot of some of the people who played in it are in the chat tonight, which is awesome. And yeah, it'll be good, and it was really good fun. And it was, given that was my day, and this time last year my Friday night was leaving Twickenham at 11 p.m. It was a significantly better day. And then yeah, tournament rolled around, and it was just everything I dare to dream Throne of Skulls will be every year. It continues to be the most magnificent, wonderful celebration of the hobby, doesn't it? I run out of superlatives for how good that event is, how good everyone's hobby is. And I remember getting there and just seeing who was there and thinking, and I said it to someone, I was like, there is a good chance here that you could just play 5 of your mates. I was like, there's enough. You know what I mean? I was like, there's enough people here now that you might be. You know, obviously it doesn't always work out, and sometimes you play very nice people you haven't met. But I was like, you could just play your mates, and I am delighted to say, I played 4 like people who I would just consider to be my mates over the course of the weekend. Again, won't go into the games too much, but just 4 people who would be Dale Groves, Campbell, Paul Merritt, and someone who I'm currently offending. Oh God, it's Cal. I forgot Cal. And Cal, and another lovely guy who was absolutely lovely, but I didn't know. But getting to play 4 mates was just the best, just the absolute best. I was very, very happy with my fancy dress this year. I had the best games. I got to play Cal at last, which I'd never played in before, and we had a great game, and it was just the best. It was just the absolute best, and I was delighted to claim 4th place overall to continue my really quite ludicrously successful run at Throne of Skulls. And we must congratulate the winners. Because 2 of them certainly were in the chat tonight. Because in 3rd place, it was Mr. Cameron Bell, who I played in my 5th game. And in 2nd place, it was Mr. Tom Harrison, if you can believe it.
Oh, yes.
Do you know a fun fact about Tom Harrison?
Well, there must be plenty, but go on.
I've got a few. Do you know how many, you know those 1 ring trophies?
Yeah.
Do you know how many of them he's got?
Less than you.
Oh, well, yeah, but that's not what I was going for. But thanks. He's got 6, I think. He's got 5 or 6. Do you know what colour they are?
They're not all the same colour, are they?
They are all silver.
Oh, no.
All silver. And it's already a running joke. And he was kind of delighted when he got 2nd, because he did like, so he's got this row of nearly. He's got these 5 amazing trophies, and they're all silver. It's glorious. So he continued his run there, and then the winner of Stone of Skulls 2024 was the one and only Calvin Steele's, right?
Yeah, Calvin did brilliantly. Yes,
Absolutely.
I mean, his board was gorgeous.
His beard was gorgeous.
But I know you said again, without not giving too many spoilers away. But when you said you played Cal, you know, the first time you 2 had played in quotes competitive tournament. But it was also the fact that it was a lovely thematic matchup as well.
Yeah.
That just sort of added not added spice, but was just it was just a lovely extra layer.
I think it was also psychological warfare on him, because he was dressed as Helm and I was dressed as his house burning to the ground, and I think he found that very distressing.
I know in a way that, was it 2 streams ago when you were dressing as Helm with the hair?
Yes.
I think I was encountering similar sorts of hair issues to you.
You're right. My fancy dress was better than his, wasn't it?
I'm not going to adjudicate between the 2 of you.
I think most people are saying at Throne of Skulls, whenever they saw him, they came over to me and said, your fancy dress on the stream was a better Helm Hammerhand than that one.
But what Cal had done, he tied his back so that it wasn't quite in the way, which was a practical way forward.
Cowardly, I think. But he did everything. He's been working. I saw that board looking finished, and it wasn't looking finished in March. And in March, he had like Helm's Deep on the square with snow on it, and I was like, "Oh, you're golden!" And yet he was painting Warriors of Rohan to the night before.
Yeah,
as is the way. So he had this incredible board, and then he had his awesome fancy dress, and then the army was just beautiful. And he's a nice guy, and he won 4 games, and that is how you win Throne of Skulls. So it was just awesome. So the whole podium, I was just so delighted for. It was like, just wonderful, just wonderful scenes.
I guess we should clock the winner of the best best army.
Best army for sure.
Best army board, which was Phil Beale.
Yeah.
And he done absolutely glorious. If you get a chance, Warhammer World have put the photos up, so do have a look.
Yeah.
But it's wonderful. It was 3 ships, wasn't it? I think it was 3 ships, wasn't it?
It's
Yes.
the 3 ships that escaped from Numenor.
Riding the waves, leaving the Numenor as it's sort of falling to destruction. And he sort of hand painted the backdrop to it but it was the ways on which the boats were riding, where it used resin for them, and they just looked so realistic, I suppose. It really looked an awesome board that he'd done.
Yeah, he had the thing that I always think you need to win best army there, where it was like the USP. It was I haven't seen that before. And do you know what I mean? It's like the hobby there is through the roof every year. But I thought this year it was easy, or it was right, or it made sense. Do you know what I mean? It was like, it should be that one. And I was really glad when you won it. It was I think everyone else there. I got a nomination. I was delighted with a nomination. I kind of think everyone else was playing for second place this year. In that, do you know what I mean? I don't want that to sound horribly unfair on anyone else, but I just think he'd kind of created 3 ships from scratch. He'd used 3D printed parts, but built the ships, and all the mast and the sails were from scratch, and he built the sea. And then it was like, that's the best one.
Especially when you consider resin is such a notorious material to have to work with. What you've had to have done to, because it wasn't just, we're not talking just about a flat lot of water. These were massive waves, a whole series of waves coming up that these boats were riding upon. Like I said, you've got to have a look at the photographs, because it, as Damien was saying, it was just wandering around on the Saturday. You thought, that's a bit special.
It was, and I think he was emotionally invested in it. It's kind of like I suppose it was how I felt last year with the Bilbo's birthday party thing, where he'd clearly spent so long on it. And it's not the be all and end all, but you could see it was kind of like, if I don't win this, it's going to be hard to come back from this. That kind of like, I've made this. If something else wins this, I might have an emotional breakdown or something. So I was just delighted for him to win it, and roll on the next one, right?
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, I don't know, to your point, so there was so many boards just wandering around that didn't get an army nomination. You just thought, the Middle Earth team, the events team, must just have a horrid's not the word, but a really challenging task.
Yeah, for sure.
Trying to work out which are the ones that they think are, not so much they think, but the ones they think are worthy of going forward. Because there were so many that were so good that just didn't get the nomination.
I think there were 13 nominated as well, right? I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, but that and that's one of the beauties of Throne of Skulls, that so many people put so much effort into their boards. You could not everyone could be nominated, but you're just wandering around the room and just seeing other armies and other boards. It's just one of the things that makes Throne of Skulls.
Yeah. It was just brilliant. It's just absolutely brilliant. I hope they never ever change that format. I just think it's wonderful. Hobby Nirvana for me.
I mean, do they do? I mean, I don't know this, but for the other game systems, are there similar Throne of Skulls that work in a similar way?
Yeah, well, they certainly did. I don't know for sure because I don't look at the other rules pack, but Throne of Skulls was always a multi-system event. So they certainly used to. Whether or not they still run them, I don't know. But there's definitely the hobby levels different, because I noticed that, and I was chatting to the events team. But if you ever look at, Warhammer World always put the photos up. If you go and look at the Age of Sigmar and 40k ones, they don't have the boards. There might be one or two, but the boards aren't a thing at their hobby events. It's a Middle Earth thing, and I find that really surprising, and it's really, really wonderful.
I did have at one point, was it the Saturday or the Sunday, one of the GW staff did actually come up and have a chat with me, and he was just saying that there is something special about the Middle Earth community, but about the Throne of Skulls one in particular, and in part because of all the hobby.
Yours was
hobby
incredible.
Effort on show.
Your board and everything was absolutely incredible and didn't get nominated. That's a good example of it.
I think I said in a couple of groups, I wasn't expecting a nomination, and that was
the
fine.
tower was a 3D print, right? Is that true?
Yeah. So that may have been the thing that but I was quite happy, because I want to do something that would make people smile, would enjoy it,
Yeah.
and I'd enjoy doing it. I mean, you made this point before that if you're not enjoying your hobby, what the heck are you doing it for?
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, it was it was the most excellent weekend. I was fortunate to get a ticket. I know there were plenty of people who wanted to go but couldn't get tickets, and that's I think that's going to continue to be a thing, as it were, because it for a large section of the community, it's an event they want to go to, an event they want to be part of, and quite rightly so.
Well, it happened this week. We had the GT tickets go on sale, and Eventbrite went it had a new disaster. I noticed that was a disaster I hadn't noticed before, which was at this time. I actually forgot about it. I was horrified, but I had my plan. I talked it through with Emma. I had to pick up Liv. I had to get her dinner. Then I'd get my GT tickets, and then I had to put her to bed or something. We then had something at 7:30, and our whole plan for the evening was that at 7 o'clock I need to be doing this. And honest to God, I was in the kitchen chopping cucumber at 6:59. And I just forgot. To be fair, I'd probably remember the important bits. I remember all the things about my children, and forgot the GT. And I suddenly went, ah! And I ran screaming, knowing what these tickets are like, back into the thing, grabbed my laptop, opened it up, and I got to the page when it was 7:00. So not at the start of 7:00, but somewhere in that minute, hit the page, and it said join waitlist. So they're gone, right? And I joined the waitlist and I signed up, and I was like, well, that's a disaster. I've done this to myself, but at least I'm on the waitlist in the first minute. That's not bad. And then because I know what Eventbrite's like, I kept refreshing, and I bought my ticket at 7:09. So, and I'd never seen it do that before. I'd never seen it put the waitlist up when there are still tickets available. So you just got to, I don't know how much time you can give to those things, but it just seems utterly arbitrary. It's like, just keep going.
Yeah, I actually did get a ticket in my inbox, and then it just sat there trying to take ages to take me to the payment portal, and it timed out. Now I think if I'd done something on the screen, I might have been able to do it, but I didn't realise. So by the time it timed out, obviously I'd lost the ticket. So I'm on the wait list. But
have you not got one? I thought you had one.
No, I didn't get one in the end. So, but I was in two minds. So I wasn't gutted that I didn't get one in the end. I was disappointed because I did have one in the in basket, and it just didn't just didn't go through. But it wasn't something I was. I mean, like I said, in terms of the four Warhammer World events, Middle Earth events, GT would be fourth on the list.
Yeah, agree completely.
The other ones I think are much more up my alley.
Yeah. I completely agree with you that it is fourth, but I missed it last year. I missed that, and I missed teams last year for family stuff. So I missed out on two of my tournaments. So I was, when I saw that I could make it this year, I was quite keen to get it, and I was delighted to be lucky enough to get one. And this dude is coming, all being well. That's certainly the plan.
Do we catch up with the chat?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to jump in and see what
I'll jump in. I was going to go back up.
Hot Throne of Skulls content.
We got to. Right. Okay. So we left it with Richard giving us some stats about numbers and streamer services and stuff. And the first one that comes straight after that, in capital letters, is Larry.
Of course it is.
Do a James Long.
That's me saying to you, don't do a James Long. And him saying, do a James Long.
Right, okay.
Congratulations, by the way, you did not do a James Long.
Then Joe says, I hear the cool kids just fill up on chieftains and werewolves. Well, yeah, but it was Throne of Skulls. I wasn't, I didn't want to go out total all-out gamey. I could have just had more walks rather than fell walks.
I was going to say that to you because that's an interesting point. It's the first year since the new edition. Did you notice? Was it more competitive? Because obviously, do you know what I mean? You can't take weak armies, right? Because you've just got the army lists. It was our first version of that. Did you still feel like Throne of Skulls was dialed down a bit competitively, or did the new army list system mean that you were fighting just the same armies you'd be fighting at any other tournament?
There were less. Oh, it's a good question, actually. My sense, and I'll probably have to sit and reflect a bit harder, and maybe even go and look back at who I played in previous tournaments, because I do my each game I do my sort of little lists and so on, who I played and stats. So I've got a memory to go back to. I think that there were less of not weird and wonderful, but there were less sort of odd lists, as it were, because you have to play certain lists and certain combinations, and not all of them allow you to be a bit not silly with them, but a bit more less gamey with them.
Yeah.
I mean, even Dale's one, like you said, Dale sort of toned it down, but it was still quite a strong list. So yeah.
But there's still options, right? You look at like Tom Thorpe's list, the war.
Yeah, that was a good example where he had picked, because he picked from the general Eastlings one and was able to do something a bit weird and wonderful with it.
So yeah, there are still options there, I think, but
yeah,
it's hard to say, but I still maybe people were just taking the slightly less optimal list or the slightly less optimal builds, because there was no army that I didn't groan. Maybe I got lucky in my draw. I didn't groan at any army. Do you know what I mean? When you deployed, I was like, yeah, cool. And so I don't know, but that was something I was a bit worried about. Or it was an interesting thing because the nature of what Throne Skulls is, when you have to take, even if you want to take the theme, I want to take a really themey, I don't know, Kirith Ungol army. Well, it turns out that's now powerful.
Yeah.
So I want to take Gorbag, Shagrat, and Theet Shelob for the theme. Well, I'm afraid that's really good.
I think it's harder. It's harder with evil armies to take something that's what's the word I'm thinking of? That's more fun to play with, because the whole point of evil is it's not meant to be an enjoyable experience.
Also,
it causes terror and stuff like that. It's difficult.
It maintains my my hot take on Throne of Skulls that if you want to win it, you got to take good. So since this format was created in 2018, it's only ever been won by good armies.
Yeah.
I think people are more likely to vote for good armies.
Yeah, I think there is something in that. Yes.
And the whole podium was good.
Yeah.
And I don't think, obviously, Throne of Skulls is, what is it, half game wins, 25% sporting, 25% army. So it doesn't mean that good armies are better in the game, but I think it means that they're better in the game, and people like effectively people like being beaten by good armies more than they like being beaten by evil armies. I think that's what Throne of Skulls teaches you.
Yeah, I think there is something there. Larry says, what brand of biscuit did you go with? Oh, yes. I didn't, Larry. Sorry.
Michael Haskell would not eat dog biscuit.
I did try and do a howl when I create howl, but Jay Acharya kept saying to me, I didn't hear it. So I wasn't obviously loud enough. And then Richard said Michael didn't rise to that bait. Sam H, I thought having the extra space from the 4x4 table was a lot better. Yes, I agree. I think that was a good point. Yeah. I suppose when you're dressed as a long haul, you have a bit of figurative and literal tunnel vision to small changes to the venue.
I had other stuff on my mind.
And again, if there's anyone in the chat who has not yet seen any pictures of Damien in his costume, do seek them out, because it was glorious.
Thank you, my friend.
James, 4x4 tables much better, yes. Plus having space under the table is great too. Stools were a little wobbly. Maybe could have been a couple of inches lower. Yeah, maybe. I think because I'm quite small anyway, that even a couple of inches wouldn't have helped.
But you're a wolf, right? They've got good balance, right?
Well, yes, yeah. James says no spoilers, but the mega battle on Friday was a lot of fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
it did look a lot of fun. Also enjoyed the pub on the Sunday night. Perfect way to unwind and a much better journey home afterwards. Left Nottingham at 7:30 and was home by 10. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, James. In my first Warhammer World events, whether I came to from a Middle-earth perspective, I would, before I got into the habit of joining whatever was going on Sunday night, I'd go straight home and there'd be a bit of traffic. You might get the end of a football match or something, but yes, it's much better to stay and unwind and have fun with people. And then it's usually a nice quiet journey home on a Sunday night. Larry says, I know Mark enjoyed it so much, he just couldn't seem to get away. So for those of you not in the know, Mark, who went up to Nottingham with Damien, was planning to go home to Guernsey, that little sort of strange bit of rock somewhere in the English Channel between here and France on Monday morning. But events conspired in something that seems almost like out of, was it Trains, Planes and Automobiles?
It was like a farce. It was a proper farce.
That meant that poor Mark spent a lot of time not going very far, very fast, and ended up back at Damien's on the Monday night.
And?
Beyond that, didn't he get away on Tuesday? But
No.
I don't know beyond that.
Same thing happened on the Tuesday.
Did it?
Yeah.
I missed this bit on the
Yeah, it was
Tuesday.
brilliant. He came back.
On the Tuesday?
Yeah, it happened again. It was beautiful. And the great news is, you'll see it because he's worked into a future hobby vlog now. So you're going to see Mark. The next one's the Mimic one, and then it's display board. And I think again, like last year, display board's probably going to be 2 hobby vlogs. And I think Michael's bit is the first one, and then Mark turns up near the end of the second one, and then it kind of wraps up, and then we'll do the hobby review, and then we get back from Throwing Skulls. It's the 1st of December, and I start doing hobby bingo stuff, and Mark basically comes back, and I don't want to give you spoilers, but I use him, so. Like, Throw the Skulls is finished, and he comes back, and I'm like, well, seeing as you're here, let's do something else. So we've worked him into, you'll have bonus Mark Stone turning up in bonus hobby vlogs, because he just couldn't go home.
I missed the fact that I knew he'd come back there once, but not another time. So
I mean, I don't think we'll deal with it in full, and it's funnier now, but like. So he was meant to stay Sunday night. Monday was horrible for him. Monday was when everything got cancelled.
Monday was grim.
And he basically had, what was his day? He got up at like 7 a.m, went to Gatwick, ended up being coached down to Southampton for a different flight. That got cancelled. And then he ended up getting an Uber back to mine, which the flight company are paying for, obviously. So he got back to me at like 10 p.m. and he was like knackered. And then there was no certainty of when to get home. And I think he left my house at about 8 a.m. on the Tuesday. And he was back by like 11. He was like, he walked up, had a go. He went, no, I'm going back. And then came back. So I was at mine for most of the day on Tuesday. And then he finally went home on Wednesday.
He did get away on Tuesday, didn't he?
No, he got away on Wednesday.
It was Wednesday. Okay, all right. No, I missed the fact that it was literally the second night. Guernsey Groundhog Day.
It was glorious.
Oh dear, poor Mark. Yes. Then right, okay. So Sam, I somehow played 5 brand new opponents with 5 different varied armies. So another great weekend. I mean I know what you were saying earlier, Damien, about playing for friends, if you like. But I like it. It's good to have a mix of new people. I suppose you did get to one new person, didn't you?
No, well, I mean that's the thing. I say mates, but they're not like regular opponents. Like.
It's true.
I'd never played Cal. I'd never played Cam.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I've played Paul about once, and Dale's probably the guy I've played the most. But I don't live anywhere near Dale, so it for me that's the best of both worlds. Like it's not like playing like someone like Macklin or Tom or Mark who I get to play quite a lot.
Yeah,
it was like playing mates who I don't get to play, which was awesome. But yeah, I like playing new people as well. It's fun.
Yeah, no, it was good, and it was nice to see that there were there were different faces as well.
Yeah.
And then Kalma says, "I see how it is." I'm not quite sure to which bit that references, but anyway, Sam. Now the Scrabble to find a GT ticket is on. Yeah.
A lot of people missed out.
Right, and then Sam 8. He just made you look. Oh, he just made you took his trophy, Cal.
Just made me take his trophy.
Made you. And then Sam says, "Mad."
Mad. He's just mad. I think this is because I said my Helm fancy dress was better than his Helm fancy dress.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. You got it.
Took his trophy.
Pieced it together. Cal says, from spraying my beard with that white paint, I generally think I've messed up my throat breathing it all over the weekend. It's still buggered.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Sons of Gondor 1, true dedication, that mate. Sam H, I told Phil in the car park he was going to win after the last game. Simply said to him afterwards, told you.
Yeah.
Josh Crosby.
The bit I was super proud of at lunchtime on the second day, I told Tom Harrison, because we didn't talk about this. I told him I thought he'd win Judge's Choice, and Tom Harrison won Judge's Choice.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Yes, I missed that.
So I remember saying, I said to him, "You're not going to win it because people get wowed by the display boards, and they do, and rightly so, and that should be a reward." I was like, "But I think because it happened last year, Chris Webster got Judge's Choice, and he was just on a tiny little Dogulda ruin." And I was like, I think they might look at your army and they might see how stunning it is and reward it. And he won Judge's Choice.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, no, well, I'd let that one pass me by, and I shouldn't have done so. Well remembered. Josh just said the boards are a Middle Earth thing because hobbyists are making Middle Earth. Richard says, are you going to put up the Frodo and Gollum new model images, Damien?
What the? Oh my God, are we still on Shelob? We haven't. We should probably be on. We should probably be on that by now. We're not talking about that spider anymore. I hadn't turned it off. Sorry. No is the answer to that.
Yeah, well, that's what Larry's just said. No, James, as I said on my post, disappointed not to get a nomination for favourite army.
Yeah.
Cannot have any complaints after seeing the nominations. Don't envy the event staff having to pick their shortlist. Yeah, amen to that, James.
James, yours was incredible, mate. The wall just looks stunning as well. It's beautiful. Such a good white colour you got on that, like looking like real white rather than fake white paint. If that makes sense. Did a banging job, dude.
Sam H says, I love the idea of a peaceful Monday evening in the O'Byrne household, suddenly torn apart by Damien screaming, flinging the knife from his hands and fleeing the room in a panic. No one present has any context.
I have no idea what any of that meant.
Yeah, we're not quite on your wavelength there, Sam.
Is about Mark? Peaceful Monday evening in the O'Brien household. Suddenly talking about Damien screaming. I don't know what. Oh, it's the GT ticket. It's me panicking. No one present. Yeah, that's what that's about. I mean, my daughter was present. And she was like, "Are you all right?"
And then Sam had a similar experience to me that tried to get a GT ticket, accidentally hit the wrong button to buy it, and by the time I corrected it, we were gone. Yeah. Joe said it's 1,000 points of Woolly Boys. I don't think any composition of that could be considered gamey.
Yeah, agreed.
Sam, you can choose a powerful army, but I think if you play this is Sam H, but I think if you play it in a more relaxed manner, it can still work. I played against Dragons of the North and he flew straight at me, didn't kite, and it was fine. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we talked about it before, that armies that have the ability to skirt around and not engage and weigh you down, that's not a great experience. So
I think Campbell's another good example of that, because he had Mirkwood Rangers with Leggy and Terrier, which I think sometimes get, certainly in the last edition, got a bad rep for stand away and shoot, and all that sort of stuff. And it wasn't anything of the sort. He was a dream, and he won 5 games, but he also I don't know what he got, but he finished third, so he must have got lots of favourite player votes. You got one from me.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, it's not about the army. It's about what you do with it.
Yeah. Josh has said it's clearly not difficult, not in capital letters, difficult to create fun evil armies. No, I think you probably, you can do. There are some out there.
But then you got to win with them. I mean,
yeah.
Josh, God knows Josh does that, but then you've also got to win the games.
And that's where I think they can often come unstuck, because you know the nature of the dynamics of the way they play is not necessarily a fun dynamic.
Yeah, that's a good point. Things, I know it's not everything, but things like barrel whites, ring wraiths, they're not. They even things like the dragons to a certain extent. Maybe the evil models have slightly more annoying rules.
Yeah.
And good models are a little more better fighters, a bit more fun on the table. Is there something in that maybe?
Yeah, I think there is. Larry, so he wasn't dragging the game out. Joe, Mark spent a lot of time, but going very far, very fast. I guess you can take the boy out of Guernsey, but you can't take the Guernsey out of the boy. Sam H.O. Paul Mark was captured and put to work after Thriller Skulls to make a start to next year's project.
There was lots of people in our patron chat saying that, like, is he starting on the next one?
Have you got any sort of sketchy ideas for 12 months' time?
No, I made that video about the Beornings, where I was saying like the Beornings are my only undone, uncompleted Thriller Skulls project, and basically saying that's in the bin now. And I don't know. And I've never been here before because I always had Beornings, Bilbo, and the Erebor one in the back burner. I always knew. So even if I didn't end up taking that, by this point I thought I knew. So you know, on 1 year, whatever it was, 2023, I thought, oh, I'm going to take Bilbo's birthday party, and I didn't end up taking that. But at this point in December, I thought I was. Whereas genuinely, I don't have a clue what I'm doing next year. I do not have a clue. And that's very unusual for me. And I know it's not a big deal for most people. It's like 12 months away, but it's a bit of a big deal for me. And I've been pondering, and I'm really excited over Christmas. I'm going to get the books. I'm going to get 3 books. And I'm really genuinely excited to properly go through them. That's going to be like my Christmas reading, and try and dream and try and come up with something.
I think I may have put this on as a comment on one of your YouTube vlogs, but in the way that, is it Chris actually painted himself in some of his
Chris and Katie are in lots of
that's right. And I sort of facetiously said, why don't you do a force where you somehow paint each of the patrons individually? You'll come across that when you get the comment. But
I think I've got the last 3 vlogs I haven't caught up on the comments on, so it must be on there.
Yeah, it will be there somewhere. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure you'll come up with something that will be engaging and interesting.
I hope so.
Right, Sam, he wasn't Larry. He chewed me up and swallowed me in 40 minutes, but I had more fun that way than being flamed. Larry, on Monday I saw some advert for a program or film about missing a flight or a flight being cancelled. I wanted to link it to the chat but couldn't remember what it was or find it. That was to Damien forgetting him, methinks. Joe, I want to do a Mirkwood Rangers army now, but bring the dwarves.
That's what Cam had. He had it was, I reckon he had about 20 Rangers, Tariel, Legolas, and then like 5 of the dwarves. Feely, Keely, Thorin, Gloin, Dwalin, and Beaufort, I think.
What Joe's saying, and play all the dwarves as unarmed.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Maybe even play them as if they had no fate either, as if they've been weakened by the spider's poison. Yeah. I thought about that before. There was it last year, I think, when I took the road to Rivendell, and it was at the point at which, after Frodo had been stabbed by the Witch King at Weathertop, and I was sort of toying with whether you come up with some rule that Frodo was weakened, but then I wasn't quite sure it would work in terms of you've got to play by the rules sort of thing rather than make up your own rules. But
yeah,
there's all sorts of possibilities. James, Damien, want to borrow my Wheel of Fortune from 7 Stones and use that to pick your army?
yeah, maybe. Not the craziest idea,
Ryan,
though.
I'm going to have to call this a night. I'll catch up tomorrow. Well, nice of you to join us for this long, Ryan. Thank you very much. Rich, can we challenge you to take an evil army to Throne of Skulls 2026, Damien? Well, you took one this
I
year.
did it this year.
Yeah.
And I was very, very happy and very proud of my result. I'm not. I know. It's also that. Hang on, I've just realised that I don't want that to sound. Oh, the only reason I didn't win was because that. It's not that at all. I've just talked about it before. I just think it's harder to win Throne of Skulls. I don't know. I haven't looked at all the podiums over the last few years to see where evil were, but I suspect you'd see that as a massive trend. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Josh said ruffians would work for all the Patreons.
Yeah, I don't want to do the ruffians. It doesn't inspire me.
No, even Harry farmed that out when he did it.
Yeah.
James says to Richard, he had usurper the Vedras this year. That's right. Yeah, that's what I just said. Larry, go full hog and play them as paralysed. Yeah, I think that's to Joe, isn't it? The idea. Larry, he took an evil army. Yeah, there you go. Then Sam H, Michael Haskell, don't care about your rules, G-dubs. I'm not sure what G-dubs is. Is that
It's Games Workshop.
Is it what?
Games Workshop.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yep, I'm with you now. I've got it. Right. Sons of Gondor 1. If he does ruffians, the patrons could also photos of ourselves and poses of ruffians. Make painting easy.
Not doing ruffians.
I'll start something here overnight. Sorry, Damien.
It might be if they were plastic, maybe, but he's not doing. You can't even. I've debated it, but like with the Hobbits that I did, you get so many points of heroes. I think you get up to about 600, 700 points of heroes. So there's not that many warriors. Whereas the ruffians, it's about 200 points of heroes or something. And then you're on 800 points of metal ruffians. It's like, nah. I'm out. No good.
That would be pretty soul destroying, I think. Joe to Larry, but they're clearly mobile when the elves arrive. James, right, it's good night from me, folks. See you all next time. Yeah. Rich, I guess I meant take them and win with them. Yeah.
Oh,
Larry Bilbo just has to wake them all up before the elves make it to them. Yeah, there's a little dynamic there. There's also, I mean, that's the whole point. Even within the confines, if you like, of the films and the books, there's so many things you could do. There's still plenty to explore in terms of our world of Middle Earth. And Josh says, I reckon he'll do ruffians.
I reckon he won't do ruffians.
Let's all pressure him into doing ruffians. Right, okay, let's just stop this because this was just a straight, steady thought by me. Don't want to put any pressure on Damien. Right, Josh, plenty of ways to make ruffians with plastic kits. Right, that's it. I'm at the end of the chat.
Enough ruffian chat. Shall we have a look at the magazine, Michael?
That might be a good idea.
It's going to be a long one.
I'm not necessarily good on long uns, but I'm hanging in so far.
Let's do our best, shall we? So we're on to issue 83.
Whoa!
Dwarfs on the front. What's that dwarf saying? What's the message from the dwarf?
He's not happy.
He's not happy. He's about to smash it's a table flip, but with an axe, isn't it?
Oh, look, I think it's a case of, hey, someone's in my house.
Playing SBG. Maybe. Dwarfs and goblins clash in Moria. And we start with the incredibly optimistic title of The Long Decline. Although dwarfs are found across Middle-earth, they're a reclusive race who shut themselves away in mountain cities. Despite their self-imposed seclusion, dwarfs, especially those dwelling in Moria, have often been beset by the servants of evil. We cannot get out. They are coming. It's all very negative, isn't it?
I always love that when because I think it's in the book as well, isn't it? When they read the scribe's last few words, we cannot get out, they're coming, because it's so it's that wonderful combination of this is what's happened to us. This is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah. I think it becomes such an iconic kind of quote from the
Yeah.
films that you kind of, it loses all meaning, doesn't it? And when you actually sit and think about it, it's an incredibly depressing thing to have, for someone to have had to write. Which is cheery. So over the page we get to the Force of Dwarf. So this is we get an army list. It's been a while since we've had a brand new army list. But we get the Dwarf army list.
So I was trying to think, and I did have a quick look or attempted to Google this. When would this issue 83 have come out? Because the Google was telling me it was either late 2005 or early 2006.
Well, you're on the back. You've got the Minds of Moria. You've got the Minds of Moria starter set. So it's
and that was out in October 2005.
Either 2005 or 2006. It came out. That was the starter set that came out alongside the big blue rulebook,
which
so
I think was September 2005,
Yep.
according to the googly thing.
I'll take your word for that. Now that's been on the back of these magazines for a while, I would say.
So this has got to be 2006 sometime then.
Yes.
But before the Khazad-dûm supplement they did in 2007 or something.
Before Khazad-dûm, but after Shadow and Flame.
Yeah.
This run of magazines is all taking all the content from Shadow and Flame, which is the first supplement, which came out in 2002. Yeah, it came out after the Two Towers. Yes, it goes Fellowship, Two Towers, Shadow and Flame, Return of the King, Siege of Gondor, Battle of the Pelennor Fields. So that's Christmas. So that means it came out in 2003. Shadow and Flame came out in 2003.
Yeah. So all the profiles we get in this magazine would have aligned with what's in the blue rulebook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dane was in the Return of the King rulebook, which is a really odd thing to say, but Dane was in there because they had a War of the Rings section at the end of the Return of the King rulebook, which was other battles going on, and that's where Dane's profile was. Most of the others, the Dwarf Captain and Barlin, they were all in Shadow and Flame.
Because at this point in time, and I was going back to my collector's guide, 3rd edition.
Oh,
nice. There weren't that many dwarf models. I mean, in fact, I think if I looked at my guide, I think they were just on. And they were on 3 pages, I suppose, but they were all metal. So you had Dane, Barlin, Murindrar, the 4 kings, a couple of captains. The point that was made earlier, there are a couple of captains, a couple of banner bearers, Khazad guards, and then just warriors basically, and that was it. No iron guards, no Vault Ward teams.
I think they come out in Khazad-dûm.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you get an army list, which is quite fun. So you get the rules for Barazandathal, the Venerable rule for Dane, where he has to re-roll his climb and jump test. The Durin's Axe rule for Barlin, Bodyguard for the Khazad-dûm, rules for Dwarf bows. So it's all stuff that we're very familiar with over the years. But interesting to see it here.
The one thing I thought was odd was the Dwarf banner bearer on page 5.
That's what I was going to talk about. Look, I'm just switching over to fake Magcam to show you. Here he is.
Yeah, it's obviously a conversion.
Yeah.
Whereas, but wasn't there a metal one available that came with the captain set?
Like possibly, was he available then? Maybe the Dwarf command came later.
Yeah, it could. I mean, he's here in the collector's guide, but the collector's guide, I think, was 2000. So later on in 2006, maybe. But there are 2 banners that may just been not available as to be able to take a shot for the magazine.
Yeah. I did find it interesting as well that this is clearly the GW Khazad-dûm army, because you've got the green and gold and the grey base, and here's your Dwarf Warrior with the same, and here's your Khazad Guard with the same, and over here you have your Barlin with the same. But to keep things on brand, their Dwarf Captain is the Dwarf Captain that you paint up in this magazine. which I thought was really cute. They were like, "Oh, we're just going to put the right one in, the one that we're going to recommend people paint," which is kind of fun. So there we go. And then over the page we get battle companies,
Yeah.
which is quite fun. And this kind of does feel like I said. I think the Rivendell stream. I said the magazine feels like an elf supplement, and this one feels like a dwarf supplement. It feels very self-contained. And
Yeah,
like,
that's a
you've got
good
your
way of looking
army
at it. Yes.
And then we haven't had battle companies in a while, but this feels like, oh, now we've introduced all this new stuff to the game. You might want to play battle companies with your dwarfs. And so we can have your reinforcements of dwarf warriors, Khazad. Again, you notice there's no Iron Guard there. They don't exist yet. Some cool effects here. So we got reroll a dice to win a fight, reroll courage tests, reroll hero injury, extra point of might. Potentially a bit tough, stubborn dwarf stuff. Warriors get promoted into Khazad. Picture some weapons. Running out of points. Stoic veteran. Look at that. That's how a dwarf turns into a Khazad. Through the medium of black arrow. It's cool. So dwarf company. Quite good fun.
So they said first presented in Pack 73. So that's when they first introduced battle companies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's only, what, 10 issues previously. Have they introduced any other battle companies in between, or was this the second battle company seeing what to go with the elves?
I don't remember them adding them. I feel like there was 4. I feel like there was Rohan. No, there must be more than 4. Because there was Rohan, Isengard, Mordor, Gondor, and Moria, I think. But I don't think they've added any more since then.
Right, so that all those were in Pack. I can't remember Pack 73. I meant to go and have a look, and I didn't get around to it.
It was over about 4 issues. They did like 4 issues of battle company.
Oh, that was it. Yes. Ah, yes, yeah.
So I think they did like Rohan and Isengard in one, and then Mordor and Gondor in another one, or something like that. Pretty cool, though. Yeah, it's good. Imagine being quite excited by this. Different ways to use it. And then we get a really fabulous campaign called Into the Depths. When Balin set out to reclaim his mountain home of Khazad-dûm, he found it much changed, infested by creatures of darkness. In this battle game, we present scenarios that recreate the dwarf's attempts to cleanse Moria of evil. Now, I was getting into this thinking this was going to be a narrative scenario about Balin, and it's not. It's a bunch of battle companies scenarios.
Yeah.
So it's a dwarven battle company campaign. And it's played through some fairly funky terrain. Perhaps we'll learn how to make that later. And basically, this is a bit like the sewers, but what you do is you put a tile down, and then once a model gets to it, this exploring the dungeon. Once a model gets to it, the door of a section, in the end phase, you get to put another one down, and you roll a dice. Got a 1 to 2 good player pick, and a 3 to 6 the evil player picks. And that's what determines it. So I guess there's an argument that evil players can pick board sections that might be more problematic or something. I don't know.
Well, you guess. I mean, just look at the picture, for example. Corridors would make it more difficult, for overlaps and stuff like that to get multiples on. So whereas the bigger rooms will give you more flexibility. So then maybe that sort of dynamic comes into play.
Yeah, I suppose. That's a good point. And then you get dungeons events, which really reminded me of classic Warhammer Quest, of going into a room to turn over a dungeon card.
Yeah, well, I wrote down Hero Quest. It's that sort of vibe, isn't it? That D&D, that role-playing game, Hero Quest sort of vibe.
So this is every room you go into. On a 1, you just get shot by a bunch of goblins. On a 2, you place 6 goblins on to fight your battle company. And on a 6 is a cave-in. Every model on the board suffers a strength 3 hits. No goblins are placed though, so it's not all bad. Which is pretty cool. And then what they give you is a bunch of scenarios. I think there's 3 scenarios. So yeah. It's those rules with a bit of a twist. So in Patrol, the only difference is that when they place the goblins, they can put them in combat instead of 6 inches away. and then you have to explore 6 dungeon tiles and survive. And then in this one, the only rule is that dwarfs have to search it. So what do you have to do? Touch the edge or something? I thought you had to touch something. No, so it's just if a model doesn't move, you can roll dice on a 6. You discover an artifact, and then you win if you find 4 artifacts. So you have to survive until you find 4 artifacts and then kill the beast. And in this one, so it's every time you enter a tile, roll a dice. If the number is equal to or less than the number of dungeon tiles on the board, there may be a troll in the next section.
Yeah, so the troll will always appear by tile 6.
Yes. And then on that next section, if goblins are generated again, a troll is placed instead. And then good player wins if he kills the cave troll. So that's kind of cool. And then, hooray!
I think one of my comments about the Into the Depths is that, and I may have missed it, but at no point do they say that you need to have at least 6 blocks or elements, as it were, of your warrior series of rooms or corridors. That you have to infer that from looking at the different scenarios and working.
I suppose. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, one is you need to explore 6, and the fact that you got the cave troll. You have to piece it together rather than saying you need to have 6 of these available to you.
That's a good point. And in the there is alternative approaches. Every classic BSIME's favourite section, and it's basically why not use other models, which is quite cool. So for one thing, it says use a more experienced battle company, which is quite cool. In which case you'll have to increase the opponents. And then it also says just different ideas. What if you had Rohan, Gondor, Mordor exploring, change the enemies, could be Gondorians clearing the sewers, and what's lovely is they have a little picture of the sewer tiles, which we've already talked about tonight. And then I like this one, Rohan warriors hunting Uruk-hai, or even Moria goblins defending their home against the dwarfs. And I really like this. It's almost like the Wicked story. It's the retelling. It's like this is the story of the dwarfs reclaiming Moria, reclaiming their home of Moria. But what about the alternate take, the West End musical, where it's actually the goblins are the goodies against these invading dwarfs? I thought it would be good fun. But I think this is awesome. I think it's absolutely great, and I think genuinely cool creative rules, and I actually think that alternative approach thing is genuinely useful. It's like, hang on, it doesn't have to be this. Why don't you try something completely different? I like a lot.
Yeah, I read through this and thought, and we'll come on to the terrain bit in a moment, but I thought having this modular stuff, that D&D vibe, having the battle companies against, it's not battle company versus battle company versus, if you like, a sort of a set of enemy, as it were, with sets of rules. The whole combination of things really appealed.
I agree entirely. Well done. And then we get a paint guide. Now, I think I made you be excited about the paint guide last time. Have you got another one in you?
I was excited by this one, and in part because it challenged. What I've written down, whenever I see the words leather, I tend to think it's some sort of brown, and it tends to be, not always, but a lightish brown, on the lighter end of the spectrum. And so I'm quite boring when it comes to leather. But this one here, it's all about blue leather throughout. And that made me think, well, hang on a minute, why have I got myself stuck in this rut that leather must be brown? And the actual captain himself is quite, I quite like how he comes out. This sort of all blue, essentially character, and I think it really works. So it made me stop and think, why does leather have to be some sort of brownish, reddish sort of vibe? Why can't you do something a bit different.
He's the
And
dude.
it-
He's the dude on the front, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I think. I mean, the mask is, and I know this guy's got a shield and a bow and arrow, but I think color scheme. Who knows what order this came in? Did they paint this piece of artwork and then painted the captain to look like him, or did they know they were giving away this captain, so they drew this piece of artwork to be him? I don't know which way around it is, but the artwork is super blue, and this guy is super blue. I just wonder if maybe like his gloves could be a different color, or his greaves could be a different color, or something. It just feels very blue to me.
I don't mind it. I've done blue shields. That's fine. You know, and blue cloaks. Obviously, it was just
there he is
it
again.
was just the more armory, leathery parts of things. I got myself stuck into that. You know, that would have to be a brown. I see what you mean about all blue. I mean, it does talk. Excuse me. It does talk in the painting guide about having you know, when it does the gauntlets in gold to make them stand out against the blue. You know, so they you know they were talking about doing different bits. And again, they had the one with was it the red belt?
Yeah,
The red
red
belt
leather
stand
belt.
out against the blue. To, you know, to have that something that's a bit different that pops slightly and so on. But yeah, and maybe I mean it's all to do with personal preference, I suppose. But maybe yeah. But the overall effect, I really liked on this one.
I mean, I'm following the guide on my one, and I don't care because he's a one-off. He's not in an army. I think if I was doing it as an army, I'd want a little less blue.
Oh yeah, no, for a captain that's fine, but for your warriors, it you know your captain wants to stand out, be a bit different, but warriors it's a different ball game.
I also thought this gauntlet looked a bit like a space marine. The one that's I'm saying this gauntlet, the one that's at the top of page 14.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Yeah, no,
ultramarine.
you see what you mean. Yeah.
And then alternate approaches, double alternate approaches. You love to see it. Why not piss yourself off by painting a fancy trim? And it's like paint a black strip, then paint a bleached bone strip over it, which I enjoy that, because what that will actually mean is paint about 17 bleached bone strips over it as you try and cover it. And then why not just draw this incredibly complicated pattern on with your paintbrush, and it will look brilliant. And it does look brilliant, and I would also make a horrible mess of that. And there are significantly better painters out there who would do a great job of this, and I'm not one of them. And my dwarf captain will not have this. He will not have any features on his robes, because ain't no one got time with that.
But even maybe they should have, because I quite like the idea of having some sort of either on the base of a robe or the side of a robe, some sort of trimming almost. Something that's a bit different from the robe color, just to make it a bit different. So the principle's there. So maybe they could have come up with a simpler alternative approach and then a more complicated alternative approach.
I like the idea. I've just noticed this in the chat that Sam Huddy has said, I don't understand why he's got an arrow on his helmet. And he's then said, this way up.
I was just thinking that this way is up.
One other comment while we're here with a shaky madcam going on. Great point from Joe Holzman that here we have this on page 1. We have this quote from the Book of Mazarbil: "We cannot get out; they are coming." And yet on page 11 we have barred the gates but cannot hold them for long, and that's Gandalf. So they attribute one quote to Gandalf and one quote to the book. Unbelievable. There we go. We like it. It's good. Really good job of painting someone from the Blue Man Group or Eiffel 65, and yeah, we like.
Yeah.
And on to the scenery guide for Moria Ruins. The Forsaken Realm of Moria is a dangerous warren, a twisting passageways, and abandoned chamber. In this modelling workshop, we show you how to create a set of modular corridors and rooms that you can use in your battle games. I don't know. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, if you look at their sketch plan on the top of page 17, you've technically got well more than 6 different elements there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You know, there's lots there. So that's why I think they could have maybe done some sort of steer to say, you know, to the minimum you need to play the scenarios we've outlined are this, but you could, and here's some, you know, all the other sort of possibilities in terms of shapes and the sort of what's in each room or in each corridor that you could do.
Yeah.
And they do that to some extent because they talked about having this cavern, not cavern, chasm.
Yeah.
That you can either have to jump across or create a bridge across and so on. So they do talk about it. I just think they could have done a little bit more. Maybe they expect you to be pretty savvy by now when you got to issue 80, but
Yeah, probably.
I just think they possibly could have done a little bit more. What I did really like, because by this point the Mines of Moria set is out, so the Mines of Moria comes with columns, it comes with a well,
Yeah.
it comes with a doorway.
Yeah.
So rather than just just skate over that, they do have all those three. This is what you can do to build those three. You don't have to buy the set; you can do it yourself. So they do include all those in terms of things that you can construct and build, and I quite like that.
I did find it strange that I've read every one of these scenery guides I've read 82 scenery guides basically, but I've never seen it this way around where it's styrene with cardboard glued on top. Like, that seems really odd to me. That it's normally like a card base or a hardboard base or something with styrene, but this time they go for the floors will be raised up. So the bases are made from sheets of 1-inch thick styrene. Cut the floor to the desired shape with either a hot wire cutter or knife. Next, a piece of thick card of the same shape is glued to the top. The card provides a more durable surface to apply detail to than just styrene alone. And that just seems incredibly weird to me that you'd put card on top of this stuff, which would make it harder to cut into for one thing, and then you wouldn't have the firm bottom. But I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, and then over the page I've got some lovely detailing stuff. Little these kind of bits about geometric patterns to put along the walls.
Yeah.
How to cut little doors and door frames out. A top tip that really made me giggle: remember to account for the thickness of any card detail you put onto the walls when it comes to joining the corners. In order for them to join seamlessly, one side of the detail needs to end slightly short of the edge to accommodate meeting the detail on the other wall. The reason that made me laugh is Steve didn't do that.
I was about to say, I remember some of Steve's. Was it all of them or something? There was. It didn't quite account for something.
Yeah, it was the sewers. I can't remember what it was, but it was exactly that. I think it was when they turned corners, he didn't account for the thickness or something, so it was never quite flush, and it really, really wound him up. But you basically make these wonderful little boxes, little rooms to play in, which is super cool.
I liked on page 17, and again, I've not really thought about this, but detailing the floor, just having this template of a geometric pattern, which then sort of essentially just score out on the floor itself to give that sense of slabs, but they're not just sort of rectangular slabs. They are this they say whatever geometric pattern you want to come up with. And again, I just thought, that's fairly simple, but could be quite effective.
Yep. Then painting it is just basically the blacks and greys, making pillars to make the rooms interesting, only making kind of quarter pillars or half pillars, I suppose, to put into corners of rooms is quite fun. Picture this finished pillar here. And I quite like this. I thought this was interesting. To help maintain the illusion your board is set within the depths of a mountain, lay a large piece of black cloth over your gaming table and then paint the outside of each of your Moria sections chaos black. This will help frame the painted interiors as they will stand out against the black surroundings. It's a good tip.
Yeah, it's just trying to take that next step on your immersive journey.
And there's our dwarf captain again, having a great time against the cave troll. And then over we go. We get, as you say, the other constructions. So how to build a kind of hexagonal well, which is really nice. Nice detail in it. How to make a yawning chasm, which is quite good fun. And then the really clever thing of making the chasm carry on up the side, so it split the sides. I think that looks really neat. Maybe you could have goblins rushing in there. How to make a bridge and how to make a dwarf statue are really, already one fortnight later, look significantly better than the statue you tried to sculpt last week. And there we go. What do you think about these?
There are a couple of things with the terrain. As well as suggesting that you need a minimum of 6 in order to satisfy the scenarios. I get it sort of in that planning sketch they've done on page 17, but I think, and again, I may have missed it, but I think it would be nice if they sort of said, you've got your picture here of 4 of those. You've got 2 corridors, 2 rooms, and maybe they should have said something like, if you to do your 6, you want 3 rooms, 3 corridors, something like that, just to give you some idea. And maybe they just expect you to reach that conclusion naturally, I guess.
Yeah. It's a
I
shame
thought maybe a little nudge.
You never really. I say it's a shame. There's no picture of it all laid out, and this isn't a dodgy Photoshop job. We can clearly see they've made a chasm one. That definitely exists. They've made this bridge and this statue for somewhere. They've made a well. Maybe the well's freestanding. I think. Yeah, I think that picture here is a room that we've got somewhere else. I think that's the same one. So basically, you get this as this picture is the best you get, which doesn't have the chasm one on it. So
no.
I suspect they did make all 4 of these. I don't think this is duplicated or anything, but there are more, and it's a shame that you don't ever get that kind of quite finished sprawling effect. Maybe there will be. I know we carry on with the Dwarfs in the next few issues, so maybe we'll see it there.
Yeah, maybe. The other one I thought they possibly would have been worth mentioning in terms of your construction is some of the sizes that you needed to do. Because one of the rules is that your goblins, when they come on, have to come on at least 6 inches away.
That's a great point. Yeah. Don't make a 5-inch square room.
Yeah, so you're to say your room has to be, your dimensions have to take this into account. That's the word, and just think about that. But again, I mean, maybe they think by this point, you're well enough advanced to be able to work that out for yourself.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
The other one I thought they could have done for Moria. And it's they've sort of done it in terms of the chasm, but started to think about, because these are just rooms, and maybe it's just a question of practicality and space and so on. But you're thinking about chasm, you think, what about things like the mine working, for example? Could you have had some rooms, or a room possibly where they're digging, so you have mine workings or something like that. But it may just be that they got plenty enough in here anyway. They didn't need to do any more. But I thought, because there is actually something about that.
Last time we played in Moria, which I think is around like issues 19, 20, 21, they had like mine working stuff in that for a normal table. So you could always go back and incorporate some of those ideas into it, which could be fun. And I know there's at least, I haven't looked too far ahead, but I know in the next one you make like basically a special tile to put on the end of this. So it might be in the. There's 2 more issues to come in this Moria section. There's a Barlin one and then a Durbers one, and it might be that we add to it. I think it's really good.
Go on, you go.
I think it's really good. I think it's a really good issue. I really enjoyed it. I thought the dwarf stuff is obviously a bit repetitive because we've got it now, but we can't judge it on that. At the time, they're giving you new profiles. Battle Company's good. The scenarios are genuinely new, quite creative, and the scenery guide's brilliant.
Is it a candidate?
Could be. I think it ticks all my boxes for being like, it's just you could give this single issue to someone and say, there you go, there's a good bit of bonus SBG content. And I think yeah, I think so.
This felt, compared to the one we did last time, this felt more satisfying, more pleasing. In
the Shaman one we did last time.
The entirety of it. I know the Shaman one had the scenarios with the elves and rescuing Arwen and so on. So there was some good stuff about it. But this just feels like it's a bit of everything all around the theme.
Yeah, really solid theme.
And sort of I think in that respect, then it benefits from that dynamic.
I agree. I can happy to give it a nod as a candidate for best issue. I don't know what we're doing with these. It'll be once we pass issue 91, we'll have to figure out what we've been doing with these things.
It gives us no excuse to revisit them and then narrow it down even more.
Well, I'm just counting.
Or maybe have one episode that revisits these and just sort of works it down to a top 5 or something. Another episode the top 3. I don't know. Just a special special scenario.
Yeah, well, I always envisage that in some way, at the end of it, we'd then take the nominated ones and do something with them and work out or have a vote on which is the best one. I've just counted. We've got 83 issues we've gone through. 18 of them have been nominated for best issue.
Oh, right. Okay. So one in every...
That's about a quarter, I suppose. 18 is too many to go through on a stream. So we'll have to be... I don't know, maybe there'll be heats or something. I don't know quite how we'll do it. But with some way we need to... We can't have people vote across 18 issues. We might have to do a kind of a reading group or something to kind of figure out, like cut it down to top 10 or something. I don't really know. But yeah,
you can split the patrons into different groupings and give them homework. Give them 5 each, and they've got to pick one.
Yeah, it'd be good. But yeah, we'll definitely do something. I always figured we'd get to issue 91. That'll be the last magazine, and then there'll be a number of streams after that, kind of celebrating the streams and the magazine. And one part of that would be figuring out what's the best ever issue of this by some kind of criteria.
Well, after some of the chatter in the group tonight, there might also be which is the best episode of BSIME.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't got a bloody clue on that one. More clues than that in the magazine. So there we go. That's issue 83. I really enjoyed it. It was a joy to read, and yeah, I think very all to the good, don't you?
Indeed. There's just this slight pang of regret on my part that I wasn't involved in the hobby at that point in time, because that would have been such a glorious period.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be actually doing it, actually getting it and trying to see if, because it is unsustainable, like I think getting it every 2 weeks to paint those models and build that scenery, it's unsustainable. You just start falling behind on stuff, but even doing half of it would have been really cool, I think.
Should we see what the kiddies think?
Do you want to see what the kiddies think? And then I'm going to get a drink because I'm parched, and then we'll do the Facebook and we shall wrap up this beast.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going on the chat then?
If that sounds good.
Okay. Well, I was talking about... Here we go. Yes, here we go.
Something about ruffians, I reckon.
Yeah, that was right about that. Right. Okay. So... Right. Yes, here we go. So... So I'll rattle on if you want to go get yourself grab a drink.
Yeah. Just trying to find where we were.
I'm just looking at how far down this bottle of red wine I've
Keep going, man.
got to, and thinking, oh my dear.
The night is young.
So James, yeah. So the night is definitely way past my bedtime. So James Wilson, and talk about bedtime, right? It's good night from me, folks. See you all next time. Well, and hopefully, James, you'll catch up, and we might see your work hopefully in the whip thread in a minute. Richard, I guess I meant to take them and win with them. Yeah. Bobo's to wake up. Oh, maybe we did get the James one right. We did these. Yeah.
It's about there though. Look, I reckon you'll do ruffians. Let's pressure him to ruffians.
Yeah, we done this right. Okay, and then Callum Rutter, the stream continues on disc 3.
Yeah, so that's where we joined it.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is probably my longest one, Callum, which I'm not always sure is a good one. Right? Okay, Larry, we aren't supposed to be talking about ruffians, Josh. Here we go, and yeah, Larry says, crap. Someone should tell that cover dwarf he won't get +1 defense from the shield if he carries a bow. Right, Sam H, King Sharky of the Ruffians with his loyal sidekick Beaver, R.A. Rest in peace, Steve. Joe, I find it interesting they have a quote from the Book of Marsball on page 1 attributed to the book. Yeah, I think that's the point that Damien pointed out, the slightly inconsistent bit. Yeah, okay. On page 11, yeah. Well spotted, Joe. and both technically correct, but I found it interesting they didn't keep it consistent. Yep. Rich said, and Gimli. Joe's celebrating Madcam. Larry, it's like the Madcam of old. Oh, I mentioned that then when he comes back. Larry, Madcam. Richard, Dwarf banners weren't till March 2006. Okay, yeah. Same time as Carnish and Ill for Shadow in the East. Yeah, I guess, Richard, because the captain was... I suppose actually the captain's available in the Battlestream magazine doesn't mean it was available retail. So that it might have been ahead of the game, as it were. Yes. Joe says it almost sounds like it could be similar to the Shelops layer tiles mentioned in the upcoming Treachery of Gollum supplement. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I love the sort of immersive boards, especially the ones that Steve's done for scouring, although one or two of them are a bit tricky to practically play on. But I do like that idea of modularity, the practical gaming aspect to board building. So yes, if you can come up with something that's got different, and it's like playing tile games now, isn't it? The fact that because if you modularize them enough, you've got a different, got variety in terms of replayability. Joe says that would have made a great segue. Larry, I want to know why he has an arrow on his helmet. Yes, yeah, this way is up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've just skipped the bottom. Joe says it does look brilliant. If I did it, it would not. I'm not sure that would be the case, Joe. So, Sam H, isn't there now paint pens or something? They could be much better for these freehand figure jobs. Yes, I've noticed these. I think it's Army Painter have done some, but I'm sure there's other companies as well. And I think they're definitely worth exploring. I'm sure I've seen someone use them on Metiseld, and I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that quite right, but it's late at night, on the gold new bits. And I think you're right, Sam. I think there is something in using these new paint pens for especially stuff that stands out and is easy to do without adversely impacting other parts of the paint jobs. Yeah. Larry says, wondering about the arrow while I painted him. I haven't seen the paint pens in person, but I suspect their nibs are too thick for that sort of detail work. No, I believe, Joe, I've seen the Army Painter ones. If you turn them on their side, you can get a thin side. So you've got options to be able to narrow it down up to a point. Boom, boom. But you're right. Ultimately, that they will be constrained because of their fixed side. You're back, Damien, aren't you?
I am back.
There was some joy at Madcam earlier.
Shaky Madcam.
It's like the Madcam of old. Larry said at one point. And I thought I'd because he's saying something nice there.
There you go. It's nice to know. Nice to know.
Bum, 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 bum. Then Jack Brown says, I think the scenery is lovely and I would really like to make them. I think they would be much more accessible with some example measurements, particularly to fit in with the next issue. Yeah, which I think was what I was saying, just a little bit more of a steer as to what you could do. Joe, they do show several other tiles in the next issue. Yeah, that's the point that Damien was making.
Oh, cool. There we go. That's good to know.
Sam H. Beaver episode, hands down, 6-ish hours of completely unhinged lunacy. Who was with you on Beaver episode? Was that Mark?
I'm just thinking about Benny. Was that not Joe's one? I don't know. I've got no way of checking Beaver episode. I can only check it by what it was actually called.
I can't remember.
I know Joe was involved because Joe knew a lot about the Beaver fact.
Oh, Sam's saying it was the Beaver Glorfindel episode. That was
Glorfindel. That was Macklin, wasn't it?
Oh, was that Macca's?
Wasn't Macklin Glorfindel? Glorfindel week was Macklin.
Have you got it on your little?
I don't have a note of Beaver. I didn't make a note.
No, but who was Glorfindel?
Glorfindel was Macklin, definitely.
Oh right, yes. In that case, it was Macklin then. Yeah. Larry, I think my vote for best episode would probably have to be between Gurrett's Week, Army's Middle Earth Week, or Battle Screams of 2025. So is they all Larry's, presumably?
Yeah, hasn't he said that before?
Reasons, personal reasons, maybe. Right, Joe. Isn't every episode 6 hours ish of completely unhinged lunacy? No, when Damien does the deep dive, there's some really good stuff, and we do go off on some interesting tangents. But I mean, I hope it's a lot of fun when we do them.
It's definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we just and we just all come away maybe knowing a bit more, being a bit wiser, but also just having had a good time.
I think that's the thing. It is educational because hopefully we've had a good time. Hopefully everyone learns a little bit about Middle Earth in some way. But then normally we all learn a little bit about something else, such as what a beaver's anus smells like, or tonight any number of things about the kings and queens. You know,
We know, and also about each other.
Yeah, here's your Middle Earth fact you learned. Here's Larry's latest weird story, and here's your thing about real life that you've learned. You know, it's a package.
Something for everyone. Sam H says the beaver one was a real standout. Yeah, that's certainly tickled plenty of people. Joe, it certainly is. If Larry, if I or Larry have anything to do with it. Okay. Joe, I made the same reference when you were talking about the upcoming supplement. It was a throwback. And Jack Brown just corrected me. It was Macklin, or not correcting me, but informing. Larry, it was one I missed the beginning of for some reason. Joe says the Beaver comments were initiated by me. I think the host was Macca's.
I remember Joe being very pro Beaver and it being in the chat rather than being in discussion.
Larry says, as I never heard the start of Beaver stuff. I said 3 unrelated episodes as a recommended start point. Right. Sam says, some H tastes like. Larry, that was a completely separate suggestion and recommendation for best episode. Ricky Drinks Paints, also any episode when Damien does his deep dive with the history of, it's got Meadow Earth, I think it's Middle Earth, books, my favourite parts of any stream. Yes, the deep dives are usually informative and entertaining. Right, that was it. I'm caught up.
Good job. Cut it. Cut it. No more.
For a brief second.
No more. I'd also like to say I topped my snacks up with some jelly babies, which I don't think we've had on the stream before.
No, I haven't had jelly babies in years.
My dad loves them. So he always gets jelly babies from Santa and that sort of stuff. So I went and nicked a bunch of them.
I do remember the boys having them because we talked about decapitating the heads. You know, which do you put the whole jelly baby in first, or do you take that head off first?
Down in one for me.
Yes.
You're either committed or you're not. So we have to go to Facebook to see what our wonderful community has been up to. Boom! You should now have a Facebook thread. Oh, it's done the thing. I literally have no idea what to do about this. It's there. It's captured the window, and yet it won't show it.
It's not showing.
No, but is there a big gap there? Yeah. Why is that? It's
right. It's just this lovely map of Middle Earth.
It's right there. I can't stress how much. Right, I'm gonna pop you onto a. Let's pop you back to us. Let's just do it again. Let's just do the same thing twice. Oh, I don't know.
That's worked before. I'm sure that's worked before.
I mean, I've literally got nothing. What I'm looking at is a screen, and on the left, it's the Facebook screen. It's got me and you down the side, and it's got Facebook. And then you click a big button which says transition, which puts it over here, which is what you see. And when you hit that button, it just doesn't show the Facebook window. That is absolutely monstrous. Let's duplicate that and transition. No, obviously it doesn't work. Why would it? This is absolutely. I mean, I don't know why that's not showing you that. Brilliant. I can only say I've got nothing so many times. Pressing all the buttons I normally press. What could that possibly be? That's there. That's right. It can see it. It just won't put it in front of your faces. What about now? Hang on. What about now? I've obviously got... I'm saying what about now? I've got to wait 20 seconds. That would be really interesting.
Oh, it's here.
Is it there?
Yeah.
Oh, so mine's obviously dropped behind. Oh, that is fascinating. That is. So you know, I was telling you, there's like when I view it, there's a preview window, and then the window I move it onto. All I've done is switch it out of that mode, so I no longer have a preview window and what it's going to go onto. I've just turned that mode off, which should of course leave me with the mode you were looking at, but instead popped it up. It makes no sense whatsoever. That's completely unhelpful, but there it is. Shall we have a look?
I think my brain was blown by the fact that we had 3 separate time zones there. We had us on the Zoom, which is presumably real. Me watching my YouTube here, and then you said yours was just a couple of seconds even behind that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was, I don't know, past us, past us, and present us.
Yep. It's the Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3 all together. So.
Oh dear. Right. But yes, no, we're in business.
We are. And we have Joe Holzman kicking us off, as he so often does, with his Dwarf Captain from the magazine and the Big Daddy Pistachio, an excellent bar, which I believe has now been consumed. I also note lurking in the background there is Helm, who looks like he's about to punch a horse to death, and a burnt down Rohan building following the guide.
Yes, yeah.
I believe you're quite familiar with those kits now, Michael.
with a bit of prompting.
Absolutely. I wonder if there'll be a hobby vlog about that of some sorts to come. We have Ricky Colebrook, who says, Dwarf Captain, and for tonight's stream snack, a 26-year out-of-date Star Wars promo whisper bar. Is that real? Is that really? It's been a year since I started joining you wonderful bunch. I've been entered into every prize draw to win the elusive black dice since then with no luck. To test fate, I pledge if I win the black dice tonight, I will take a small buyout of it and send the rest of it to Larry for his backline. Is that really 26-year-old?
Didn't Ricky put that up in the patrons stream, in the patrons chat?
He did, but I didn't see the age thing at all.
No, I don't think he did say the age at the time. I just looked at it and thought, and the thought crossed my mind is that can't be something that's 20 years old. Surely it's just it's just a recent, because they redid the films, didn't they, recently? They did something to do with that, maybe. But he's generally saying this is whatever it was. It's 24, 23, whatever it is years old.
26, apparently.
When was episode 1? Was that 1999 episode 1?
Ricky, where have you got that from? Also, I don't want you to win because I don't think you should eat that. And his captain has been based and washed. Looking very nice.
I mean, to be honest, I don't actually know how long chocolate...
It's pretty good. And I don't think it necessarily kills you the way, chicken might. But it's certainly not good. Sam Page, a relatively new addition to my backlog, but the first of hopefully many Iron Boys for some tournaments next year. Very cool.
At the moment, I don't need to be making notes of anything, don't I?
Nope.
This is. I'm just a passenger.
You're just a passenger, and you ride. We've got some updates. So we've got front and back. So there he is. Oh, looking lovely. Oh, check out that. I believe that's a Generation Shift base. Cobblestone courtyard, perhaps. Lovely green. Nice cheeky
I was
variable.
going to say, wasn't Matt doing a Black Friday deal? So anyone out there looking for General Shift bases, hope you got your order in.
Or GS bases, of course, now, isn't it?
Well, yes. Let's use the correct term.
Nice to see him at Throwing Skulls briefly and his little bubble.
Yes, and with his Declan, yeah.
Jack Brown is in. Well, check out these snacks. Khazad Doom, Captain and Friends, and the last of leftover birthday cake. Well, happy birthday, Jack. So Dwarf Captain certainly gets him in. Butterscotch chocolate and a nice chunky bit of cake. You'll love to see it.
Oh, I'm hungry now.
It's perfect time to eat, 2 a.m.
Well, I should have got myself a stream snack, shouldn't I, silly
I've got
boy?
like the second half of my dinner downstairs.
Yeah, just be careful about warming it up.
And he's made some good progress on those. Looking good, man. Very, very cool. Hooray for the dwarfs. Then Josh Crosby starting on my Moria Expedition conversions for 2026. Oh, look at those. They're awesome. I feel that's like, is that an Iron Guard on the far left maybe? Converted with Erebor bit. And then captain with a mace from somewhere. Where do we think that mace is from? Is that, looks almost like Zagdush's? Not Zag, is it Zagdush? The Orc Warlord? Don't know.
Joshua just sees possibilities, sees things that us lesser mortals don't always cotton on. Might be good conversions to do.
Yeah, for sure. Picked up a beer when I was downstairs as well.
As you do.
Phil Beale. For the first time ever, I'm actually free on a stream night, so I'm going to pop some paint on this gentleman. Phil Beale. Yeah, he's his first time ever. He's never been in the draw before. Incredible scenes. Winner of Best Army. Wonder if he heard us say nice things about his stuff.
Well, let's hope so, because they were worthily warranted.
He's also painted him in the scheme of his quartered Numenorians with the black and white. That looks beautiful, man. Look at that base. What's going on with that base? It looks. Is that painted? Is that? What the hell is that? You see all the little rings and stuff.
Yeah.
Who would? That's like Tom Harrison insanity levels of basing. Does it look like that, or do you think that's some trick of the light? Has he painted that, or is that like the? Do you see what I mean? Is that the rings of the chainmail doing that or something?
I'm not sure.
It's very cool.
Yeah. Great work as always.
If you look at the one on the back, it does look like it's there. Maybe it's carved in and it's sort of dry brushed or something. It looks amazing though. You got him in. Imagine if he wins first time basket, that'd be something. James Wilson, in a surprise twist, I have no unnamed dwarves to paint, so I'm working on my Easterling Cavalry instead. I only need to paint another 22 models, and I've painted 200 this year. Oh
my goodness, James, that's...
Yeah. You have any idea of your numbers, Michael? How much you painted?
It's not great. I mean, obviously doing all those walks and faux walks, so all those 61 for the project.
That's pretty good.
I don't. It would probably be around 80, something like that.
Very good. Big spoilers for future vlogs. I'm trying to get to 100 in December. Trying to hit my target. Got to paint 12 models in December to get there.
Well, what I do have to do before the first weekend of January is finish a Tariel that I started in one of the battle streams.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I'm going to a tournament called a Time of Heroes that Sam Johnson's running at Element Games.
So good. Tom Macklin is doing a dwarf captain. Let's jump to his kind of... Wow, that looks awesome. Tom Macklin's getting in.
Oh, yeah, that. Oh.
Look at that pop.
Nice.
A lovely time hanging out with Mako on the Friday in the Mega Game. Oh, orange and green is quite an exciting choice. That's great. Good work. Jen's Elmos. Don't really have stream snacks, but have some leftover cake to eat while doing highlights to a captain and working on my converted Chaos Dragon set. Oh, look at those pastries.
So when we say converted Chaos Dragon, we're talking old world here, is that?
Yes. That's I don't know what dragon that is. A Chaos Lord of some sort. Oh, I like the pastries. It's rare over here you'd see like chocolate on a pastry like that, I think. There's no update there. Ryan Pickering. Only named heroes tonight, but looking forward to starting my army of Thrall. Only named... Oh, I see. So he's only got named heroes, yeah, because he's got Thorin, Dwalin,
It's young
Oh, it's
Thorin, isn't
Thrain.
it?
It's Thrain, isn't it?
Yeah, young Thorin and young Dwalin.
Yeah. Feels so close to being on theme, but alas, Ryan. I like your chocolate bear though. That's pretty cool. And we have an update. Really enjoying painting these. Well, I'm not surprised. I've said it a lot of times over the last 6 years, but Thror is my favourite model in the entire range. So I imagine you would enjoy painting it. It's very cool. Do you have a favourite model, Michael? Have we done your favourite model?
I'm not sure we have. I'd have to have a sit and think about it.
Fair enough. I mean, you've had 5 hours.
But no warning.
No time to think. Rory Campbell is in. And he has got some Mirren Draw, a couple of captain, or a captain, and Balin, and the Dwarf in the Wild Man figure. It's very, very cool. Updates on the 2 important models, Dwarf in the Wild Man and the captain. So Rory definitely gets in. Elliot Prowse. Oh, look at this. Elliot's board at Throne of Skulls was absolutely amazing. Not painting dwarves, but on theme with my Moria Mega board pitch. I mean, the size of that.
Give the yards.
I barely know where I can keep all my display boards, let alone where you keep yours, Elliot. Stuff's amazing. It's just wonderful, isn't it? Lovely stuff. Larry. Late getting to painting, working on this guy I got from 7th City ages ago in preparation for this stream. Oh, that's cool. You know what's not cool? Your rotten Easter egg in December.
I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm slightly curious to what the orange liquid is in Larry's mug. I presume it's just some orange juice with
yeah, it'll be I don't
ice
know.
cubes or something.
It might be Fanta, it might be orange squash, but it's ice cubes in a mug, and it's not double monstrous. You can have ice cubes in squash, but squash in a mug is just you can't keep chatting to someone who has squash in a mug. Do you know what I mean? When they sit down, they go, "Hi, my name's Daniel," and they put their squash in a mug down. You have to leave. You can't.
I have a vague feeling I may have had wine in my mug last time, or one time anyway.
At least that's wine. Jacob Hanlon, look at this. Tuning in on my walk with the little one, hoping to join the stream later and paint some of you fantastic people. Wow!
That's a bit of snow.
Beautiful.
Did you get any snow when we had a few days ago?
Yeah, we had it last week, didn't we? It wasn't
Yeah,
a week just gone. It was pre-Throne of Skulls, wasn't it? Yeah. We had it. Yeah, we had a little. We had it for like a day.
Yeah, we didn't have anything here, so which was a bit surprising, but it was cold.
Yeah. Richard Clammer's in, joining late. No nachos, has had family over, but lots of picky food left over for the stream. The only Lord of the Rings era unnamed dwarf hero model in my collection is this dwarf captain. He weirdly joined my collection because he was on the base of a dragon I bought second hand years ago, which I never painted. This guy rebased the dragon to 130 mil, and this guy joined my backlog. Time to clear him. Incredible scenes. Can you imagine someone at some point glued that poor dwarf to a dragon and then didn't want the project anymore, or left the hobby or something, and went off you fly, and that poor dwarf glued to the wrong base was like, I'll never see paint. And through the power of the Battle Streams community and Richard Clammer, we have saved that dwarf from the backlog.
Yeah.
You just love to see it.
He didn't become a Stinky Pete.
It's a beautiful story. He didn't become a Stinky Pete. And so we're trying to follow in the guide. We got stuck halfway through step 1, found out my black ink is dried shut and clearly rock solid.
That's an old one, isn't it?
Yeah, they're the worst tubs they ever did. That's a screw top. Those screw tops were absolutely rubbish. And check out that power boy. Tonight's progress got most of the base colours on and some highlighting. Look how happy he is. He's reaching up to Richard going, thank you. You saved me.
So while there's a bit of me disappointed that I couldn't have been part of what was going on in the early 2000s. I missed the awful paint experience,
Yeah,
paintball experience.
yeah, that was. I think they changed in 2001. About 2000, 2001, they went to the screw tops for a few years, and then they went to those same pots like that, but they had flippy tops, so they got better. And then they went to the ones that we've got now.
I do remember going, and it might have been the Games Day in either 2007 or 2008, one or other. But going with the boys for the first time, and they were selling the inks off loads of of boxes of inks, because of course by this time they did the washes.
Mm.
They were selling loads of inks, and they were selling loads of old copies of White Dwarfs. That's why I got a lot of the early issues of White Dwarfs. And then was it that year as well? They were doing these mystery boxes that sort of figures that hadn't quite worked, as it were. So the kids were having loads of fun just buying these mystery boxes and then swapping figures left, right, and centre with everyone else. And that was possibly one of the best game days we went to.
It's very cool. I definitely did it in 1999 or 2000. I went to one of the Warhammer Grand Tournaments at Warhammer World. This was just a big industrial room before it had the castle cladding on it, and it was just when they were going to those awful paint tubs, and they had their old range, so those white topped hexagonal ones, buckets of them, huge buckets of them, and they were selling them off for like, I don't know what it was, 50p each or a quid each or something, because they were bringing those ones in. And so I bought tons of them and basically skipped that range because of it, because I just had tons of the hexagonal ones, and so I wasn't as affected that badly because I just kept using my extra supply of those hexagonal ones from it. Simpler times. Stephen Ryan has done his usual and unwrapped a box from a model from the blister. Incredible scenes. Love to see it, Stephen. There's the captain. Looks like he's following the guide. Let's see if we've got any updates. Nice pattern, some bloofers and change. Yeah, I agree. My first ever non-Gimli dwarf, so there he goes. Whoa, that looks great, mate. Beautiful. Definitely following the guide there, I think. And then he's also... started on Prince Haleth at 10 to 12. Madness. I just can't switch Michael and Damien off.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Looks incredible.
And the model looks gorgeous, yeah.
I had a lot of fun painting Haleth on foot for the Mimic, even under quite a lot of time pressure. So I'm really looking forward to going back and doing the mounted one, probably in February. So,
Will you keep the exact same colour scheme?
yeah, I think so. I deliberately, I wasn't rushing Haleth for the Mimic. Haleth had to look good. He had to look painted well. He was on the display board, so I was doing a lot of colour reference from the film and trying to make sure I got it right. So yeah, I was happy with him. Sam Huddy, no modelling for me as all the stuff is now finally packed away. I think we finally have a completion date for the move.
Yes.
On the 15th. God, that's a scary time to be moving. Hopefully I can do something for the Christmas stream. Oh, well, good luck, mate. I hope it all goes well. It's a truly hideous process, but fingers crossed, be in the new place for Christmas.
My when I was, I think 12, my parents moved house 5 days before Christmas Day.
That's horrific.
So it would have been 1977, December the 20th. We moved from one part of Oxfordshire to another. Madness.
And he's also put this picture up saying all the new viewers hearing all the shaft talk. Larry Miller has an update pic. He's already in the draw though. So nice to see Larry looking good.
Have you got Sam Earnshaw?
I have skipped Sam Earnshaw. It's different. Let's pop him in. Sam Earnshaw. That's why Michael's here, to keep me honest. In a completely counterproductive move, I've stripped an old captain and applied basing materials. Probably all I managed tonight while the glue dries. I love your dedication to both adding to and clearing your backlog, sir. Well done, Sam. No updates there. Then it was Larry. Then it's Michael saying the start of stream. Do you want to talk us through this?
I didn't do very much. All I did was because I tend to, when there's lots of metals, I will start with a dry brush of those, then put a noon oil, and then just do a dry brush of a couple of dry brushes, the next levels of silver. So that's what I did, and I did do the face as well, but not much of it because it's hidden by the helmet. So
looking good, looking good. And do we now? Is this? Oh, is this the?
that might be the start one, maybe,
That's
because
how
yeah,
far you
and
got.
then
Very cool.
it doesn't look desperately different, but it
Very
is
cool
different.
model. Very cool model. Then we got Gary George. Time to. Oh, he's got the red packet. Time to free my dwarf captain from his plastic and cardboard prison.
Mm. Been there 20 years.
It's incredible. Let's see what he's got. Cleaned up, primed, and zenithal done. We'll hopefully continue painting after the wife and I get back from shopping. It might be getting to a sensible time for him now. Sam Page is in. Have we got Sam? We do have Sam. That's an update for the back of his cloak, I'm guessing. Looking very nice, my friend. Hang on. Why is he blue tacked? Why has he blue tacked a model to a painting handle that's designed to hold models? Am I missing something?
I have noticed sometimes the GW ones can slightly warp if your model stays in there for too long. There's a bit of pressure in it, and the black base starts to just sort of squeeze in a bit. But that's as much as I can muster as to why Sam's done what he's done.
What he's done. Why would you do that? Unless I suppose, what if the model's finished and he's blue tacked it on so he can paint the rim?
Yeah, it could be. Yes, he didn't want to, scrape the rim work.
Could be that.
Yeah,
it does look finished.
Sam,
It looks like the rim.
explain yourself.
Explain yourself, Sam. Because otherwise, Sam, we need to have a chat. I'm going to blow your mind with what that thing could do. Ashley Fisher. No unnamed dwarf heroes in my backlog or frontlog for that matter. So I've carried on my. So 5 dice Fisher is out of the running. Oh, that's big. Lovely conversions. That is big for the chasing pack though. Lovely conversions, mate. Sorry we couldn't get you on theme. Larry Miller has an update. Looking very, very cool. Look at the way he's using that paint handle there. Beautiful scenes. Josh is in, and he is not in so far. So he gets to come and play with his Dwarf King. Is that the first Dwarf King we've seen?
I think it is. Yes.
Very cool, very cool, very cool.
I'm just reading Tom's next one.
Tom Rainwright, not paying tonight. I think we have similar curtains to you. They are. I mean, they're leaves, aren't they? If I'm honest, the colour's different and the pattern on the leaves is different. But leaves, they are leaves. I don't think I can give you a black dice however much I want to. For those, the integrity of the competition must be respected. Joe Holzman update. Dwarf Captain and the Big Daddy finished. That's the chocolate bar. Just need to do the basing. Looking very cool. The actual Dwarf Captain from the mag has been very popular, hasn't he? One with a hand. There's the back. I see Joe has neglected also not to take the alternative approach of pissing yourself off with the gold trim. Larry Miller is finished. Oh, looks good, man.
Yeah.
Looking very cool. Jake Pollard working on Goat Riders tonight for the finale next week. Lovely to hear, but unfortunately Goat Riders won't get you in because they are not unnamed. Oh, look at the size. Is that a big M&S candle? Is that a £12 candle? Behind the red candle? That's going to give out some good scent.
Hmm.
Nice stuff. Good luck at the finale, man.
But that's next weekend, isn't it? Up in Newcastle.
Yeah. 7 goats done. Got 3 riders done. Just 4 more to do. Looking very cool, my friend.
They're nice models.
Nice bases as well. Mine have just sailed off to Max Malice for their new life, my goat riders. Been in a blister for the best part of 10 years and have been cleared from the backlog. Larry Miller. While Ricky's chocolate is cool, this is the best piece of Santa Menace themed snackage. What even is that? Is that a Pez? Is that a Pez dispenser?
All I know, it's one of a character from episode 1 I really didn't take to.
And Joe Holzman, as I mentioned in the chat, a Balrog with a Jar Jar Binks head. Oh my god. Oh, I have not seen that before. That is that is going to upset some people. Oh, wonderful stuff. So that was 53 comments. Let's refresh.
But it's not that difficult to upset some people on social media these days, is it?
It's not, Michael. It is famously undifficult to upset people on social media. Sometimes it's enough to just exist and be a woman and you'll wind someone up. Let's see if there's anything else down the bottom. I feel like it did update actually, because I think there was more than when I started, so I think it is updating. No, nothing down the bottom. Boom. Well, let's see if this now plays nice. Mainstream. Oh, that is fascinating. Okay, oh, alright. Bit worried about all of that. Never mind, it's working. And that is us back. Now, what I do need to do, as per the don't forget it every time you moron.
Oh, emails, yes. I'd have got there in a minute. My brain was just a bit slow.
We don't have any emails tonight. Great success.
No?
So, if you want to see if there's anyone nattering about anything they did while I count things up and prepare for the dice draw.
Oh, you just caught me in the act of pouring some more wine for myself, which is probably not a good idea.
Perfect thing to do at 2 in the morning.
I did have aspirations for maybe going to the gym in the morning, but
I did not.
After my 3 hours of real tennis, it will all depend on what my body's saying to me. Right. Oh, chat. Where's the chat? Shh. Oh, you're a chatty lot tonight. Oh my goodness, you are a very chatty lot. Right, okay. Right, okay, I'm going to be brutal and rattle through these quickly while Damien does his number crunching. Okay, so Joe, for interest, I'm still staunchly pro beaver. Squash them first. Larry said I start with the feet. The head is the third bite. Oh, that must be the
Children?
jelly babies.
Oh, jelly babies, yeah, sure, it'll be that.
Joe says to Larry, you have that in common with Quentin Tarantino. Then yeah, legs, then gut, then head. God, Larry, you make it a real surgical procedure here. Ricky drinks painted showing. Joe, the horse is a prone converted snow troll. Prone because he fell over and I haven't uprighted him. Phantom Menace released in 1999. Yes, that was it. Revenge of the Sith had its 20th anniversary re-release this year. I did notice, I don't know if anyone's noticed, that some cinemas early next year might be getting the extended editions of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, is it UK
yeah,
though?
Because it's 25th is what it says. I noticed there was some release this year. So keep an eye out for your local cinemas just in case.
It all the promo stuff looked very theatres to me. I didn't know if it was UK based stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know there's one in Southampton, I think, is doing it. So,
Oh, cool. All right.
so just, I mean, it might be a bit patchy, but just keep an eye out. So Larry, where did you get that from? And did they have any Jar Jar lollies?
That must be the chocolate bar.
Sam, I remember getting a Jar Jar thing in the Beano that you'd flick to throw its sticky tongue out and yank things like paper, etc. Left tons of marks on Mum's walls. She hated it. I was surprised. Joe, I had one of those. I broke a glass by flicking Jar Jar's tongue at it. My mum was thoroughly unimpressed.
That sounds fantastic.
So Jar Jar wasn't just irritating in the film; he was irritating as a thing, as an item, a collectible. Ricky Drinks Prate, £6 off eBay. I collect anything Star Wars Phantom Menace, as it was so over merchandised. It's all pretty much worthless, and there's so much tack I can't help but collect it. Laughing face. There were some nice bits around Phantom Menace, but yeah, it was for someone who'd been to the original trilogy first around at the cinema, it was a bit of a letdown. But then I probably wasn't the right target audience.
It wasn't your Star Wars.
Sam H. Phil's had a taste for awards. Now he wants to take Crosby's record. Well, Phil, if you're still listening, you've got to stick at this for weeks, months, and years to come. Joe, I know someone who 3D prints Jar Jar heads and sticks them on random models. Recently converted a barrel with a Jar Jar head. Ricky said, brilliant. Sam H says, this puts a whole new image in my head of how he whips people into combat. Well, quite. Larry, I had the extra cool glow-in-the-dark version of the sticky tongue thing. Have you got one of the lollies, Ricky? Sadly, no, but it's on the wish list. Oh, right. Larry says what was in his mug was tropical juice. And then Sam H says that's his paint, water, and drink. Larry says no ice today as I've been getting over a bad cold. All right, so it wasn't ice that I thought I saw. I hope you feel better soon, Larry, because having a cold is a bit miserable sometimes. Joe, when I go on the Year 6 residential, I always have jungle juice in a mug. It's when you mix black currant squash with orange squash. Year 6 residential is the only time I have it. I guess in Joe, because you need it to get through Year 6 residential. Sam H, I thought jungle juice sounded like something you drink from a hip flask. Joe said it's also the only time I ever drink out of a mug. Is that a worse idea than ripping out your kitchen the week before Christmas?
That's Sam Huddy moving. That's what Steve did.
Yes, yeah. Sam H, to be honest, the whole process of moving has been a nightmare. So after all this time, I'm just relieved to have the end of it all looming. Yes, it's moving's just
it's horrible.
One of those things that's just painful, but when you get through to the other side, it's great. Sam H, I remember telling Michael about Seven Stones last year and saying something like, hopefully won't take too long. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Joe, so you can paint the rim. Larry for the rim job, I guess.
This is Sam's painting handle.
God, there we go. Joe, Damien suggesting the rim job, pretending he hasn't just read Larry and I saying it.
He had not.
Ricky, also if do your bases first against workshop handles, scrape the paint off with the clamping mechanism. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Joe, yes, I know you're on Facebook, Damien. Indeed, Damien, I'm not stupid enough to believe I can pull that trim off. Larry, it's a lolly shaped like Jar Jar's tongue. The mouth opens to reveal a tongue, which you eat by French kissing the plastic gungan. Sam H says that's the dream. Yeah. Right, Joe, French kissing a plastic gungan is the dream. Larry says, obviously, this is going really weird. Joe said it's in January. What's in January? Oh, the extended editions, yes. Extended editions, one weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Theatrical editions the weekend after. So, yeah, so just look out. There's obviously something going on in January, but it might not be in your patch. Larry, they went too hard on Jar Jar merch. In hindsight, the flicky tongue Jar Jar was clearly designed by a childless person. That was Sam H. Joe, A New Hope is getting. Yes, I noticed this. A New Hope is getting a re-release next year for the 50th anniversary, despite the anniversary not being until the year after. Yeah, that's true. Because in the UK, we didn't get to see it till right the very end of 1977, but primarily the spring of 1978. In the years when you could have months between different release dates around different parts of the world, you couldn't get away with nowadays.
Yeah, huge. I'm just stuck on Larry's
Nearly there.
phrase of which
Middle
you
Earth
eat by
Gaming.
French kissing them
Hey
plastic
all,
gum
just
gum.
dropping by. Keep up the good work, guys.
Hey, Benji.
Then Joe, the teen spirit, either a childless person or someone who just hated parents. Yes. And then Joe, French kissing a plastic gun and needs to be on a mug. Right, there we go.
It's a lolly shaped like Jar Jar's tongue. The mouth opens to reveal the tongue, which you eat by French kissing the plastic gum gum. That's the drink.
Oh.
I'm looking at it here. I've got it. See Larry. Oh, I nearly got through 6 hours, and that's broken me. Oh, incredible! All right, wonderful. So, we've actually got the smallest pool of entries that we have had for a very, very, very long time.
Oh.
I want to say.
Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
I mean, it's good if you want to win the black dice.
Well,
It's bad for our stats.
well, exactly. Yes.
I mean, 13. There you go. 13 entries in September 2023. So it's our lowest number of on-theme entries in over 2 years. And
what was September 2023?
Oh, Michael, I've just scrolled away from it. It was.
I don't remember there being 13 before.
It would have been once upon a time, obviously, back in the old days. Oh, where's it gone? It's gone.
When I was less than 60.
We were all younger. Oh, I literally can't find it now. Oh, it's because I'm looking in the wrong column. Oh my god, I'm tired. So it is. There it is. It was Theodred. So I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah. Was he in the bad books by then? Did we know he was in the bad books by then?
He wasn't in the bad books. That's why we had a stream celebrating him.
True. Oh, so that's a good interesting point. If you knew then what we know now, would we have bypassed? Would we have given that one a swerve?
Don't know, mate. Let's hope we never have to deal with that. It wasn't bad when we did it. That's the important thing. So we've got 16 entries.
Or 16, okay.
Yeah, which means I actually get to need. I'm going to use a dice I don't think we've used much at all, which is our Michael Curtis D6. It's a fairly normal dice, but it's got the numbers on as opposed to the pips on a D6. So are we ready to? I just looked at the YouTube page. It says 21 watching now. Started streaming 6 hours ago. That's a great sentence, isn't it? It's 2 a.m. 21 wonderful patrons are still out there watching along. You love to see it.
Yeah. Thank you all for hanging in with us, and
absolutely.
I hope you're enjoying it.
Of course they are. It's 2 a.m. They're watching. The other 20 who were watching earlier, they weren't enjoying it. These 20 like it. And here we go. So, as a reminder, you are playing for this dear lady. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Always. It's the only number it rolls.
So everyone, if you're in this draw tonight, just make sure that Damien sends you that particular dice.
For sure. Now, this is a bit scary because there's a name in here that is not normally this early. Our first group of 5 is Joe Holzman, Ricky Colebrook, Sam Page, Jack Brown, and Josh Crosby.
Ooh.
So we're re-rolling 6s, Michael. All right.
So am I allowed to call this one because I'm not in it?
Yes, you are, and the internet does not want you to roll a 5.
Go.
Oh, you've dodged it. That's Sam Page. You've put Sam Page in the final.
Ooh.
You'll love to see it. Our second group is Phil Beale, who we don't think has ever been in before. Tom Macklin, Jens Elmos, Rory Campbell, and Larry Miller. We're re-rolling 6s.
Go.
Is Thomas Macklin in the final? Phil Beale has not had the fairy tale start to it.
Oh, sorry, Phil.
And the final one. which is
You've
a
got to do this by
D6.
yourself then.
It is. This Michael Haskell has investment here. It's Richard Clammer, Stephen Ryan, Sam Earnshaw, Michael Haskell, Gary George, and Joshua Kamikawale. So Michael is on a 4. Can I find my guest host in the dice? Oh, sorry, it's Josh. It's Josh. Sorry, Michael. I did my best. So there we go. We have our finalists. Well done to everyone who joined in. And of course, well done to our finalists. Sam Page is on number 1. Tom Macklin is on number 2. And Josh is on number 3. Let us check the dice records.
I want to say Josh has not won a dice, but the other 2 have.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Sam Page has not won a dice.
Has he not?
He's not. Tom Macklin has won 1 dice. And Josh has not won a dice.
Oh my
Can
goodness.
Tom Macklin break the hearts of first timers everywhere? So Sam is on a 1, Macklin's on a 2, and Josh is on a 3. Are we ready?
We've got Sam H starting his commentary already.
I think it's also important that we say, for anyone who's joining the stream now, probably not in the UK, this is not Josh Crosby.
No.
It's very important. It's not Josh Crosby. It's a different Josh. All right, Sam on 1, Tom on 2, Josh on 3. First to 3. Over to Michael.
Go.
That's huge from Josh. Huge from Josh. Oh, he's sitting up. He's sitting up. He's thinking, is this my time? Is this my time?
Go.
The 2 newbies are doing it. Sam's there. Where's Mackers? What's he up to?
Go.
There he is.
Oh,
What a start. What a high quality start.
even spread so far.
It's only down to a 2-set shootout.
Go.
Sam Page moves to match point. This is a free swing for Sam Page at this stage. No one else can win, but Sam can take the goal with a single roll.
Go.
Oh, Thomas Macklin. Surely, could Josh get in? Do you think? What do you reckon, Michael? Is this going all the way? Are we getting Josh in?
Law of averages.
I think Josh is coming in here, and I think we're going down to a 1-dice shootout. Oh, it's Tom Macklin! He's broken their hearts. It's Macklin. It's Thomas chuffing Macklin. What an absolute lad! Congratulations, Tom. You have won this.
Sorry, Josh. Sorry, Sam.
Ah, breaking hearts around the world. Oh, you love to see it, Tom.
So what did that put Tom on? 2?
That's on 2.
Yeah. Moving up a tier.
He does move up the sacred tier. Let's go and have a look. Tom Macklin. Oh, how close was Sam Page there? He's on 2.
Sam's not going to talk to me for months now.
And Tom Macklin, fun fact, he's won his 2 in the last 5. So, he's watched for 6 years, and he's won his 2 dice on 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 8.
Well, it's momentum. It's what counts, or can count.
I just realised actually he hasn't. As a result of that, he hasn't had his last one. He was so close to it. I took them to the GT. I had black dice for me at the GT, and he was there, and I did not give it to him. Apologies, my friend. But there we go. Congrats, Tom.
Yeah, well done, Tom. Should we have a quick look through the chat before we wrap up?
Faux show.
I'll just try and be really quick here.
Yeah.
Right, so Josh name checks Middle Earth Gaming, love your content. Then Joe says only 9 p.m. here in the States. We were only an hour in at 9 p.m. here in the UK. Right. And then Middle Earth says, cheers, Josh. It's 1 p.m. in Australia, so lunchtime. Right, here we go. So Sam H gets underway. Ooh, Sam and Tom, will they work together? Or is friendship dead in the arena?
I think friendship's dead in the arena.
Ricky drinks paints, and yay, I don't have to eat 26-year-old chocolate. Sam H. Sam and Tom and Josh are thrown into the arena. They must choose weapons. Jack Brown. Joshua got into the final last time too. Oh, did he?
It's agonising.
Oh no, I feel really bad now. Joe Kelly. Crosby is still going to win, even though he isn't in it. Sam H. Josh gets the two-handed sword. Sam gets the mace. Macca's is just a wooden spoon, but he slaps both hard
That's
with
going
it.
to age badly, isn't it?
Oh, it's moved.
I see his
Paige
sport.
reacts hard with a.
He always commentates via a different sport, and this time he's using the sport of special strikes, it seems.
Bars? BAHS?
I think it's meant to be bash.
Bash? Yeah, bash. Yes. I should have seen that one. It's too early in the morning. Joshua Cosby, I'll win via an admin error. Sam H. Macca's isn't backing down, though. Larry, isn't Tom getting a dice pretty much the same as Sam getting it? Ricky Drink Prates, congratulations. Sam H. Macca's wins. Overcomes the two-handed and the mace with the wooden spoon. The irony is immense. Congrats to Mr. Macca's. Larry, that was sad. Sam almost got his, quotes, first black dice.
This is because
Middle-earth Gaming.
Macklin gave him one when he was like host. He had Macklin. This is the upsetting thing. Macklin's got like 8, or he had 8 from doing the Fantasy Fellowship, and he gave one to Sam, which is very much against the rules.
Yeah. Middle-earth Gaming says a nail biter. Joe says that's Crosby form. Well, quite yes. If Macca's was it, you said 2 and 5. Sam H. Thomas done it right. He sat back, has watched, has learned, and now he's coming in to land every swing. Joe Kelly, 6 hours and 40 minutes, close to the record. Oh no,
No.
The ones that Dale and Damien did, they were just getting warmed up by this point.
The record's over 7 now, isn't it? I think.
Josh Crosby, I'm shaking. How will I hang on to my lead?
Oh, that is brutal sass there.
I think you'll stay for a bit longer, Josh. You realise we're getting to the point where I could theoretically start to listen to the test match, but I don't think I really want to.
It's not worth it. Yeah, so Armies of the Lord of the Rings was 7 hours 2, just eclipsing the new starter set, which was 7 hours 1. So yeah, we are some way off the record there.
But this must be my longest one.
I would think so, yeah. 6 hours 15.
I am not noted for being for my longevity in terms of streams, but no, this one's been great.
But you're always you don't do that. You tend to, when you're watching, go to bed early, but on the streams you always power through. You never quit the streams early.
It's that sense of duty. I've been asked to step up, so I must step up.
You're God amongst men. Look what I have done. So I'm delighted to say that I achieved everything I hoped. So I have the kind of wonderful Helm Hammer hand. The model is absolutely awesome.
It does look, yes.
Super cool. Quite pleased with how this went together as well. All seems to have worked. Loads of really fiddly pieces as per, but seems to have gone together all right.
Are you going to do the paint scheme for Helm as per we see him in the books and the?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I normally tend to match them. Another awesome model, Helm on foot. Bit tricky, I thought, getting the hammer into the hand and getting it straight and getting it glued to the base at the same time. But really, really nice. And then I also have Harmer on Horsey. And Harmer on foot, complete with Unbroken Arrow. And these two I am painting up for Hobby Bingo. And these two I am painting up for the GT in March. So yeah, I'm very pleased with my hobby.
For the first two, you've got 3 weeks. Oh no, yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah, the end of the year.
Yeah, that's why I'm literally painting him up. This is for the Paint 600 point army square, and these two just get me to 600 points so I don't need to paint the horse. It's like that's literally why it's these two. These are the most efficient ways of getting to 600 points. And there's like, ain't no one got time for an extra horse.
Wasn't there one year you did Sauron because it was so many points or something, and it?
Well, yeah, I do think Sauron was my like 600 point army, and he was like 400 points or something. I think it was like
Yeah,
Sauron.
something like that. I've got this vague memory.
I feel like it was Sauron and a ring wraith and the Taskmaster or something. It was a 600 point evil army. Yeah, but yeah. So there we go. That's what I've been doing. Very, very happy.
Excellent.
What I
Yeah,
got done.
GW on a roll now with the way they do their sculpts. I know
good.
it can be fiddly,
So
but
good.
the end outcome is just wonderful.
And we've got Shelob to come.
Mm.
Incredible.
Much to look forward to.
Larry was only insinuating things, said nothing about their misdeeds. Joe says thanks for another great stream. Sam says another great stream. Hope I'll be painting again, hopefully in the new house. And Joe's still got 19 things on his hobby bingo list.
Yeah, I hope the house move goes well, Sam H.
And talking of future streams, our next issue sounds pretty exciting. Dwarfs and Goblins fight to the death in Moria, but there's no point going into that because that's not our next stream. Our next stream is going to be our Christmas stream, our Christmas extravaganza, and I truly hope it's going to be on, is it Friday the 19th? Friday
That's what
the
you said earlier, yeah.
of December, so just about a week before Christmas, which is super cool. Yeah, Friday the 19th will be Friday night, Christmas jumpers. The theme will be anything you convince us is Christmassy. Don't really know about any sort of deep dive. We don't do a magazine for those ones. We'll just have a chat about all things Christmas and so on and so forth. Give away some prizes, Christmas presents to our patrons, and yeah, have a lovely time. That'll be the plan.
And of course, I always think one of the four hobbits is especially favoured at Christmas time.
I think he is. Pippin. Absolutely. But yes, hopefully you all have a very merry Christmas. But yeah, that's all to look forward to. Until then, I think it's time to go to bed. It's 2:20 in the morning.
I think so too. I'm surprised at myself, because I think after how much real tennis I played this afternoon, I thought I might flake out earlier than I have done. So
No, you've been a hero, Michael. Michael,
No.
Thank you on behalf of everyone. Incredible effort from you. Someone says cheers, Michael, in the chat. Some good jokes about the Christmas Eve stream, of course. But yes, I hope you've all
you wouldn't
enjoyed
expect
it.
anything less.
No, exactly. Hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you had a wonderful night getting some hobby done and enjoyed our dive into issue 83. It's been a blast. We love you all, and we will see you hopefully in 2 weeks for the Christmas stream. Thank you, one and all. Stay safe. We'll see you
Take
soon.
care, everyone.